Saturday, June 21st. I think I just heard Paul jingling. Did I hear Paul jingling? Let me go up here and see what's going on with my other phone. I'd like to welcome everybody to the machine. All right. We're here. I thought I heard Paul. I think we just missed each other. There's that. There's that. There's that. Let's put that right there. Okay. Empties. Okay, great. I got that to go through. I got this to go through. We got to do a little bit of this. I'm going to sit down right here and pop my knee back into place. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. I'm live. I'm going to start sharing all the feeds. And we are ready for a Saturday night. Plan of action. Saturday in the park. I wish it was the 4th of July. That's my best Chicago. You can lay those on top of... Yeah, just put them right there. That's stuff I'm taking home tonight. I sorted through all the bins last night. Yeah, I got all this cleaned and ready to go. Okay, so I'm on Facebook right now as Chad Williams. I'm actually sitting down right now. I'm taking the last few seconds to... I've hit that button. Where's the... Okay, there's that. Let's hit copy link, share in group. Boom and boom. Let's also hit copy link and... let's get that shared over here. Our pops make some weird noises. Sounds like something's about to explode every time. Facebook Live. Oh, it was Jill. I didn't even know he's in there. Okay. Appreciate it. Tell everybody up on the creek that I love them and I'll see them soon, including Jesse, which is Mom's little dog. I miss that little dog. Oh. Okay, I got that shared. I'm going to try to mention top fans here instead. There's that. Do y'all get the top fan mention when I do it in the chat? That's something I've never known for sure. Okay, and then there's that. All right, that's shared. And folks, I'm ready to go. Okay, so let's get started. Okay. So let's see what Mr. Vladarchek said here. Vladarchek said, that's what Randall stuff. Yeah, so CD, of course, we're on this great streak right now with CDs. That's why we hadn't done hardly anything else random or miscellaneous. Why we hadn't done anything else random or miscellaneous since probably, I don't know, it's been a while, right? My goal is to knock out as much of these CDs, maybe another whole week. You know, I don't expect to do it every night all through the July, but we possibly could. But right now, CDs are easy to get to, and I can just, boom, show them every night. The other stuff, I really don't have access to it right now, if that makes sense. It's really buried. And hopefully tomorrow, you know, I only got like 1 week a night to dig. And my nightly digging night is Sundays. Actually, it's technically tonight after the sale. I'll wrap up, and then I kind of get to work. And then sometimes we try to have some sort of Sunday sale. So my goal for the next 48 hours, for those that really follow our schedule, we're going to be live tonight, and then I'm going to make a decision if I'm going to be live tomorrow. I know Paul's not doing a sale because I think he's possibly going somewhere. I got to ask him when he comes back here. And then I need to let him know about what I left in his chair. And then, Laura, I'm going to text you about let's see, about this, the KISS auctions. Because Monday, I guess, Laura, if you want to get, I'll just tell you now. Let me text Paul too. I don't know if he left or he just went outside for a second. Well, I'll tell him when he comes back in. Okay. Okay. So we sold out of these this week, and we had one extra copy. I thought I had one more show up, but this is actually, I didn't think we had any more showing up, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, here's one more. This is $14.99. It's a Transformers collaboration with Ghostbusters. I can get more. They're $14.99. We've sold 5, and there's one extra there. We've sold 5, and there's 1 extra. So there's that. The show is pretty much began. I'm chipping away at a few extra things here. We have a flip crate to get started with. And if anybody wants one of those Transformers, let me know. I've got to order a ton of toys tonight. I mean, a ton of toys, but because there's so much new stuff coming out that we can do and get. And if anybody if anybody's asked anything since the chat's been live, I'm now really engaging for the first time. So I'm really now looking at it for the first time. So if you have anything else you need to ask or throw out there, let me know. I'm good to go, okay? So Jennifer Nito said she'll take one. If anybody else wants one, they're $14.99. That's the last one I have on hand. So there's that. Okay, so first thing I have is this. When we've been doing a lot of these $6.99 CDs, some have shown up autographed, and some have shown up with ticket stubs. And the other night, we had this Bon Jovi CD come through, and I set it aside. I've been letting a lot of them slip. We had Rush CDs with ticket stubs and all kinds of stuff, but I set this one aside because it looked like it had all kinds of stuff in it. And here's 2 Bon Jovi backstage passes, a Bon Jovi ticket stub from that arena, so 2 backstage passes, and then the CD of New Jersey. So, and let me look inside, because a lot of people's been getting CDs, and one other reason I was like, man, this one might be signed with all the stuff, but I set it aside. It's not signed, but it is really cool. It's got 2 backstage passes, and it has a ticket stub with it. So I figured that by itself should be worthy of a $10 start. So Bon Jovi, 2 backstage passes, ticket stub, and CD. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. The autographed Bootsy Collins ever gets sold at auction. It is in our pile of stuff to be authenticated. I definitely going to have that one checked. That is one we're definitely going to have checked. So it could be months before that comes through. It could be 3 months or 6 months. It could be near the end of the year. It could be by the fall. It depends on how many autographs we accumulate. I'm snatching up a couple small little collections of unauthenticated stuff here and there. I think I might be working on a deal of about 20 or 30. But for us to get stuff authenticated, we really got to have a lot ready to go. So right now I am working on getting more. If anybody has any autographs to sell, let me know. For us to really get a bunch authenticated, we got to have a lot ready at once, like 500. We try to do 500 at a time. So with that being said, there's a lot still to go. We probably have 200-300 right now autographs that need to be authenticated. And I always authenticate some stuff that don't really need to be authenticated, like they're not too expensive of autographs, but I do it just so we can, have a big time doing it. All right, here is OG Eagles Greatest Hits, 71 to 75. That is a $15 start on the Eagles Greatest Hits. That is now up for bid. And then, one second. And then I have also a sealed Winona Judd. Tell me why. This is sealed on red vinyl, and it's also going up for a $10 start. That's sealed on red vinyl, and there's that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Oh, my box isn't working. Hold on a second. Let's see if it works over here. I don't know if... Uh-oh. I might have to restart this because I don't think it can work. It was nothing. I was just going to ask you about Sunday, so okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. Yeah, I was just telling them that probably I was going to be doing a coin and knife show. I was just going to make sure. Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of what I had
Yeah.
in mind.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to have to restart my Restream box because if I'm going to be muting my mic here and there to drink purple juice, it's not going to work too well, right? Nope. Oh, we sold out of Japanese. We have approximately 50 Japanese pressings left. Okay. All right. So I have Run DMC. Run DMC is a Vinyl Me Please edition. Tougher than leather. It is $34.99. This is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, just let me know. It would be a waiting list, but I can get them. I got 2 copies of the Beatles. It's a Hard Day's Night. That is a mono remaster US edition. $36.99 for the Beatles. Hard Day's Night. It's a mono remaster. That is $36.99. I still got 2 of those. So many great songs on here. And I love her. I should have known better. Anytime at all. Hard Day's Night. This is Can't Buy Me Love. That is $36.99. So Winona Judd has a bid for $10. That's a sealed red vinyl pressing. And then the Eagles, 71 to 75. The Eagles, 71 to 75, is a greatest hits. And it's also a $10 start. Final call on that. The Eagles' greatest hits. Nice. It has the embossed cover. $10 start. Take It Easy, Witchy Woman, Lion Eyes, Desperado, Already Gone, One of These Nights, Tequila Sunrise, Take It to the Limit, Peaceful Easy Feeling, Best of My Love. And don't forget about over here, Bon Jovi CD with 2 original backstage passes and ticket stub. That is also a $10 start. I've got 1 copy of Blondie left. Blondie is $29.99. Blondie is new and sealed. It's $29.99. Blondie. New and sealed. They're her self-titled. Also over here we got Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta. Snoop Dogg is a 2 LP. That's $39.99 for Snoop. $39.99. And John Prine, Sweet Revenge. John Prine is $34.99. $34.99. Let's see. We'll say 369. We'll say, okay. Okay. We have John Prine, Sweet Revenge. That's another Vinyl Me Please edition. And then this one was, in fact, sold, I believe, to Eddie Passir over here. Let me find this right here. Eddie Passir on John Prine, yes. Eddie Passir, thank you on Eddie. Thank you, Eddie, for the John Prine. That is sold to you for $34. I should say thank you for purchasing the John Prine. Bon Jovi has 1 bid for $10. The sealed Winona Judd on red vinyl still with 1 bid at $10. And that's with Joe Delgado. We're about to sell that. Also over here is Willie Nelson's Phases and Stages, a 50th anniversary. Another Vinyl Me Please. Lacquer's Cut by Ryan Smith, all analog. That is $34.99. That's Willie Nelson's Phases and Stages. Once again, another Vinyl Me Please edition. Star Wars The Themes, really cool record here. Music from episodes 1 through 6. Music by John Williams, $29.99. Compilation of all the themes. The themes. Screaming Jay Hawkins is sold to Stephen Reeves. It was our last copy, the very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins, so that's gone. Sold to Stephen Reeves, so thank you on that. And I got 2 Harem Scarums. And Harem Scarum is, excuse me, no, wait a minute. I got Screaming Jay Hawkins and Harem Scarum, wrong record. This is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. He got a Harem Scarum. My bad. Yes, this is sold to him. Appreciate that. Thank you, and that is done. And I have 1 left if anybody else wants it. That's a limited edition, by the way. The Eagles is at $16 with Stephen Parton. Winona Judd is sold for $10. Great price on that. Joe Delgado, $10. And then Brandon Lack, you do get the Bon Jovi CD, ticket stubs, and backstage passes. And I'm going to slide that right here in front of the artwork. And thank you on that. Appreciate it. And that is gone. All right, moving right along. We got Mo-Fi, Carole King's Tapestry. Mo-Fi, Carole King's Tapestry. This is a single LP. $44.99 for Carole King. By the way, this is the tonight when I say good night, this is when it cuts off for unlimited shipping. So when I say that's all, folks, that's it for the unlimited shipping. There'll be 1, 2 more opportunities That's it for the live claims. And then in the group, of course, y'all know I'll be posting videos tomorrow just like normal. But tonight's it. So for $8 for the invoices close out tonight. Alvo Dabney got Harem Scarum. Thank you, Alvo Dabney. That's so do you. We have the Sisters of Mercy. This is First and Last and Always. That's another music on vinyl press for $34.99. We've got 2 of those available, and the Dunkirk soundtrack, last copy. This crate here has a lot of like last copies where we had a new release and we're down to our last copy. Or we sold out and we reordered and now we're down to our last copy. Dunkirk is $49.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Eagles to Stephen Parton for $16. Thank you, Stephen. That's so do you. Eagles Greatest Hits. That auction is concluded. Got a lot of cool other miscellaneous stuff over here to try to slip in. Like more VHS. This is Motley Crue Uncensored. Another VHS tape. Motley Crue Uncensored. And Motley Crue is going to go up for a $10 start. Trying to chip away the rest of our VHS over here and DVDs. I've got them all unboxed and hopefully ready to sell over here tonight. Here's the best of Booker T and the MGs. This is Green Onions. The best of Booker T and the MGs. It's an Atlantic compilation. The vinyl's in EX condition. Atlantic OG 4-digit. The best of Booker T. That's a $15 start. That's now for bid. Brandon Jones. I think I might have said Brandon Lack. Brandon Jones. Let's make sure I do that right. Brandon Jones got the Bon Jovi CD. Yes, so did Brandon Jones. And then Lamb of God Wrath. Lamb of God is a new sealed music on vinyl press. That's $38.99. And then Virgin Prunes, If I Die, I Die. That's my last copy of that. Once again, down to some last copies. Virgin Prunes is one of them. And then Dio Holy Diver. This was actually claimed. John Smetzer claimed this just 18 minutes ago. So Dio Holy Diver, so did John Smetzer. Thank you. That was my last copy of that. And then Nirvana live in Madrid, 1992. Nirvana live in Madrid, Spain. That is $29.99. Our next auction is a Jethro Tull CD box set. This is 20 years of Jethro Tull, the Definite Collection. It does have this book with it. And Jethro Tull is a 3-disc, all nice. And it is going to go up for a $15 start. Jethro Tull, very nice. The Definite Collection, 3-disc box, and Mr. Jethro is a $15 start. Let's put this right back there. So is Booker T, and the Motley Crue VHS is a $10 start. Next is Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, and the hot dog flavored water, $46.99 for Limp Bizkit. I'm also looking for White Line, Prince, AC/DC, Onslaught, Slayer, Bill Evans, Three Doors Down, Def Leppard, Prince, and Onslaught. Okay. And Joe, yes, you got the Winona Judd. We also have Black Sabbath. This is the Rhino, all analog Kevin Gray, gatefold. That's $44.99 on that. And we got 3. Y'all know the whole story on that. And then here's Onslaught, The Force. Onslaught, The Force. I know we sold at least one to Steve Weaver. Yep, here's one for Steve Weaver. Thank you, Steve Weaver. That's so do you. And then Charlie Buck also got one. And this is a limited edition colored vinyl, Onslaught, The Force, $33.99. So one to Steve Weaver, one to Charlie Buck. We got a Alvo Dabney in on a Limp Bizkit. I need to reorder more of his records. Tull CD box set has a bid for $15. And Booker T and the MGs is a $15 start. Final call on that. Chad's going to drink some purple juice right quick. Beautiful. Okay. Finish up this crate is Warbringer. This is sold to Steve Weaver as well. If anybody wants on a waiting list for next week, it's blue vinyl, Worlds Torn Asunder. Warbringer is $39.99. And we have Sly. Sly and the Family Stone Lives. That's a 2 LP. $39.99 for Sly Stone. It's technically a soundtrack from the new documentary, and that's $39.99. If anybody wants the Motley Crue VHS, it's a $10 buy it now. That's a $10 buy it now on that. And the other one I have is Anthrax. And I think we had one of these on Metal Night. So here's the second one. Anthrax VHS. Odin Van Vlinsken Funsen. NFF. Anthrax is a $10 start. Booker T has one bid for 15. Jethro Tull has bids for 15, 17, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21. We got Pantera live at Dynamo Open Air. Pantera is a 2LP live, and that's $33.99 for Pantera. We also have Onslaught Power from Hell. Now, Steve Weaver wanted both Onslaughts, so Steve Weaver also gets a copy of this. And now there's 2 left, 3 left, 4 left. And then this last Leonard Skinner live is sold to Darren Wallace. Live, Leonard Skinner, 1973. So right now there's 3 auctions. There's a 3-disc Jethro Tull box set, which is now at $28. The Best of Booker T, $15 start, 1 bid with JH. And then the Anthrax VHS, looking for a $10 start on that. Okay? Next thing is what? A quick read through these one more time. I think I've pulled everything from this crate that has sold. First thing I have, though, is Hard Day's Night Mono, $36.99. Blondie's $29. Snoop Dogg, $39. Willie Nelson, $34. We've got a couple of those. Star Wars The Themes, $29. Screaming Jay Hawkins, $39. And then Carole King Tapestry, $44. Sisters of Mercy is $34. Mo-Fi. Dunkirk is $49. Lamb of God is $38. Virgin Prunes was $38. The Black Sabbath is $44. Also, we got Onslaught The Force for $33. We got Sly and the Family Stone for $39. Pantera for $33. And then the Onslaught Power from Hell for $33. All right, so JH got the Booker T for $15. Thank you, JH. That is so to you. Susie's out on the Jethro Tull box. That's at $30 with JK. Anthrax is a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. And let's swap out crates. Let's swap out crates. Thanks for spending your Saturday night with us. Some people may be out and about right now. Hopefully they get locked in, and by tonight, you'll be full record selling mode or full record buying mode. Hopefully I'll be full record selling mode. Caffeine's starting to kick in. Chad's getting good and woke up. Chad's getting good and whichever. Here's a crate of new stuff that came in from last night. We're going to go through it one more time as we pull stuff from the sale video. First, though, JK over on Facebook, that's Gianronco Corvuco. That is sold to him for $30. As soon as I said that, Michael Butler said info. That was a 3 CD box set. I just sold it to JK for $30. And I've got more stuff like that where that came from. And JK, I was actually up front muting the music. I was muting the music, and I was fixing my drink, and I was on my way back here. I was on my way back here to start the stream, and the phone started ringing, and I took a peek at the caller ID, and I think it said your name. And, of course, unfortunately, I couldn't answer it because I was on my way back here to start the sale. And the last time, about a year ago, I answered the phone before the sale. I got hung up on like a 45-minute phone call. So I've learned my lesson. I let Ed answer the phone, or my mother. So we have Rod Stewart here. But if that was you that was calling, I'm sure if you want to call sometime Monday, Ed will be here. Or if you want to message the page. We got Rod Stewart absolutely live. Rod Stewart absolutely live. This is a 2 LP Rod Stewart, Japanese pressing. And there's the insert. There's this insert. There is the 2 inner sleeves. There's the gatefold jacket. And there's the Obi. And Rod Stewart's going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Also have another something another here. What else do I have? I have a something another. Where's my something another? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and grab this. This is CCR. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival. It's on this Brown Fantasy label, so it is a reissue, but it's a really clean copy of their self-titled album. It's going to go up for a $15 start. So this is like a mid-70s pressing of an album that I think came out in '68. That's about a mid-70s pressing. $15 start. It is clean, though. We got 1 copy left of the Cosmic Thing, B-52s. I always want to put the Cosmic Thing. How about the B-52s, Cosmic Thing? This is $34.99. $34.99. The B-52s. Also, we have Bill Evans, and we were down to 1 copy, and this is sold to Tim Colino. And then Chris Bryant says Onslaught. I saw that in the dead feed. I've been asking for that album for months. I have 2 copies left. They're $33.99 each, Chris Bryant. Also, I have White Line Main Attraction. White Line is $38.99. Main Attraction, $38.99. Tiger Lily, Natalie Merchant, a MoFi 2LP 45 RPM. That's $59.99. And we have 2 copies of Bill Withers, Steel Bill. Bill Withers, Steel Bill, this is $44.99. Bill Withers. And we have 2 left, and that's new and sealed MoFi. Now, Chris, there's 2 onslaughts. You must have not been watching lately. I can tell when people's absent, they're like, holy moly, when did you get onslaught? I was like, this is only the 7th time I've shown it. You must have been snoozing on me. Now, which one do you want? Power from Hell or the Force, or both of them? You can't be snoozing. All right, I'll message face, so I'll be in touch regarding what I wrote. Okay, thank you, JK. Yeah, so I was just making sure you knew about that and knew to message the page. So I figured you did. So thank you. And here we go. I've got Billy Joe 52nd Street. That's also MoFi, 45 RPM. That's $59.99. And we have Miles Davis in a Silent Way. Miles Davis is $44.99. That's new and sealed from MoFi as well. And John Williams, the Star Wars Symphony, that's a 2LP blue vinyl, $46.99. And then AC/DC's Rock or Bust, that's a 2LP lenticular. One is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny Cates, that's sold to you. I have 1 left, and then here's Tom Petty. And Tom Petty is live, $38.99. And this is new and sealed. It's a 2LP unofficial. Also, Dennis Schellenberger wanted a White Line Main Attraction. Let me go pull it for Dennis Schellenberger. Thank you, Dennis Schellenberger. That's so to you. All right, CCR just has 1 bid for $15 with Stephen Parton. He's watching over on Twitch, and he has it for $15. And then Onslaught Power from Hell is sold to Chris Bryant. I still got a copy of that, and I still got copies of The Force. If anybody's interested in that, there's a copy of The Force still left. So I got 2 copies of The Force left and 3 copies of Power from Hell left. There's Tom Petty, a Spectrum, Philadelphia, 2LP, $38.99. And then also we have Dolly's debut album, Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Hello, I'm Dolly. All analog lacquers cut by Ryan Smith. All right, Rod Stewart's a buy it now for $25. That's called Absolutely Live. It's a 2LP live album from Mr. Rod. You can purchase it right now for just a $25 buy it now. The Japanese stuff I have tonight will mostly be $25 and $15 starts. I may have a couple more for $35, but let's try our best to clear out the Japanese stuff tonight. What's pretty amazing is Rod is a $25 buy it now, and I'm going to start that in our first fresh no bid pile tonight. The second thing I have to tell you is no bid this week, Japanese pressings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I got 19 Japanese pressings accumulated all week in the no bid pile, and that's it. All the other auctions, of course, have sold. So I'm either going to make those buy it nows later or show them or reduce the price, 1 or 2. And then CCR is sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Thank you. What some of these auctions right now are some of the 1999 flip crate records and maybe some other stuff that I found that I didn't put in a flip crate because I was like, man, I don't want to sell this for $19.99. But what I'm doing is putting them up for a $15 start. And some of them is a price reduction, and some of them are records I didn't want to sell for $20. And now I'm putting them up for auction, and they might end up selling less for $20. So here is CCR live in Europe. Once again, it is a $15 start. The vinyl's EX. It is a $15 start live in Europe. CCR 2LP. More VHS. I got some cool stuff here. I got 2 Cinderella bootleg concerts. Cinderella, May 7th, 1991, Heartbreak Station Tour, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 110 minutes, 1 cam. And then a Cinderella, August 11th, 1987 Pro Shot from Tokyo, Japan, their first tour. So one of those is a Pro Shot, and then one of them is a 1 cam. So, wow, that's pretty cool. 2 live Cinderella concerts, VHS bootlegs. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. How cool is that? And then CCR is a $15 start. And then let's go back over here to our Japanese pressings. And this one technically has not been put up, but I think we've already sold some this week. And it's ABBA. And it's ABBA's Greatest Hits. It is near mint minus and pristine. Any Prince Japanese? No. Japanese Prince albums, unfortunately, pretty tough to find. $15 start on that. Original inner sleeve. There's the insert. Gatefold cover on ABBA. A little bit of humidity spots on the inside. ABBA's going to go up for a $15 start. Everything on the board right now are $15 starts. Everything in here has been pulled. And that just leaves Dolly, Tom Petty, AC/DC, John Williams, Miles Davis, Mo-Fi, Billy Joe, Mo-Fi, Bill Withers, Mo-Fi, Natalie Merchant, Mo-Fi, and the B-52's Mo-Fi. So if anybody decides, hey, Chad, you know what? I do need everything left in that crate. Go ahead and ring me up. I'll be like, all right, you dog. And then we'll go ahead and pull everything out of there, and we'll sell it to you. I got to take my stack of personal collection stuff home. I've been moving it around for a week. Should I show you what's in there? All right, let's see what else we got over here. All right, Cinderella concert, bootleg, VHS. CCR, live in Europe, an official press. Natalie Merchant's $59.99. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. So is Billy Joe. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. That was my last copy, Tangled Up in Blue. Thank you on that. White Line's Greatest Hits. We're down to one copy. This one sold to Darren Wortman. $56.99. Limited edition, 1500 on clear vinyl. White Line is $56. I got Three Doors Down, The Better Life, and this one is sold to Nick Galletti. And Nick Galletti also wants something out of the end cap over here. It's fell down, Nick, but I still got it in stock. It's right here. He also wanted the Def Leppard that I've had back here in the back. And that's also sold to Nick Galletti, okay? That's also sold to Nick Galletti. And then we have Slayer. This is Rain and Blood. Slayer is $36.99. Rain and Blood, Slayer. And then we have Slayer Monsters of Rock. And this is also sold to Steve Weaver. That's a 2 LP. It's Slayer Monsters of Rock, 1994, $39.99 on that. And then over here, we got Stormtroopers of Death, SOD. SOD's a 2 LP. That's a gatefold, $33.99 for SOD. And Prince, The Gold Experience. I don't think anybody claimed this one except Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. It'll be a waiting list. The Counting Crows, August and Everything After. Counting Crows is $44.99. And we have Mayhem from Out from the Dark. Mayhem's $29.99. And then Slayer World Painted Blood, that's $36.99. Unbelievable. The whole board is cleared. It's all $15 buy it nows. The 2 Cinderella VHS bootlegs. The CCR Live in Europe. And the ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Those are all $15 buy it nows. Your pick. All $15 buy it nows. No bids on any of those. Everybody's like, nope, not bidding on those, Chad. Next. So there's CCR. There's the 2 Cinderellas. And there's ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. They're all buy it nows for $15 each, of course. Each, of course. ABBA. I figured the Cinderella concerts would definitely get multiple bids. Those would probably be pretty cool to watch. The concert footage from back then. And one of them's a pro shot. Now, what that means, like if you're ever on YouTube looking at old concert footage and it says pro shot, that means it's shot by pros. Or they've took multiple camera angles and pieced them together. You know, it's going to clip. It's not going to be like somebody standing in a crowd with a camcorder. It's going to be cut into multiple different angles and, you know, crowd shots and up-close shots, stuff like that. So there's those. And let's make sure this gets a cleaning before we ship it out, please. Make a note to give that a cleaning and give that to Mike Bartlett for $15, okay? Everything's already clean, but that one needs a re-cleaning. I think sometimes, especially on the vintage stuff John puts out, the inner sleeves could be really dusty. Like the inside of them really dusty, and he cleans them, and, you know, we can't put a new sleeve in everything. And so when we sometimes put them back in an old sleeve, you pull them back out and they look dusty right away, especially right after he may have just wiped them down. So I think that one's going to need maybe some new inner sleeves or something. Okay, we got Tool. And Tool Fear Inoculum, triple LP, $76.99 for Tool. Fear Inoculum, that's still available. And we've got 2 of those. And then a Tool Undertow, we've got 1 of those. It's a 2 LP, $33.99 for Tool. Static X Wisconsin Jet Strip, that is $39.99. We have Prince The Gold Experience. Prince The Gold Experience is a 2 LP, $38.99. His 1995 album. Jamie McCord wants a pack of new inner sleeves. You got it. New inner sleeves going to Jamie McCord. No problem there. Let's put up another auction here. This is the Avett Brothers, produced by Rick Rubin. I think this one's known as, I don't know if they use these Roman numerals or if it's just self-titled. But it's definitely new. It's on blue vinyl or it's in a resealable baggie. So I think it's kind of hard to say if it is new. But it's the Avett Brothers. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The Avett Brothers, a $15 start. Over here, I got another Japanese pressing. And we'll try this one right here. The Best of Leon Russell. The Best of Leon Russell's also a Japanese pressing. And it's going to go up for a $15 start. Best of Leon. Oh, it's a promo too. Japanese white label promo. And this is a $15 start. Unfortunately, there's only 0 copies left of Prince. But if anybody wants on a waiting list, Javi or Donna, just let me know, okay? Javi or Donna, just let me know. I can get you one ordered. It'll be here next week. And then here's Tom Petty live in London. London Calling is $38.99. And this one here is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you, Kevin. That's sold to you. Done. That's gone. And we have 0 of those left. But I still have Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits is $44.99. And then here's another Tool. This is an unofficial, absolute ultra rare. It's a 2 LP clear vinyl, $44.99. And then I still got this Prince, Naked in the Summertime, live 1990. And this is sold to Monica Malley, and that was the last claim from the video, and that's actually the last record. I've got 3 prints left for $29.99 if anybody wants them. So we got everybody's comments. Everybody that commented got everything that they wanted, and we're good to go there. Everything is done, and let me make sure nobody's commented since I've got started, because there was one 18 minutes ago. No, we're good. We're good on that. All right. Okay, Prince is $29.99. And Javi says he does one on the Gold Experience waiting list. Great. The Avett Brothers has a bid for $18. The Best of Leon Russell, Japanese white label promo, $15 star. And Donna also on that Prince Gold Experience waiting list. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna move some stuff around in our end caps. The end cap over here on the left, I'm gonna put the end cap over here on the left, I'm going to put SOD, Stormtroopers of Death. And then the end cap back here in the back, I'm going to put Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. All right. Right back here. And let's try to sell Oingo Boingo. He's coming out of the end cap. Red vinyl, $34.99 on Oingo Boingo. And I'm going to put Tom Petty back there. Maybe somebody will see that. There's SOD. Alvo wants Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Great decision there. And then Prince Naked is Bat Dance, Bambi, Housequake, 1999 Kiss, The Question of You and Honest Man Under the Cherry Moon, Little Red Corvette, Purple Rain, Alphabet Street, It Takes Two, Valère, The Latest Fashion, Controversy, DMSR, Nothing Compares to You. That's a live unofficial. It's from 2 different shows compiled into one, Madrid and Tokyo. 3 left, $29.99. 2 people on a Prince Gold Experience. And anybody else? I need one more record here for the back right. What is something very recognizable back there for the back right? Let's see. We got this. We got that. I'll find something in just a second. All right. And let's swap out crates. And I think I can condense those 3 crates into 1 crate. That's great. When you can condense 3 crates into 1 crate after a quick little video we post every morning. That's because y'all are incredible customers. And I'd like to thank you for tuning in and watching every night and watching the videos. And we'll keep this unbelievable streak going tonight. An unbelievable streak of sold merchandise. First, speaking of flip videos, we got one right here. The tool is, and then this, and then price on Counting Crows. Flip videos tomorrow. No, I always do tomorrow's as a last call. I always do tomorrow's as a last call for invoicing, meaning the new vinyl flip and the vintage crate always goes on Mondays. And then when you wake up Monday, there'll be, you know, 2 more videos as usual, and that starts a new week. But the videos I post on Sunday, I always say this is a final call for invoicing. I still got to pull Counting Crows and what tools behind prints. And, all right, Avett Brothers is sold. Avett Brothers is sold for $18 to Alan Smith. Thank you on that. And Leon Russell's just a $15 buy it now. It's a Japanese promo copy, $15 buy it now. And I'm going to start pulling out some sleeves here. Going to be re-sleeving. Vladarchek, the Counting Crows is $44.99. It is a gatefold 2LP. Vladarchek, Robert Vladarchek, gatefold 2LP, $44.99. And Leon Russell, Japanese promo, best of, $15 buy it now. And if y'all see some new little bots coming in, we're streaming on a couple different platforms now. Some people had some good luck last night watching over on Twitch, just FYI. So just $15 on Leon Russell. It's going to be a great night to snap up some Japanese deals. Vladarchek wants the Counting Crows. I always sell those. Not an easy OG. I don't know if there even is an OG that exists. 1993. I've never seen an OG of this, so that always gets grabbed up. Let's put more up. Plus, I've got advertised auctions tonight, but I cleaned out our tubs over here, essentially, our wooden bins that Laura brings auctions. I found so much stuff. I found autographs I forgot we had that I think I've only shown once, and I found sealed records, and I even have a whole lot here of some country stuff from Fred's collection. And I'm going to give it a few more seconds, but I got 3 crates of bundles we're going to try to auction tonight from Fred Goodwin's collection. So hopefully we can get that done. All right. Speaking of that, let's put up some new auctions, okay? And the next one is Mick Jagger. She's the boss. Yeah, that's Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones. Yeah, moves like Jagger, that guy. It is in shrink with Obi, and Mick Jagger is going to go up for a $15 start. It is near mint minus. He does have a unique way of jumping around, doesn't he? Wow, look at that signature. Nice. That's not actually on there, is it? I've never had a Jagger signature. I've never seen one. I've never been in the presence of one. I don't know why. I've seen Keith Richards. I think I've bought and sold one, but I've never had or seen a Mick Jagger signature before, except copies, you know, like printed on album covers. So Mick Jagger's a $15 start. $15 start on Jagger. And then here we go. Here are the VHS tapes of Metallica from the live SHIT, Binge and Purge. Now, I do have a complete box set that we're probably going to sell next Thursday. These are just loose cassettes that's been mixed in with all the other cassettes. So there's the Metallica San Diego 1 and 2 and Seattle, and those are going to go up for a $15 start as well. How much is Jefferson Airplane? It's already sold. Right here is the flip crate. Right here's the flip crate from 9 o'clock in Whole Lot of Records. Every night, every morning, you can count on it. Unless I'm just out of town, or I forget, or I don't have time, which I should always have time to do this. 9 o'clock, you log on to Facebook, you click on Whole Lot of Records, this will automatically post like clockwork. It won't be waiting for Chad to go live, and is it going to be 9:15, or it'll be 9 o'clock. And everything up until right here has already sold. I'm not going to show them because Tanner's already tagged them. There was great deals. Jefferson Airplane was just $9.99. Will the Circle Be Unbroken was $14.99. Michael Schenker Group, half off at $9.99. Just great deals, and it's every morning at 9 o'clock. And if you want in on some of that action, if you want some of that heat, 9 a.m., Whole Lot of Records. 6 a.m., if you're interested in purchasing new vinyl, you'll see a big recap and maybe some stuff I hadn't shown in a while. Set a timer. Just tell your phone right now, say, hey Siri. Hold on, mine actually turned on. And then say, set a reminder 9 a.m. every morning to check Whole Lot of Records, and your phone will remind you. That's all you got to do. Just tell your phone, hey, remind me every morning at 9 a.m. to check Whole Lot of Records. That's all you got to do, and your phone will send you a reminder every day. It will send you a reminder every day. All right, so here's what's left. As soon as I said that, both of my phones lit up. So yeah, I have reminders. Mine goes off all the time with little things like that. Gabe Baez wants SOD. This is so to Gabe Baez. Thank you, Gabe Baez. That's so to you. Thank you, Gabe Baez. Thank you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then we have the Beatles revolver. This is $19.99, a 2012, 180 gram. The Beatles is $19.99. That's a record that's still left, $19.99. And this is the Beatles revolver, $19.99, 2012, 180 gram. That and Rush are the only $19.99 records left. VG Plus, $19.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. All right, so Mick Jagger has bids for 15 with Kathy Collinsworth, and then also 15 with Chris Frazier. So that has a tie at 15. These three Metallicas are from the live SHIT, Binge and Purge, San Diego 1 and 2, and Seattle, $15 star. Those should have already been pulled and not shown. They weren't shown. They weren't. I just set the crate up here. They're already tagged and sold. None of those had been shown. None of those were available. They've already been sold. We're showing right now what's left. All those had already been tagged. I was just pulling them out of the crate. Jefferson Airplane was never shown. It was on the screen, but it's already spoken for. It's gone. Now everything left in here is still available. Hope everybody's quick to react. These are going to go fast. First, we got 10cc. This is Deceptive Bends. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this insert. It has this original inner sleeve. It's a gatefold and 10cc Japanese pressing, a $15 start. Alvo Dabney gets Rush, $19.99. That's a stereo remaster of Revolver, 180 gram, $19.99. There's Revolver, and that's still available. The Cars, Shake It Up, it's $14.99. EX Condition, original inner sleeve. The Cars, Shake It Up, $14.99. EX Condition, that is available. There's only one $14.99 record left, only one $19.99 record left. And now Stephen Parton wants an ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a buy it now for $15. That's a buy it now for $15. And guess what? I've got about 7 more of those if anybody else wants one. Yes, like 7 more ABBA Greatest Hits Volume 2 if anybody else wants one. That's the only $14.99 record left. Now, here are the $9.99 records. Waylon Jennings, Time Life Country Music. That's in shrink for $9.99. Free at Last, Little Willie John. That's a 2 LP in shrink. That's $9.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up, also $9.99. EX Condition on Loverboy. And Little Steven and the Disciples of Soul, Men Without Women. That's also $9.99. These three Metallicas are a no bid. They're a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants them. 10cc has one bid for $15. Nobody else bid on Mick Jagger. This is sold to Kathy Collinsworth for $15. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. Let's also go ahead and put up some more auctions right quick. I need Michael Rudolph here in a minute to get on and buy all the VHS that hadn't sold. My goodness, there's already 5, 6, 7, and I've got about 20 more over here. And let's go ahead and put this up right here. I think this is a pretty cool set. This is Ozzy Osbourne. Y'all know about Ozzy Osbourne. This is Ozzy Live and Loud. It comes with the metal mesh plate. Look at that. Ozzy Live and Loud. It is the VHS tape. Very, very cool. That's going to go up for bid. A $15 start. That is now up for bid. Ozzy Live and Loud. It comes with that original box. And that is a $10 start on that. Okay, over here, Susie said she'll take an ABBA for $15. Here is one right here. This is sold to Susie for $15. ABBA's great. A Japanese pressing. Are you kidding me? Sherry Darnell wants a Little Willie John and Waylon. Those are $9.99 each. So does Sherry Darnell and Sherry Darnell. Also, we got Mr. John Cale. Mr. John Cale, that's $9.99. And Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Neil Young, $9.99. Hawks and Doves. No end cap? No, we've already sold something out of there. We've already sold 2 records out of there. I've got to put something else in there. Let me see what else I can slip in. The first thing I put in there sold immediately. SOD. I don't have any more. I would have left that over there all night. What about something here from, let's see here. What have I got in this crate? It's got to be something highly recognizable. Here we go. Now, they are reissuing the Goonies soundtrack. I got that solicitation. I probably will still post it. But it's the Goonies score. It's not the actual soundtrack. It's not the actual soundtrack with, you know, Cyndi Lauper and the Bangles. And so I still will post that, but it's just the theatrical score. The Goonies is $29.99. Okay, Ozzy's at $20. And then is the Beatles sealed? The Beatles is not sealed. No, the Beatles is not sealed. And then we have the $6.99 records. $6.99, we got Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, Marshall Tucker Band 10th, Yoko Ono, Season of Glass, and Godly and Cream. Those are $6.99. That's all that's left there. Now, who is Space Orca 8818 on Twitch? Who is Space Orca 8818 on Twitch? Because I don't have your actual name. And that is $29.99. By the way, if you are buying from Twitch, if you can do me a quick favor and maybe change your handle to something I know, or maybe whatever your YouTube handle is, that would be very helpful. It's Kelly. Okay. Kelly. Thank you, Kelly Vloderchek. Thank you. That is so to Kelly. Now that's gone. Boom. New deal over there. You don't have to change it if you don't want to. I'm sure they can keep up with it, but it might make our life a little bit more simple. Just a little bit more simple. Just a little bit simpler for them. What else? What's back here in this crate? Let's try this. Let's try soundtracks are hot. How about Oh Brother Warthal? 2 LP, $39.99. All right. So, yes, this looks like a speaker. Ozzy, Live and Loud. That's what it looks like. Looks like a mesh covering. How cool is that? The high bid on this is Susie Breedlove and now Chris Frazier at $35. The 10cc, one bid sold for $15 to David Johnson. That's sold to David Johnson for $15. Thank you, David. That is sold to you. Thank you on that. All righty. We should be able to keep up. I'll see what they say by Monday. If they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know if we can do this, then I'll be like, okay, I might ask some people to change that on that, but we'll figure it out. Okay, and then David V on Guess Who. Guess Who? Is there a Guess Who in here? I don't think there's a Guess Who in here, but here's what's left. Godly and Cream, Yoko Ono, Marshall Tucker, Moody Blues, Neil, that's where it stopped at $6.99. Then the $9.99 records are Neil Young, Mr. John Cale, Little Steven, Loverboy. There's only one $14.99 record left, The Cars, and then the Beatles Revolver. And that's a 2012 stereo, $19.99. Chris Frazier gets the Ozzy, and that's sold to him for $35. Thank you, Chris. And then now Vloderchek. You need that. Oh, Brother Warthel. We'll just keep selling stuff out of the end cap all night. And then Melanie wants Yoko for $6.99. Yes, those are the glasses John was wearing when he was killed that tragic night in New York City, right outside of his apartment. All right, I already have it. Okay, great. Now somebody else needs it then. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It's Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection. Rick Wakeman's a Japanese pressing of Obi. Yes, that Rick Wakeman from Yes. Another white label promo Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $15 start. There's that. There is the gatefold cover. There's the original inner sleeve. And it also has, or excuse me, there's the insert. There's the original inner sleeve. And there's something else in here. Maybe an autograph photo. Whoa, what is that? It's a really reflective piece of something. It's just a really trippy thing. That might be something to do with the cover. Do you look at it like this? Oh, yeah, I think it's something you do like this, right? Hold on. How does this work? Do you hold it like this and it does something? Oh, no, I know what you do. You bend it like this and you look down in it. Yeah. I think that's what you do. Oh, wow, yeah. You bend this, you kind of make a cylinder out of it, and then you look down on the cover. I've seen this before. And it gets very psychedelic on you. Yes. All right, so that's a $15 start. Rick Wakeman. All right, that's now up for bid. So is this purple juice. Can we clean out the discount crate before I put them away? Can we clean it out? Godly, Marshall, Moody, $6.99 each. $9.99's Neil, John Cale, Little Steven, Loverboy, Cars 14, Beatles 19. That's all that's left. That's all that's left in there. That's it. All right, let's go into the new one. We got Paul and Laura and John. Well, John was gone when I was here. I'm assuming he's here. I actually texted him and told him to please start cleaning up this area over here, which I think is also a project we're all going to be working on next couple. Boy, it's weird still being daylight outside. I guess yesterday was the longest day of the year, right? Every time I peek up front, I'm used to being up front and seeing the light. I just kind of looked up front and seeing it's still daylight in June on Saturday. It's kind of weird still seeing that much daylight out there. Joe DeGaldo says he'll take the Beatles for $19.99. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. That's sold to him for $19.99. Final call to get a bid on Rick Wakeman. Let's go ahead and put up some other LPs for auction here. I'm going to go ahead and sell Laura Vinosky, the Cars. Laura Vinosky, thank you. That's sold to you. You've bought from us before, right? Just say yes or no, I'm a first-time buyer, or yes, I'm a first-time buyer, whichever. This is sold to Laura Vinosky for $14.99. Okay, now our next LP that needs to go up for auction, let's try another Japanese pressing over here. And this is going to be Bryan Adams Into the Fire. And Bryan Adams is a $15 start. This is near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Very, very nice. There's that. There's the inserts. There's the cover and obi. And Bryan Adams is a $15 start. Also over here, I have, somewhere I got some more VHS to run. Here is the Black Sabbath Story. Another VHS, the Black Sabbath Story. Looks like at one point it was a rental at Hollywood Video. The Black Sabbath Story, that's going to go up for a $10 start. She's bought before. Thank you and welcome back. What I was saying is there was already a great selection of stuff here to go through. There was one more post I made at noon, and Tanner Tanner said, I'm going to need your help on this. This is crazy. I made a post about 5 boxes of CDs for $6.99, ones that we had shown here live already, and he says, I think we've sold probably half of these, if not 2/3. And I think it's going to take 2 people going through the comments. And I learned something quickly. There was people commenting on the photo and then people commenting on the main thread. And it's going to take 2 of us probably on the desktop version to go back and cross-check comments to see who was first and then have them go and find them and then stack them in the right order. So if you bought something out of that post, thank you. But I've learned my lesson. We might need to limit it to 1 box, 1 photo. 1 box, 1 photo. That might be best. So here we go. These are going to be buy it now best offer, new vintage records. And I think honestly they may be new vintage records. But we're going to go ahead and take offers. It's Saturday night. And let's try to get a bunch of this sold. First is the raspberries. How cool is this? It's the die-cut cover that looks like a bushel of raspberries. That's $29.99. There's the raspberries. The Rolling Stones Love You Live. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for the Rolling Stones. Love You Live. That's available. No condition notes. A little bit of wear on the jacket there and along the top. We also got Ricky Lee Jones. $9.99 on Ricky Lee Jones. And Heart, self-titled. Heart is $19.99. Heart has the original inner sleeve, $19.99 on Heart. And we also have Jim Croce Down the Highway. Jim Croce is $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors has the original inner sleeve. Warner Brothers Records, very clean, $34.99 on that. And Chicago Transit Authority Live. Chicago Transit Authority Live in concert, $9.99. So Rick Wakeman, Bryan Adams are $15 buy it now, no bids. And the Black Sabbath VHS is a $10 buy it now. Stephen Parton on Heart for $15. Thank you, Stephen. That's so to you for $15. And the best of Jimmy Reed. Jimmy Reed is $26.99. That's on this black VJ label, $26.99 on that. And the Best of the Ventures. That's a 2LP, $19.99. Best of the Ventures. Also, Ted Nugent, $14.99. George Jones on the Bryan Adams for $15. Rick Wakeman's also a $15 buy it now. And the Black Sabbath VHS is a $10 buy it now. Just saying. Those are all available. Let me go ahead and push some of this stuff away and tag it and put it away. So George on the Bryan Adams for $15. Susie was second. Black Sabbath's going right over here. Let me go ahead and sleeve up Mr. Rick Wakeman, even with the reflective cylinder. Figured that would buy somebody in with that reflective cylinder on that. Pretty cool. The Ventures is $19.99. It's a 2LP, Best of the Ventures. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Just saying. Here's this. I'm going to put Rick Wakeman right over here. And Chris Kirkley, we're going to sell him to Chicago for $6. And the Ventures is $19.99. And we got Walt Disney's Fox and the Hound, a picture disc. Walt Disney Fox and the Hound, $19.99. Next thing I have is David Bowie's Young Americans. David Bowie, and I think this is the one that other night we had in that Hatchet Ed crate that I was like, where did this come from? It didn't have a price. It's a 79 US VG Plus condition. David Bowie's Young Americans, a $25 start. It's a 79 reissue. The Ventures is sold to John Darden, and over on Twitch, he's known as Mega Blast 9. So that is 14. Sold to him. Susie on the Fox and the Hound. And then I've got back-to-back here, Dick Clark radio broadcast. This one's from July 7th, 1982. It's $39.99. And then this one is from July 3rd, 1982, and those are $39.99. There's David Bowie, a $25 start on Mr. Bowie. And now our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing over here. I got a Japanese pressing of Santana, and Santana is Shango. It's in shrink with Obi, and it's a $25 start. Brent says, I'm back for more dreams. Good. We just showed more John Williams. We just showed some John Williams records earlier. You missed it. Still waiting for you to buy one. There's the original inner sleeve. There's Shrink and Obi. And Santana, a $25 start. RPM, Phonogenic, and this is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton's $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Ricky Skaggs, Sweet Temptation. Ricky is $14.99. And the Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn. Moody Blues is $14.99, 7th Sojourn. Poco, Crazy Eyes. Poco is $9.99. Also Elvis, Moody Blues, Shrink, Hype, Blue Vinyl, $34.99. And then over here we got Foreigner, Head Games. Foreigner's $19.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick It To Me. Graham Parker's in Shrink, $9.99. And Styx, Paradise Theater, Styx Paradise Theater is $19.99 with the etching. First, Brent Robley on RS, and RS was for Ricky Skaggs. Dr. Zebo on the Peter Frampton for $7. That's sold to him for $7. And then also, thank you, we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits 2, Volume 2, Physical, Xanadu, $9.99. And guys, somebody actually claimed that picture disc right off the bat. No bid on Bowie, looking for a $25 start. No bid on Santana, looking for a $25 start. Next thing I have here to put up is actually a Kiss. I'm going to put two together here. These are two Kiss DVDs. This is Kiss Cattails, and Kiss the Vintage. 2 Kiss DVDs, Cattails and Kiss the Vintage, and those are going to go up for a $15 start. How much was Foreigner? Head Games was no condition notes, $19.99. Does have the original inner sleeve. Debbie first is Mary Miles on Poco for $7. That's sold to Mary Miles for $7. And then Debbie Winstead did get Olivia Newton-John. Thank you. Over here we got Nuggets Volume 11. Great compilations. Nuggets Volume 11. Pop Vault Part 4. $24.99 on that. Chris Frazier on Croce. Jim Croce is, I'll do that one for 10, Chris. I'll do Croce for 10. It was $14.99. And then over here is Chicago 17. Chicago 17 is $14.99. Brent needs to put back old Ricky Skaggs. No problem there. Let's put that back in the bin. This is still available if anybody wants it, $14.99. It's on the Sugar Hill label. Very clean. $14.99 on that. Next is Stephen Parton on Foreigner for $15. Thank you, Stephen. That's so to you. And then we have Dick Dale. Dick Dale's a little bit harder one to get. Yep. Do you still have cream Japanese? I do. I do have that. The Guess Who, that's one of our probably only $35 Japanese pressings left. That is the great compilation of the best of the Guess Who, $17.99. All right, Santana's a $25 buy it now, and the 79 Bowie VG Plus Young Americans is also a $25 buy it now. Young Americans. Bum, 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 bum. That's what the saxophone sounds like. That's my best David Bowie impersonation. This is a buy it now for $25. And so is Bowie, Young Americans. Okay, and then over here, Chris Frazier said Croce sold. Croce is sold for $10 to Chris Frazier. And then Moody Blues, Blaine Zapnick, $10. Blaine Zapnick, $10. Sold Blaine Zapnick. So we got Guess Who 13, Guess Who 12, and we'll sell it for the 13 to Dr. Zebo. He was first and highest. And Melanie gets the David Bowie for $25. She hands them down. Hands them form. That's sold. And these 2 Kiss DVDs are a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now for those. The Graduate soundtrack, that is $19.99 for the Graduate soundtrack. And the Blues Project, this is $19.99. This is one of the few labels that's on that Sounds of the South label. You hear me talk all the time about Leonard Skinner. This is about the only other thing on that label, and this is $19.99. The original project, the original Blues Project, $19.99. That's now what for bid. All right, our next thing I have over here is, guess what? Another Japanese pressing. You're probably like, no way, Chad. No way. Here we have, and this is Venus and Mars, a $35 start. This is a good one because I think it's complete. Venus and Mars is a $35 start. $35 start. It feels like there's 3 pounds worth of inserts inside of it. Let's see here. We got poster. We got rhythm and sound catalog. We have poster. We have original inner sleeve. And it's a gatefold jacket. We got insert. And nice gatefold jacket with Obi. Nice. Listen to what the man said. Anytime, any day, you can hear the people say. That's a good one. And then also, you gave me the answer. $35 start. $35 start. Robert Barnett, second on Bowie. Second on Bowie. That's already been claimed. Next thing I have over here is 2 more Kiss DVDs. We have Kiss, a lot. Think about all the Kiss fans that's not watching right now, what they've already missed tonight. They have no idea what's going on. We got Kiss, The Lost Concert, 1976, and Kiss Animalized, Live Uncensored. 2 more Kiss DVDs, a $15 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. What shall that next auction be? Drum roll, please. That next auction is going to be old Joe Cocker here. No condition notes. Delta Lady. Joe Cocker. Clean. Nice. Original inner sleeve. Clean vinyl. The name of it's called Joe Cocker. $15 start on that. $15 on the Kiss DVDs. $35 on Paul McCartney. Here is the Bruce Springsteen box. The box has quite a bit of wear and tear. No condition notes on the vinyl or inserts, complete with inner sleeves and book. $49.99. $49.99. Brad, $15 start on the 2 Kiss. $2.15 on that. And then over here, we have next, we have Dave Matthews Band. That's weird to see in a John crate. $49.99. Dave Matthews Band. And this is what? Big Whiskey and the Grow King. $49.99 on that. And we have Rockets. That is $9.99. Rockets. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Even Led Zeppelin. And Led Zeppelin is $64.99. It's a 1975 pressing. 1975 pressing, Led Zeppelin 3. Very beautiful disc. And just so you know, I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've gone through this crate. I'm assuming John was here today. I texted him and said, please work on cleaning this area up over here, which looks like somebody has started. It's quite an undertaking. I was about to last night, like at 4 a.m., and I thought if I start on this, it'll be 10 o'clock before I'm done or even get a dent made. And so I kind of have all of his crates over here that hadn't been gone through from the last, I don't know, 2 weeks. I told him, I said, I'm going to try to get back to 0. So next week we'll have everything's gone through and we'll know where we're at. So there's that. It's, sometimes I don't know who's here. I'll text Tanner and I'll say, who's at the store? Because I don't know. Sometimes I'll forget what day it is. I'm like, and I'm the time and scheduling. And I'm like, who's at the store? Do we have stuff priced? Is Laura and Paul there? Is John there? And they always come through, right, Laura and Paul? They always come through. And so does John. They're awfully quiet back there in the back tonight. They're very quiet in the back. Okay, there they go. We got Chris Kirkley on Dave Matthews Band, thank you. And then Kiss is at 20. And then David V wants Rockets. Paul just screamed from the back. And then Led Zeppelin 3, this is $64.99. $64.99. It's a very clean copy. Typically something I would auction, but we've kind of straight priced it. That's about what those been bringing in that condition. All right, McCartney's a $35 buy it now. Wings, technically, complete with all the guts. And the 2 Kiss DVDs are at 20. Corey Ross, you're out. Let's get this in a new sleeve. Great people here. It's good to know when I go to bed. So I guess probably right before Laura started working full time, I'd go to bed sometimes not knowing if we had stuff ready to sell. But I think we got a solid crew. Every night when I leave, I don't have to worry about having stuff ready the next night. There was a time here not too long ago I would leave and I'd be paranoid we wouldn't have anything show the next night. It's like my biggest fear, showing up and not knowing we have anything to sell. Like new stuff, like new auctions, new vinyl, whatever. So, but everybody's here almost on a daily basis now, so it's really good. I can sleep and knowing that I can show up and we're good to go. So Joe Cocker has a bid for 15. He's passing on that. By the way, this is a buy it now best offer, so let's try to get some of these sold. Dennis Yost in the Classic 4, $9.99. Dennis Yost. And what do we have here? No Wave. It's a picture disc compilation. $26.99. Look at that pizza on the back. A pizza picture disc. This has the Stranglers, the Police, UK Squeeze, Clark Kent, Joe Jackson. That's $26.99. And then over here is 77 Sunset Strip, $19.99. 77 Sunset Strip, $19.99. These 2 Kiss DVDs are sold for $20 to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad. That's so to you. If you missed the other 2 earlier, Brad, I still have these. It's called Cattails. Looks like it's a DVD about Peter Criss. And then Kiss the Vintage. Those 2 are available for $20, okay? So those are still available. And let's go ahead and sell Joe Cocker to Catherine, 15. So many great songs on there. Thank you, Catherine. That's so to you for $15. Next is Jose Feliciano. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. Has a Grammy sticker. $9.99. Jose Feliciano. Rita Coolidge, Love Me Again. Rita is $9.99. And what about Oh Poco here? What about Oh Poco? $9.99. Poco. Paul's delivering a crate. Paul is here. He is alive. Glad to see you here. Oh, are these all yours too? Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's just remain calm. Everybody take a deep breath. All right. Thank you. I'll probably see you tomorrow. I want to kind of get in here and work on stuff too, but you know, it's just a lot to do. Yeah, well, and this that's what I was going to show. I got a lot of knives to go through and coins, and I hadn't touched our coin stuff in a month. So, but yeah, if not, then I'm asleep. Okay, okay. All right, thank you. And then will you take 15? Are you talking about these? Yeah, these were 50. This was a $15 buy it now. Yeah. Yeah, if you want these for 15, I'll do it. Sell that to Brad for 15. And next over here is Debbie. She said she'd give Andrew Jackson on the picture disc. Let's sell her that for an Andrew Jackson. Thank you, Debbie. That's so do you. Now we need all new auctions, okay? All new auctions right now. I just got a text from my friend Moose. Golf tomorrow, 9 a.m., White Plains. You're in. My cousin texted me earlier. He said, hey, we're golfing tonight. He said, we're golfing this afternoon at 1 p.m. if you want to come. And then I got invited to 2 golf scrambles. I'm like, guys, friends, I just can't. I wish I could. I've had the golf bug lately, but I've been shut down. All right, let's try a lot, 2 more here. Here is Kiss, Confidential and Extreme Close-Up, and Unauthorized Kiss, DVD bonus footage, and those are going to also go up for a $15 start. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and make it 20. I'm going to throw in the best of the Kiss DVD collection, which is sealed, and I'm going to throw in this DVD of Remedy. Now, this Remedy DVD, this is, I was like, why is this in here? It looks like Ace Frehley was in this movie, Ace Frehley. That looks like him right there. So, I don't know anything about this movie, but I guess it was in the Kiss collection because Ace Frehley played in it. So let's do 4 for 20. Let's do 4 there for a $20 start. And that will be the rest of my Kiss DVDs, except for Kissologies I got over here. I still got Kissologies. Those are a little bit more. So there we have those, okay? And then I'm retired now, so you need temp help, call me. Actually, you crossed my mind, Tony. We're looking for somebody local that wants to come in and watch the sales. That we've had we've had some great candidates lined up. Like we've been on ZipRecruiter, and the last couple people just hadn't worked out. We hoped they would. We had 2 great candidates lined up. But right now, we need somebody local who can come in and help us watch the sales or ship. I don't know, whichever one, but we've struck out with a couple people. I think one person maybe is going to have to move, and we need about 5 more people, right, Laura? Yeah. So Laura's up here delivering the auctions. I'm pacing the floor, saying about how many people we need to hire. And then John, JC, Catherine said that I get JC. JC, Catherine, that was for, what was JC? John, yes. That is Joe Cocker, yes. You got it. New Riders of the Purple Sage, $19.99. New Riders of the Purple Sage. The Guess Who, Botman, Cummins, Cale, Peterson. That is $12.99. The Guess Who. Also, Play Guitar with the Ventures. There we go. More Ventures, $19.99. And Is It Love, Cela Black. And Cela Black is $14.99. Catherine, you did get Joe Cocker, yes. But that's our biggest thing right now. Having somebody come in and watch the sales, it takes, you know, we do 8-hour streams. I don't know how long it takes to knock it out because they watch it. And it really helps when somebody knows records, right? If, you know, because if you hire somebody that doesn't know anything about music, like if you hire somebody that couldn't name you a Beatle or couldn't name you a Led Zeppelin song, it's really hard for them to catch on quickly here because I'll be saying stuff without even showing it on screen, and they're like, what the heck is a Paul McCartney? So it's really good if you get somebody that obviously is very knowledgeable in music, you know, that don't go, what the heck is a John Lennon? Wings, Back to the Egg. Speaking of Paul McCartney, here's another Japanese pressing. It is going to go up for a $25 start. Arrow right through me, $25. But yes, Tony, I'll message you or have Tanner. You'll obviously, you know, I'm a vampire, so you probably come in and talk with Tanner. You'll probably come in and probably talk to him. So, April. No, she just wants to work 2 days a week. She's like, I'm only working 2 days a week, and she don't know who John Lennon is. What are these DVDs? This is Remedy, a movie with Ace Frehley, and then 3 Kiss DVDs. The Best of Kiss DVD sealed, Unauthorized Kiss, and Kiss Confidential. 4 DVDs, a $20 start. Yes, y'all know April well, don't you? 4 Kiss DVDs there, $20 start. 4 DVDs, $20 start. But yeah, Tanner usually does, like when we're hiring somebody brand new, we don't know. Tanner does the interview, and if I ever meet them, I usually say, you know, first time I'm meeting somebody that's going to work here, I usually say, all right, what's your favorite Led Zeppelin song? And if they hesitate, I'm like, hey, this isn't going to work out. We have Simon and Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park. The Concert in Central Park. It's a Japanese pressing. This is the same thing Jerry took his girlfriend to. Don't you remember? The one that he thought she was sneaking around with his cousin Jeffrey. Here it is. The Concert, Paul Simon in Central Park. This is it. It is a gatefold. It's a 2 LP. Look at that. There they are. The Concert in Central Park. Remember, he had to go to Uncle Leo's house and get the tickets, or he had to go to Jeffrey's and Uncle Leo was there. That's a $25 start. So is Paul McCartney. The Kiss DVDs does have a bid for $20. All right, anybody else on this crate? Anybody else here on this crate? I'm just going to read the titles. If you want in, say, Chad, I want in. Give me the rest of the crate. Or no, Chad, I don't want in. Tony would make an excellent fit here at Collectibles. Tony Murphy, he would make an excellent fit here at Collectibles. Smart, trustworthy, knowledgeable. I like hiring people like that. Okay. Oh, as soon as I get done stretching. The Kiss DVDs are at $25. And we're just going to read the titles left in here one more time. Paul has dropped off 3 crates. Laura has dropped off the rest of tonight's auctions. Perfect timing. She always has them done by 7. And we're about to start those. Finish up the Japanese. Plenty of miscellaneous. And I've got 3 Paul crates to go through. We're probably going to go through one more Buy It Now Best Offer. And then we're going to start going through those, okay? Here's what's left in here. If you want a price or if you want to make an offer, let me know. By the way, the Kiss DVDs are at $25 with Brad. Chad Davis, you're out. The Raspberries, the Rolling Stones, Ricky Lee Jones, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, The Best of Jimmy Reed, Nugent, Ted Nugent, the Dick Clark National Music Survey, the Dick Clark National Music Survey, RPM, Elvis, Moody Blue, Graham Parker and the Rumor, Styx, Paradise Theater, Nuggets, Pop, Chicago 17, Ricky Skaggs, The Graduate, Blues Project, Bruce Springsteen, Led Zeppelin 3. I'll go ahead and tell you the price because probably somebody said, do what? It is a 75 press, $64.99 on Led Zeppelin 3. We also have Song, Dennis Yost, 77 Sunset Strip, Jose Feliciano, Rita Coolidge, Poco, New Riders, The Guess Who, Play Guitar with the Ventures, and Is It Love, Cela Black. All righty, time to sell some more auctions. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. If you heard something right in there, then that little speed run, and you're like, whoa, 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 Chad, what was that? Just let me know. We'll bring it back over. Let's go through one more BINBO over here. Let's go through one more BINBO over here. I think it's one I've never gone through before. I haven't, because the record I just made, the first in the crate, would have definitely sold, or at least got an offer. So let's go over here and go through these. Oh no. Let me pull up my news feed over here. Oh no. Oh great. All right, let me call my Vanguard account right quick. Okay, so first thing I have over here is Van Morrison, The Best of Van Morrison, $36.99. The Best of Van Morrison, $36.99. This is available. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The Best of Van Morrison, $36.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Just saying. Okay. Van Morrison. I don't think these have ever been gone through before. We have Andy Summers, Robert Fripp, Advanced Mask. This is $29.99. $29.99, and Jean-Luc Ponty, individual choice. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. $9.99. Also, Saxon Motion, King Curtis. This is $19.99. All right, so these KISS DVDs are sold then to Brad Waits for $25. Thank you, Brad. Those are sold to you. Simon & Garfunkel is a bot now for $25, and so is Wings. So Simon & Garfunkel, the concert in Central Park, this is a $25 bot now. If anybody wants in, let me know. $25 bot now. Concert in Central Park. That is with Obi. It is a gatefold 2 LP. It's a $25 bot now. $25 bot now, Simon & Garfunkel. And then Wings, which is Back to the Egg, it is also a $25 bot now. Also a $25 bot now. Japanese press of Obi, a $25 bot now. All right. Done and done. If that had been 15. Yep, so close. Yet so far away. Okay, so let's go back over here. So George Sherrod was first on Van Morrison, then George Jones, and now we're good to go. And Mary Miles on Ponty for 7. That's so to Mary Miles for 7, and Todd Doris does pick up the Paul McCartney for 25. Nice. All right, let's keep going here. Next thing I have is Jazz Polls winners. This is interesting. $19.99, Miles Davis, Les Brown, Lionel Hampton. And it says includes a 6-page portfolio, which is included. That's a pretty cool record from Columbia. $19.99. Columbia 6-eye Jazz Poll winners, including Miles Davis. $19.99. Orleans, folks, there it is. Orleans, there it is. Waking and Dreaming, $9.99. Orleans, Waking and Dreaming. Voices in the Sky, the best of the Moody Blues, $14.99. Voices in the Sky, the best of the Moody Blues, $14.99. Next thing I have is, you guessed it, a complete collection of Bob Wills. I don't know how complete it is, but I want y'all to look at this. Don't question if Fred Goodwin ever did love Bob Wills. You ready? Simon & Garfunkel, yes, I have that Japanese pressing for a $25 bot now. These are all albums by Bob Wills. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Here we go. First thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A box set. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. These are all Bob Wills. Bob Wills. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. These are all Bob Wills. But wait, there's more. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. But wait, there's more. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That is 37 Bob Wills albums right there. They're all stacked up. You just seen them all. 37. 37 Bob Wills. 37. And the starting bid for 37 Bob Wills records, all from Fred Goodwin's collection, is $55. 37 Bob Wills albums, $55 start. Those are available right now, Bob Wills. And then John Griffin gets the concert in Central Park for $25. All right, we're good to go. Bob Wills is a $55 start. Okay, let's put something back here in the back like this. All from Fred Goodwin's collection. All different. I think it's just maybe one. I think I saw one duplicate maybe. All right, we're doing buy it now best offer. Have we started this crate yet? Yeah, we've already sold the stuff I've shown. Andy Summers and Robert Fripp, I Advanced Max, $29.99. Saxon Motion, King Curtis, $19.99. Where did I get to? Jazz Pole winners were 19. Orleans, that's where I stopped. Moody Blues. There's another concert in Central Park. Okay, so I want to make sure, John Griffin, you wanted the Japanese pressing, right? Because here is a U.S. copy. And this is $24.99. $24.99. Now, Jeremy, there's a U.S. with book. And over here was the Japanese. I sold John Griffin the Japanese for $25. Now, Jeremy, if you want this one, it is available $24.99. Carole King Tapestry. Carole King Tapestry is $24.99. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, Bob Wills lots at $65. Fats hits. Fats Domino, $12.99. So, Jeremy Gallagher, if you want the Simon & Garfunkel in the crate, it's yours if you want it, okay? Let's get back to our auctions. You got Bob Wills. What about some Johnny Cash? This is a record that was tagged for tonight. It's a 62 U.S. reissue, VG, Columbia 2i Mono. Johnny Cash, just a $15 start on Johnny. He's now up for bid. Here's Johnny. Next is the best of King Curtis. That's $19.99. Here's where the shrink, wow, look how the shrink preserved the cover. Look at that. This is why it's good to leave records in shrink like this. Or that's why people want to collect vintage records in shrink. Look how the discoloration hit where it wasn't protected in shrink all those years. King Curtis is $19.99. Everything in here is bought now best offer. Also, we got Cornelius Brothers Sister Rose. Too late to turn back now. That's $19.99. Cash is at $16.17. Brent has all those Bob Wills albums. I think I said 37. 37 Bob Wills albums for $65. It's going to cost $27 to ship them all. Next thing we have is John Cougar Mellencamp. Scarecrow has the hop sticker. I was born in a small town. In shrink, that's $22.99. And Ronnie Dyson, Why Can't I Touch You? $19.99. Sounds like probably because I don't like that title. $19.99. Ronnie Dyson, Why Can't I Touch You? $19.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. $29.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. A rich on her sleeve. What a clean copy. $29.99. Hammers up on the Bob Wills. Brent has those for $65. We're about to sell them. And now the next thing I have is what? I've got two vintage beta tapes here. Two vintage beta Sony Betamax tapes. We got two classics, Raiders of the Lost Ark and Grease. And those are going to go up for a $15 start. Okay? $15 start on those. Here is the songs of Chris Christopherson, $14.99. And Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees, that's $9.99. So cash 16, cash 17, cash 18, cash 20, cash 20, and Jennifer Nito offered 20 on Alice. Jennifer, right now, there's no other offers. I'll split the difference with you, and we'll say 25 on that. We'll say 25 on that, Jennifer. All right, and Brent, I am going to go ahead and take these Bob Wills albums off. Hammer has been dropped, and Brent gets the Bob Wills lot for $65. I've got two more crates full of random Fred Goodwin stuff like this. We're going to be selling off in big lots, okay? Let me first put sticky notes around these, and that's going to fill up like a crate. Now, that's going to expedite our crate fillage tonight because I can't put it all in one crate. So let me start here. I'm going to put a sticky note there, and all these are sold. Now, of course, Brent, you know how Fred stuff is. It's all usually VG Plus, EX or better if it came straight off his shelves. These came straight off his shelves, and of course, they hadn't been cleaned or processed, but they are good to go. All right, there's those. That's almost a whole crate full of Bob Wills. Let me add a few more in here, and then I'm going to start a new crate with more Bob Wills. A bunch of those were sealed. I bet 5 or 7 were sealed. All right, there's crate number 2 tonight. And let's get a new one. And the first part of this crate is going to be the rest of the Bob Wills collection. All right, there we go. I think I saw some Bear Family in there and some of those cattle. What's that other label? They do rare transcriptions and stuff like that. Very, very cool. I've got more. I'm going to try to go ahead and do. They've actually been over here. Paul made these up for me when they sorting records. When you go through Fred's collection, which we still got thousands stored here. We still got thousands stored. When you go through Fred's collection, you know, we were pulling stuff straight off the wall and putting it in a tub. And he had everything in alphabetical order. So when we first started getting these, you would get to an artist like when we first bought his collection 5 years ago and we sold off the stuff like Johnny Cash, you know, he probably had 140 different Johnny Cash albums. And of course, we've been selling his records now for 6 years. And as y'all see, we're still selling them. So that's what happens when you have 100,000 albums. It takes years to sell them. That's also what we tell people when they have these huge collections. Some people will have these huge record collections and they'll call us and we're like, hey, you got to understand, we're about to put a lot of money into these and it's going to take us years to sell them. Years and years. 100,000 albums, processing them on a daily basis, multiple people. It's been a big undertaking. 6 years later, we're still selling Fred's collection. Unbelievable. Rest in peace, Fred. He just recently passed away. Buddy Cordova, she's passing on Alice Cooper. So Jennifer is passing actually. So Buddy, if you want that for $25, just say sold. Jetstream got Carly Simon. And now the Johnny Cash is at $26 with Moses. The fabulous Johnny Cash, $26 on that. If anybody wants these 2 beta tapes, they're $15. Grease and Raiders. Where's Michael Rudolph at when I need him? Okay. And then here is Heat Wave, Hot Property. Heat Wave is $9.99. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind. This looks like a UK or German copy, kind of like the one we had in the flip video. Yeah, another German press Bob Seger, $19.99. And ooh, Simon & Garfunkel Bookends. And this one has the poster. This one has the poster with it. Simon & Garfunkel Bookends, $19.99 on that. The Alice Cooper is pending to Buddy Cordova. It was marked $29.99. Somebody offered $20. I countered at $25. Then they actually passed. They already have it. And now it's up to Buddy Cordova, and he said he would take it for $25. He was actually going to offer $27. Simon & Garfunkel with that really cool poster is sold to Stephen Parton. And now there's a final call on Johnny Cash. And let's go ahead and revisit. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, here's the next country artist. I got a bunch of this man right here. Oh, man. And let me figure out where they stop and start. All right, there's not going to be as many big lots as the one we just had, but this one's several here. This is Cowboy Copus. Some of these are on Star Day, too. Star Day, Cowboy Copus. Another one. That looks like an older one there. That looks like a reissue. This one looks like an older one. Yeah. This is a very collectible country label here. Star Day. That's in like VG Plus condition. Mr. Country Music, Cowboy Copus. Not bad. Nice jacket. That's a very collectible country label. Star Day, especially for albums. So there's 2 Cowboy Copus, 3 Cowboy Copus, 4 Cowboy Copus, 5 Cowboy Copus, 6 Cowboy Copus, those 2 were sealed, 7 Cowboy Copus, also sealed, 8 Cowboy Copus, 9 Cowboy Copus, another Cowboy Copus on Star Day. So what was that, 10 or 11? Cowboy Copus, a $20 start on those. $20 start on those. Next is Andrew. Bob Seger's been claimed at sticker. You've got dibs, but it would be $19.99. John Griffin. Sorry, I forgot to answer that a minute ago. Voices in the Sky, the best of Moody Blues, is $14.99. Also, Johnny Cash is sold to Moses for $26, and Cowboy Copus has a starting bid of $20, folks. Not bad whatsoever, including some sealed records there. So there's Cowboy. He's up for bid. Next thing I have is, I got a lot of Fred bundles like that to do. Let me jump back over here to the tagged auctions for tonight and speak, since we're doing some Cowboys, let's go ahead and do this 1982 U.S. OG Gloversville press of George Strait, Straight from the Heart. Hadn't seen that one in a while. This is in VG condition. Let's run it for a $25 start. $25 start. George Strait, straight from the heart. That's up for bid, a $25 start. Okay, and then over here we got the new Seekers. The new Seekers is $9.99. And the best of Quincy Jones, the best of Quincy Jones, $19.99. Q, the best of Quincy Jones. Sorry, I got to send one text right quick. One text right quick. Okay, sorry. So Bob Seeger is sold to David V. at sticker. Thank you, David V. Cowboy Copas 20, Cowboy Copas 21, Cowboy Copas 31, Cowboy Copas 32. George Strait does have a bid for 25. Hot chocolate, everyone's a winner. Hot chocolate is $14.99, and the Impressions Greatest Hits is $29.99. The Impressions Greatest Hits. I just heard the front door. Hopefully it's somebody that's supposed to be in here. And then over here, we got George Strait at 25 of Cody Wright. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., Simon and Garfunkel, that's $14.99. So Cowboy Copas is at 32. Now George Strait's at 30. So the Cowboy Copas lot is at $32 of Robert Warner. John Durden, you're out. Andrew Hawkins on HC for 10. That's hot chocolate. I'll go ahead and sell that to you right now for 10. Thank you, Andrew Hawkins. And then we have Carole King Speed Time. Carole King is $14.99. And the exciting Connie Francis, there she is. Where is Tracy Soinger at is the question. Right, Tanner? It was Tanner. I was right. Hey, can you reset this where it works? I didn't want to try and cut something off. We have Judy Garland. Judy Garland is $9.99. And Julie London. There we go. We got all the female vocalists there for you. Looks like we've been in Fred's female vocalist collection. Fred had a shelf in his living room. It had about 11,000 records, and it was all male and female vocalist. All male and female vocalist. And that was one of the last things he never did want me to take. It was some of his favorite music. It was, Julie London and all the Sinatra stuff and the Rat Pack. And those were in his living room. They were right next to him. That's the stuff he loved, the female vocalist stuff. I'm not saying these are from Fred's collection, but did they have his name on any of them? But there's a good chance they were. There's a really good chance. I hadn't seen us buy anything like that lately, but who knows at this point. And then over here, we have George Strait at $31. And then we got Judy Collins. Judy, which one here? Who did we have? We had Connie, we had Julie and Judy. We got Kelly Vladerchik on Judy Garland. And then Julie London sold to William APM. George Strait at 35. And then Sherry has that. Cody's out. What about Cowboy Copas? Cowboy Copas. I didn't hear back from John Durden. Robert, it's a final call to you for $32, okay? $32. This is $32 right here. And then Flippers Lips Inc. That has Funky Town on it. $14.99. Lips Inc. Funky Town. And 36 Degrees of Billy Paul featuring me and Mrs. Jones. That's in shrink with a hype sticker. $34.99 on that. All right, so Robert, you do get the Cowboy Copas lot. That's sold to Robert Warner for $32. Thank you. Let's get some sticky notes around those for the taggers. That's all these Cowboy Copas here, sold to Robert Warner for $32. That's the best way for us to sell stuff like this. Putting all these out individually, we just, it's best to just get them in a big bundle. It makes sense for us at that price point, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we've been selling a lot of Fred stuff. What is the album with the newspaper cover, and do you have one? The newspaper cover, the first one that comes to mind, you're probably talking about Jethro Tull. There's a Jethro Tull. It's called Thick as a Brick. It opens up like a newspaper. I don't have one right now where I can go to it, but they come through quite often. Sherry Darnell gets George Strait for $35. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, I'm back, and we have Lip Sync. This is sold for $10 to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen. That's sold to you. Next is Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. Ray Parker Jr. is $9.99. Ray Parker Jr. and the Magnificent Maria Makeba, $12.99. All right, I think I got another country lot to do, and then let's mix in some other tagged auctions for tonight. I've got Mr. Ernest Tubb, I think, coming up next. This is what I was doing last night after the sale. I was sorting through these and getting lots ready. So here's Ernest Tubb. Ernest Tubb. Yeah, Fred wrote his name sometimes on the back. Like, all these definitely came from Fred's collection. But if you ever get a record from us and it says Fred Goodwin, he would write when he bought it and where he bought it. But, like, some of these don't have writing. 100% these came from his collection, but his name isn't wrote on these so far. Nope, none on these. But these are all Ernest Tubb. All Ernest Tubb. We have 1 Ernest Tubb. We got 2 Ernest Tubb, 3 Ernest Tubb, 4 Ernest Tubb, 5 Ernest Tubb, 6 Ernest Tubb, 7 Ernest Tubb, 9 Ernest Tubb. 9 Ernest Tubbs are a $20 start. Our next Japanese auction is Duran Duran Arena. Duran Duran is going to go up for a $35 start. Duran Duran. The next crate I have coming up is a Paul crate, by the way. Laura's working on marking some stuff right now. Monday night is going to be Kiss. The first wave of Kiss auctions are coming Monday night, just FYI. I've also asked Laura to pull out a few other things to mix in. It's not going to be just all Kiss, but we're going to have a few other things. But there will be a ton of Kiss auctions because, we can only keep one Kiss auction going at the same time. Otherwise, it get confusing. But, yeah, look forward to that on Monday night. Ernest Tubbs, a $20 start. There is Duran Duran for a $35. And we have what? Japanese. I'll read off some titles in just a second. Let's finish up this crate of best offer. There is Mallow Dose. Mallow is $29.99. The Judy Garland Story, Volume 2. Judy Garland is $9.99. And the Teenagers, nice, $19.99. Of course, that's a reissue on the Teenagers. The OG pressings of that are really tough to get. Frankie Lyman, that's $19.99. The Teenagers. Also, Art Garfunkel, Angel Clare, $9.99. And Paul Simon is $19.99. Kelly Vlodarchek wants another Judy Garland. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then our next auction is a Japanese VHS of Deep Purple. Deep Purple rises over Japan. It's a Japanese VHS, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Ernest Tubb lot has a bid for $23. Do you have a Wizard of Oz soundtrack in stock? No, I used to have a Wizard of Oz sheet music thing right over here next to me. I think we finally sold it, though. Yeah, I had a Wizard of Oz sheet music thing over here, but I have actually already, either I've put it out for sale in the store or we sold it. Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations, that's $19.99. Billy Joe 52nd Street is $14.99. And Janis Joplin Pearl. Unfortunately, Terry wrote his name on the cover. Other than that, the vinyl's clean, $34.99. And we have Jethro Tull Aqualung sitting on a park bench, $19.99. Jethro Tull. Linda Ronstadt, living in the USA, is $9.99. Going through a lot of vintage stuff here. A lot of vintage stuff we're going through here. First, Chad's going to drink some blue juice. I love blue juice. I mean purple juice. I mean purple. I haven't had blue all week. Nice. It tastes pretty good. It's not as good as blue juice though, because it's loaded. Blue juice is loaded with sugar. That's why I like those so much. Gotta stay away with sugar. Love Revisited. Love is in shrink. No condition notes, $44.99. We got Huey Lewis for $19.99. We got Lulu Melody Fair for $14.99. There it is. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Nice clean copy of Janis. And Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her, $39.99. Booker T and the MGs. Looks like somebody's laminated the cover. I don't think it was made like that. Looks like the cover's been laminated. $39.99. All right. So Ernest Tubb is at 25, now 26. Duran Duran's a no bid. Live Duran Duran. Hungry Like the Wolf, Rio. That's a $35 buy now on Duran Duran. Let me clear up my no bid pile and try to get some stuff sold. I'm going to read out loud some of the Japanese titles that have never been put up for auction. And then a little bit later, I'll show the stuff that's already been put up for auction that are buy it nows. But here's Duran Duran. You can pick it up for a $35 buy it now. That is Arena. Okay, that is Arena. So, first thing we have is Duran Duran, $35. Mike Straws, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Deep Purple for $10. Thank you, Mike Straws. And then let's go ahead and sell Charlie Marks, Head Nut 65 over on Twitch. The Jethro Tull for $15. Thank you, Charlie Marks. And now, are we done on Ernest Tubb? It's up to Greg Beddinger on those. Man, I hadn't even really got into the featured auctions from the night. We got Jeff Healey. We got OG Soundgarden, OG Mr. Big, OG Live. Is Live OG 2012. Neil Young, OG Soundgarden, OG Kiss, Smashes and Thrashes, Zeppelin, Jeff Healey. Just crazy what we have to auction tonight. So here is our next auction. A 1988 USOG Club. It is a misprint. Both labels say side A, but the previous owner indicated which side is B in pen. So the labels are incorrect, but they're both side 1, side 2. It's a full, complete album. Jeff Healey's a $25 start. Jeff Healey's a $25 start. And now Ernest Tubb is at $27. John Darden, you're out. All right, so here's the no bid so far tonight. Duran Duran, $35. Paul McCartney and Wings, Venus and Mars, $35. Santana Shango, $25. Rick Wakeman, $15. And now for a few VHS tapes. VHS, The Black Sabbath Story, $10. Metallica, Live, SHIT, Binge and Purge. San Diego 1 and 2 in Seattle, $15 for the 3. $15 for the 3. 2 live Cinderella bootlegs. Tokyo, Japan, Pro Shot, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 1 cam, 1991, 1987. 2 live complete Cinderella concerts, $15. So 15, 2 Cinderellas, 15, 3 Metallicas. Black Sabbath is $10. Rod Stewart, Absolutely Live, $25. Anthrax is $10, and Motley Crue is $10. Motley Crue Uncensored and Anthrax NISEFUKINVIDIO. Those are $10 each. Okay, so that's the no bid so far tonight. Let's try to get a bunch of those sold. First thing at the top was the following. Ernest Tubb did get a new bid for $27. John Durden says he's out. Jeff Healey got a bid for $25. Brad offered $30 for Duran Duran. You got it. That's so the Brad waits for $30. Next is Jeff Healey, $26. Richard Yeager, you get Booker T for $25. So to Richard Yeager. Jeff Healey, $30. Jeff Healey, $35. Dang it. Travis was going to pay full price for Duran Duran. I actually may have another one. Give me 1 second. I may have another one. Brandon Jones wants the Metallica VHS. And probably next Thursday night or sometime next week, I got a whole complete box set that I will auction. The whole trunk thing, if you know what I'm talking about. So those 3 are sold to Brandon for $15. Cecil gets the 2 Cinderellas. Cecil gets the 2 Cinderellas for $15. Nice bootleg concert footage. Corey was second. Rob and Glenn got Motley Crue for $10. B-Sides got Anthrax for $10. Those are sold and sold. And we got Wade Lucas on Rod Stewart for $20. All right, and then the other 2 VHS were 2 betas. They were 2 beta tapes. Indiana Jones and Grease, 2 for $15. Robin, Motley Crue was, yes, Motley Crue was 10. All right, that just leaves Rick Wakeman 15, Santana 25, and Wings 35. Wings is beautiful. It has book, insert, 2 posters. It's complete. All right, and there's that, and there's that. First thing I'm going to do, we have now accumulated a gigantic pile of sold miscellaneous stuff. So let me go ahead and put that around the corner. That's going to be our first section of that. First section of that. And let's put those right there. Awesome. That's pile number 1 of many tonight, especially when we get into CDs. You gave me the answer. Dun, dun, do. Okay, and then let's look at Jeff Healey again. So this is OG Jeff Healey. It is an 88 US original. This album's not in print. And the last bid was Brandon Lack at $36. Final call. The Ernest Tubb lot is sold. And that was sold to Greg Beddinger for $27. Thank you, Greg. So he gets this Ernest Tubb lot for $27. Thank you. So let's put stickies around those. And this is all in one lot here. And thank you. Those are gone. Boom. Those are sold. Let's get some new stuff. So here's the Japanese that has not been sold. Beatles, 62 to 66. ABBA, Arrival. 24 Karat Deep Purple. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. ABBA's Greatest Hits 2. Paul McCartney again. Tug of War again. And then Wham! Make It Big. Billy Joel, Nylon Curtain. Elton John, 21 at 33. Toto, Isolation. We got Bob Seger, Against the Wind. George Harrison, Dark Horse. Elvis, Special 24. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Beatles, Hey Jude. No Obi. Red Rose Speedway, McCartney. Frampton, I'm In You. And then Ruthless People soundtrack, Beach Boys, All Summer Long. And then we got all the great stuff that's tagged for tonight, including this right here. And we have Fleetwood Mac Self-Titled, and Fleetwood Mac English Rose. And this is a 73 US Terre Haute OG compilation. This is 2 Fleetwood Mac albums in one. 2 Fleetwood Mac albums packaged into one, 2 different discs, a $25 start. $25 start. And then we had 2 offers on Rick Wakeman, 12 and 12. Mike Bartlett was first. Let's sell that to Mike Bartlett for $12. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That is sold to you. Okay? There's that, and there's that. And I'm just going to read what's left in here. This is a best offer crate. The next couple I might do are going to be Paul crates, and those, of course, are all sticker price. Those are all sticker price. Okay? Let's check those out right here. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $15. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $15. Here is a quick read-through in this bin. Andy Summers, Robert Fripp. If you want a price, let me know. Saxon Motion, King Curtis. Jazz Poles Winners, Brubeck, Miles Davis. Orleans, Waking and Dreamin'. We got Simon & Garfunkel Concert in Central Park. Carole King Tapestry, Fats Domino, The Best of King Curtis. Cornelius' Brother, Sister Rose. John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow. Ronnie Dyson, Songs of Christofferson. Heat Wave, Voices in the Sky, The Best of Moody Blues, $14.99. The New Seekers, The Best of Quincy Jones. The Impressions' Greatest Hits, Simon & Garfunkel. Carole King, Connie Francis, Billy Paul, Ray Parker Jr., Malo, Miriam Makeba, The Teenagers, Art Garfunkel, Paul Simon. Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations, Billy Joel 52nd Street, Janis Joplin Pearl, Linda Ronstadt, Living USA, Love Revisited, Huey Lewis Sports, Lulu Melody Fair, and Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, $34.99. All right, so this is sold for $36 to Brandon Lack. $36 to Brandon Lack. Thank you, Brandon, on that. All right, I've got another country lot here. First one is from this man right here. He's got several albums in the crate, and I'm going to pull these out right here. And where does he start? He starts right here. Okay, and here's another classic country artist, and we got a big selection of his inventory of his albums, and these are all by Hank Snow. Hank Snow here. So let me count them, and then we're going to put them up for auction. Hank Snow, there is 1, There is 2. There's 3. There's 4 Hank Snows. Make that 5 Hank Snows, 6 Hanks, 7 Hanks, 8 Hank Snow, 9 Hank Snow, 10 Hank Snow, 11 Hank Snow, 11, that one's sealed, and 12. So 12 Hank Snow albums, $20 start. Those are now up for bid. Price on John Cougar Scarecrow, that was right back here, and JC Scarecrow was right here, and JC Scarecrow was right here. What happened to it? JC Scarecrow right here. This is in shrink with hype, $22.99. $22.99. And then Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, I would do this for $30. Janis is $34. We sold one out of New Arrivals, I think, the other night. I'll do that for $30. And then over here is Teenagers. That is $19.99. $19.99. $19.99. Teenagers on the roulette label. Hank Snow, I think I just said a $20 start. And the Fleetwood Mac is a no bid. 2 albums in one. Bluesy Fleetwood Mac. 1 album, 2 albums, just $25. That is now a buy it now. Surely somebody will buy that. $25. That is available. I'm going to put it right over here, okay? Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Elton John's 21 at 33. It is a Japanese pressing. Elton John 21 at 33. It's also a white label promo. It's also a white label promo. Very nice vinyl. Elton John is a $15 start. It has Obi and it has the insert. Elton John is a $15 start. $15 start on Elton John. That's now up for bid. The Teenagers is sold to Edmund for $15, and Donna said she'll take John Cougar. Sold. Okay? Done. Next thing I have is a new crate of new arrivals. Elton John has a bid for $15. Next most miscellaneous thing I have over here to sell is another let's do Dio first. I got Dio Time Machine DVD, or excuse me, Dio Time Machine VHS. Dio Time Machine. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And let's go through our first crate of new arrival stuff. You ready, Tanner?
Ready.
New arrival stuff. New arrival stuff. This is a crate that Paul marked, and they have never, ever been gone through before. They're new arrivals and their sticker price. New arrivals and their sticker price. Hope everybody's ready. Paul is bound to be putting some good stuff out, and Laura's working on marking some stuff right now. It's going to be a great night to be watching. It's only 7:44 Central Time. We got 17, I think I said 17. However many Hank Snow albums, a $20 start back there, and that is a final call. All right, so let's go right here. Let me open this up. Okay. These are all new arrival sticker price. What could be in here? Final call on Elton John. We have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. This is on black vinyl. And Paul says, if you've never listened to King Gizzard, his note says this is a great intro to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. It's called Aluminium something something. But there it is. That is $39.99. $39.99. Also, we have Deftones Around the Fur. Deftones is $29.99. Deftones Around the Fur. And American Teen, Cali Deed. Cali Deed is $14.99. Dio is at $10. Dio is at $10. And we have B-Sides and Michael Salazar. Elton John has a new bid for $16. And Sherry Darnell said she'll take the Fleetwood Mac for $25. William APM strikes first in the crate. He gets the Deftones. If anybody wants all the Hank Snow albums, they're a buy it now for $20. So you have a chance right now to buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Hank Snow albums is my count. Those are a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on Hank Snow. If anybody wants those, they are available, Tanner. And then over here is Weezer, the Red Album. Weezer's a 2016 pressing. That's $24.99. And David is back in on Elton at 17. Linkin Park Meteora. Linkin Park is a 2024 clear with red and gold splatter. $29.99. That's what that looks like. We still got this album in print. This one's a little bit cheaper, just a nice pre-owned copy. Linkin Park, $29.99. That is available. I have become so numb. Okay, first thing is Cyclone Doug gets the Hank Snow lot for $20. Hank Snow lot, that is sold to him for $20. Let's put some sticky notes around those. This is going to be a great crate, folks. Hope everybody's paying close attention now. We've got Linkin Park and King Gizzard, and we're also auctioning Hank Snow. That's the kind of variety we have here. We're doing classic country from a time of the past, and we're doing Linkin Park, also from a time of the past, but still active and producing music. Dio is at 15, and then Robert Barnett, first on Weezer, the Red Album. Space Orca, 8818, that's Kelly Vlodarchek on Weezer. And then, on Linkin Park. Dustin next on Weezer, Courtney next on Lincoln, now Dio's at 16. Henry's Choice, you're out on Elton. David has it for 17, and that's going once, going twice. Okay, next auction is going to go up. It's Pink Floyd Relics. Now, this is a record that John had straight priced. I gave it to Laura. I said, let's do further research. I want the exact pressing, and I want you to clean it, and let's get it ready. And she says, this is a Belgium press, and there's no year given on Discogs. We just know it's a Belgium pressing on Super Sounds, Music for Pleasure, of Pink Floyd Relics. It has that, I believe what was attended the original artwork. You'll see Relics with 2 or 3 different covers. The U.S. version has a kind of a different cover. The U.S. reissue does than this cover. It's really nice, though. It's near mint. Relics is a $35 start. The Dio VHS is at $16 of B-sides. We're about to drop the hammer. Okay, next is Jimmy Eat World Futures. Jimmy Eat World looks like it does have a little bit of a seam split. However, it's sealed, a 2016 pressing, $39.99 on Jimmy Eat World. We still got Callie Deed and King Gizzard Lizard Wizard. And Hiram says, very true on King Gizzard. It has metal, it has Psych, it has Prog. Waiting for somebody to buy that. And Queens of the Stone Age. I've never seen a music on vinyl pressing. Lullabies to Paralyze, Queens of the Stone Age. We believe it's an unopened music on vinyl press, $39.99. So essentially near mint either way. Yeah, I've never seen those. Those must have been those are definitely out of print since I've been selling vinyl. So, oh, sorry, I'm stretching right now. Oh, quick stretch, back up. Okay, and then Kelly Vlodarchek on Jimmy Eat World. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. That's Space Orca 8818 on Twitch. The Dio VHS is sold for $16. Pink Floyd's a $35 start, and Elton John is sold to David for $17. Nice. Nice. Chipping away at that Elton John discography, eh, David? I wonder if any of those 90s albums are available on Japanese vinyl in his 2000. I wonder how many are out there with Obies, like all those 90s albums and stuff like that. I bet there's some. I bet some of his discography from the 90s, if it does exist with Obies, I bet those are rare, like hundreds of dollars rare. I've never seen them. Queens of the Stone Age is sold to Gregory Roberts, and let's get another auction going. Let's finish out the rest of this tub from Fred. I think this one's a little bit more mixed. This could have a little bit of everything in it. This is just a lot of country and other stuff from Fred. We have an anthology of country music, Jimmy Rogers, country stars of the past, Hank Thompson, Frankie Miller, Ernest Tubb. We got a few Billy Crash Craddocks. I got a couple of, I got Sammy Smith. Then here's a random Julie London, Dorothy Loudon, Columbia retailer sampler Walter Cronkite, Future Sound. That's a bizarre record. And then I Can Hear It Now from Columbia, 1919, 1932. So that's a lot of randomness there. Just a lot of random Fred records from his collection. 3, 6, 11 records there. We'll say another we'll say a $20 start for 11 records there. And Jimmy Rogers there on top. Final call on Pink Floyd. Gregory does not need Queens of the Stone Age. So that music on vinyl pressing is going back in here. If anybody wants it, it's $39.99. Moving right along, we have a 2015 teal vinyl pressing. And this is $39.99. And this is Run the Jewels 2 with Gangsta Boo Verse. With Gangster Boo Verse. That's the note on the back from Paul. It's on that colored vinyl, and Run the Jewels is $39.99. Also, Jeff Lynne's ELO from Out of Nowhere. Jeff Lynne is sealed, just $24.99. And King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard again. This one's on blue with red splatter, $29.99. Pink Floyd can be bought for a $35 buy now, less than what it was going to be stickered for in the crate. I just figured that was so nice, it was worthy of an auction. So $35 buy now on that. Those Random Fred record lot back there for a $20 start. I will put up Bruce. I will find it. Unfortunately, though, I don't think it has an Obi. So I should have said that. I don't think this one has an Obi. I'm still going to start it. No, it may. Hold on a second. I'm still going to start it for $15. Bruce is a $15 start. Yeah, it does have Obi. Nice. So let's see if we can get it back on the cover. We're going through a great Paul crate here of new arrivals. All kinds of great auctions to be had tonight. Let me see if I can get this back on the cover. If not, then I'll let that be up to y'all. Yeah, this one might be a booger to get back on. So it does have the Obi. You're just going to have to do some surgery. You're going to have to be very patient, try to get it back on there. So that's a $15 start. Mark Riley wants this King Gizzard. That was Naganagon, and that's so to Mark Riley. Thank you. And let me swap out crates because we've just filled up another one. That happens fast when you're selling 20 and 30 record lots at a time. So that's crate number 3. That's sold. And let's start filling up crate number 4 tonight. Moving some vinyl. And Bruce is 15. It does have a bid. Going through a great new arrivals crate here. I've got David Bowie, Never Let Me Down. That's a remaster. It is opened and shrink, but near mint. It is $19.99. $19.99. And let's go ahead and get another auction going. And the next auction I have is the very incredible here, U2's Joshua Tree. U2 Joshua Tree is a OG, whoops, sorry, I smacked the camera. U2 Joshua Tree is an 87 OG specialty press. Just a little bit of cover wear here where the streets have no name. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. It's nice. It's a $35 start, With or Without You, Bullet to Blue Sky, God's Country. It is such a great album. $35 start on Joshua Tree. Space Orca, Kelly Wlodarczyk on David Bowie. Thank you. That is sold to you. And I'm going to go ahead and make this Fred bundle. 11 random records here, $20. Jimmy Rogers, Billy Crash Craddock, Julie London, Robert Cronkite, some spoken word. Just a random assortment of records there. $20 buy it now if anybody wants those. All right, back to the crate here. Ooh, look at that. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, a 2003 remaster with a foil cover. That is $24.99. That's pretty cool looking. And this is, looks familiar, the Horrors Primary Colors. The Horrors is a 2009 Euro import, a shoegaze indie record. That is $29.99. Final call on Bruce for a $15 start. The Joshua Tree is a $35 start. And the next thing I have over here in the VHS tapes is Metallica, the 1999 home video, Cliff 'Em All. Metallica, the 1998 home video, Cliff 'Em All. Metallica is going to go up for a $10 start. That's up for bid. Amanda Darby on the Rolling Stones. There was a Julie London record. Yeah, I figured somebody would buy it for that. I mean, that's usually the price for all these is sometimes what we sell the Julie London for. That got randomly mixed in there. Let's pull her out and see which one it is. It's this one right here, Make Love to Me. And it is on this Liberty label. And it's in VG or less condition. It's definitely a check condition record. Probably why we put it in the lot. Yeah, probably why she didn't get put out individually. It's VG, maybe even less on Julie London. Just FYI. So all these records are being sold together for $20. So $20 for everything there in that lot. There's 11 records, $20. Metallica 10, Metallica 10, Metallica 12. And then here is Pianos Become the Teeth. The Lack Long After. Pianos Become the Teeth is a 2001 Translucent Amber. It's a hardcore post-rock album. $29.99 on that. Over here is Bruce Springsteen, and this is sold to David Johnson. One bid for $15. Boy, and as soon as I said that, Carol says, Chad, what is the Bruce? Oh my gosh. It is sold to David Johnson for $15. I was waiting for bids for $20, then $25, then $30. David just got that for $15. And then U2 is a buy it now, another no bid. U2 is a buy it now for $35. An 87 U.S. specialty press, a $35 buy it now. Believe me, I would have took more bids on Bruce for sure. And then Joshua Tree is a buy it now for $35. An 87 U.S. specialty original, a $35 buy it now. It is available. 87 OG specialty press. That's going over here with a no bid Pink Floyd for $35. Metallica's at $15. New auctions are to go up right now. The next new auction I have is Charles Mingus. And Charles Mingus is a 74 US OG white label promo VG Plus condition. Reincarnation of a lovebird. Charles Mingus is a $15 start. Also, we have, this looks like Baroness. It is. It's gold and gray. Baroness on pink and blue vinyl with an etching. $29.99. And then Michael Hamburger does get U2 for $35. That's sold to Michael Hamburger for $35. Mingus has a bid for $20. The Metallica Cliff 'Em All VHS Phantom Canuck has it for $15. That is going once and now going twice. The next thing I have over here is a quick buy it now. These are 3 records, all autographed by Rex Allen Jr. 1, 2, and 3, all from Fred's collection. A $10 buy it now. 3 albums signed by country artist Rex Allen Jr. Those are a $10 buy it now. $10 buys all 3. That's $3.33 a piece. Mark Stanley on Baroness. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Mingus has a bid for $20. And then over here, we have Foo Fighters. This is $24.99. This is a 2 LP. This has My Hero on it. It's $24.99 for the Foo Fighters. And John Moss, Screen Memories. On multicolored vinyl, that is sealed for $34.99. Stephen Parton on Foo Fighters. That is sold to Stephen Parton. And we have Mingus at $20, a final call. Same thing for the VHS. Next thing over here is Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is really nice. It is near mint minus. It's a $25 start. It also has this Japanese book. It has this Japanese book. It has this Japanese cover. It has this Japanese gatefold. It has this Japanese obi, and it's a $25 start. The Metallica VHS is sold for $15 to Phantom Canuck. That is sold for $15. That's gone. And Evanescence Fallen. Bring me to life. Wake me up. Evanescence is $21.99. Fallen. 180 gram. Black vinyl. And then this is Radiohead, a moon-shaped pool. Radiohead is $24.99 with a note from Paul, one of their best. $24.99 on that. Our next VHS is going to go up right now. And the next VHS we have is Kiss Extreme Close Up. Kiss Extreme Close Up. The history, the facts, the stories. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is David Bowie Pinups, a remaster, 180 gram in shrink, $24.99. David V on Evanescence sold. Jennifer Nito on Radiohead sold. Jeremy Gallagher next on Radiohead. And we have Giant Squid, and this is called Minoans. And Giant Squid is a 2015 orange vinyl, $29.99 on that. What did I say on Paul McCartney? A $35 start? Yeah, Red Rose Speedway, $35 start. That's going twice, going 3 times. Kiss is a $10 start. And Brad Waits is in. And then Charles Mingus is sold. One bid, William APM, just $20 on that. Kiss Extreme Close Up has one bid with Brad Waits for $10. It is now going once, and it is now going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. This is a 1986 US OG Hot Pog, VG with the original under sleeve. OG Bon Jovi, VG, a $25 start. That is now up for bid. Ivan R on Giant Squid. That's sold to Ivan R. And then here we have Sting, Brand New Day. Sting is a 2016 pressing. Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99 for Sting. And we have the Horrors. The Horrors. Looks like a Japanese pressing. $24.99. Sometimes they make these that make them look like Japanese pressings, but I don't think they are. The Horrors is $24.99. And then we have one here. This is John Mayer, Heavier Things. John Mayer is sealed, $27.99. John Mayer, Heavier Things. That is sealed, $27.99. Okay? There's that. Brad Waits Gets Kissed, one bid $10. Sold to Brad Waits. Bon Jovi, a $25 start. If anybody wants McCartney, you can buy Old Paul there. Big Barn Red, that is a $35 buy it now there. $35 buy it now on that. Let's put that away right here. How much was the first King Gizzard? I believe $39. Let me check right quick. Paul here is a $35 start. And I'm about to get into this third crate of Fred Goodwin records. And I think it was more bundles and tagged records like that. So let me see what I got going on over here with this, okay? There's that and there's that. Let's see here. I have... Yeah, this might be a great crate. I don't know how many more, quote, bundles I can make out of here. I like it when it's all the same artist. This crate is just complete randomness. This might be a great crate for us to go through later tonight and just sell everything out of here individually. It'd be hard to make lots out of here. About the only thing I have that I see grouped up here near the end is, let's see here. We got a few country things here. We can call it country lot. Let's see what these are. Yeah, we got like a few here. Probably the last lot out of here. We got Little Jimmy Dickens, Claude King, Grandpa Jones, Grandpa Jones, Grandpa Jones, and Grandpa Jones. So that is 6 total records there, $15 start. Little Jimmy Dickens, Claude King, and then Grandpa Jones. So $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. Bon Jovi, one bid, $25. The first King Gizzard that's in here is $39.99. King Gizzard is $39.99. There's Zach Bryan's Deanne, $19.99 for Zach Bryan. Also, Gorilla's Demon Days, that is sealed for $39.99 with Feel Good Ink. Also, Link Ray and the Ray Men. Link Ray is sealed for $29.99, a new reissue. And then Half Japanese, Bingo Ringo, and this is a 2015 numbered lathe cut with 3 spindle holes. Wow, look at that. This is $54.99, so 3 different spindle holes, so you can, I guess, select which record you want to listen to. $54.99 on that. And we have Childish Gambino, EX $22.99, and then Skip Spence, or a Sunday's reissue. OGs of this are hundreds of dollars. Skip Spence from Moby Grape, and I guess there for a while, Jefferson Airplane, $32.99. Final call on the OG Bon Jovi, one bid, $25. Mark Riley said he will take the King Gizzard Lizard Wizard. That's so to Mark Riley, and those 6 country albums, a $15 start. Our next auction is the Ramones, and we have Ramones End of the Century. The Ramones is a 1980 OG pressing. It is a 1980 OG pressing. The cover does have some wear and tear. The vinyl is VG++/EX. It does have the original under sleeve. The Ramones is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on the Ramones, okay? This crate here is definitely worthy of a recap, not crap. How about a recap? A recap. Let's read through these one more time. And I'm going to drink some purple juice. Luckily, Tanner got my mute button working, so they don't have to hear me all night. All right. There's that. That's that. One more thing here. Give me 1 second. Ramones 25, Bon Jovi 26, Bon Jovi 28, and the country lot has a bid for 15. All right, let's read through these one more time. American Teen, Callie Deed, $14.99, a 2LP gatefold. Queens of the Stone Age, Lullabies to Paralyze. That is a unopened music on vinyl pressing from 2011. $39.99 on that. $39.99 on that. Unopened MOV pressing. Next thing I have over here is Run the Jewels 2. It's on teal colored vinyl from 2015. $39.99 on that. Jeff Lynne's ELO is sealed for $24.99. And we have the Horrors primary colors. The Horrors is $29.99. A 2009 Euro import shoegaze indie, $29.99 on the Horrors. All right, Michael Rudolph, you get the country lot for $15. Thank you. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Those are gone. Appreciate that. Sold. Let's put some stickies around those. The Ramones, as expected, getting lots of bids. OG copy of End of the Century. Does have some cover wear, but the vinyl's not bad. VG++ EX. That just hit $35. We did have a little bit of competition on Bon Jovi at the end, but Brad still got it for $28. Thank you, Brad Waits. Jeff Halsworth also just bid $28. Brad had it for $28. He actually had it for the longest for $25. Yeah, I was about to sell it, but it is now gone. And then over here we have what? Pianos Become Teeth. Pianos Become Teeth is $29.99. 2011 amber translucent colored vinyl. John Moss Screen Memories. That's sealed for $34.99. Also, David Bowie Pinups is still available. 180 gram remaster, $24.99. Khalid. Thank you. Isn't there somebody called Callie D though as well? All right, let's put up another auction. Boy, we got some OGs. We got an OG Soundgarden to run tonight. Crazy. But first, let me go ahead and put this up. This is always a big record. Mr. Big, usually sometimes we can even put up for Thursday night metal night. But here it is right now. It's an 89 US OG Carrollton Club. Original inner sleeve. It does have a little bit of cover wear, but other than that, it's clean. And it's a $55 start for Mr. Big self-titled. Your chance at an OG from 89. Mr. Big, there is the vinyl. There's the original inner sleeve. And Mr. Big is going to go up for a $55 start. That's now up for bid. There's the tag. And then Michael Rudolph, I hope you're still watching. I've been selling off some VHS tonight. I have a couple that didn't sell. We're about to put up for some recap. So hopefully you're still around. But right now, I've got Killer Kiss VHS. Killer Kiss VHS interviews. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. And I'm going to bundle with that one a copy of Detroit Rock City, which I think is that movie somewhat related to Kiss. Detroit Rock City. So 2 VHS there together, a $10 start on those. And then next is Ivan R. on Run the Jewels. Ivan, it is available. Thank you. Mr. Big is a $55 start. Speaking of 55, that's what the Ramones just hit. Sting, Brand New Day. Sting is a 2016 pressing, $29.99. This is the Horrors. That's $24.99 on the Horrors. Also over here, John Mayer, Heavier Things. Sealed, $27.99, a 2015 pressing. Zach Bryan Deanne, that's $19.99. Zach Bryan Deanne and Gorillaz Demon Days. Sealed, $39.99, a 2LP sealed. Also, Link Ray and the Ray Men, that's a sealed reissue, $29.99. And then Half Japanese, this is a 2015 numbered lathe cut with 3 spindle holes, $54.99. Childish Gambino is EX, $22.99. And then Skip Spence or Alexander Spence, EX, $32.99. What a great crate. So over here, Run the Jewels, Ramones Final Call for $55. No bid on Mr. Big. Final Call for $55. Khalid here. And this is, what happened to it? It's right here, American Teen. And this is $19.99. Khalid, and this is 2LP. It's $14.99. American Teen. And then Tim Colino Jr. wants the John Mayer. That's sold to Tim Colino Jr. And then Mr. Big does have a bid for $55. And now these 2 Kiss VHS have a bid for $10 with Brad Waits. And Childish Gambino is sold to Tim Colino Jr. That is sold to Tim Colino Jr. All right. Anybody else? That was a great crate. And it looks like there's 2 more over here that have not been gone through. I'm almost done with movies and VHS. And about the only thing I have left over here are these Kissologies. Now, these are sealed. And there's different ones. I forgot how this works, but for the people who collect this kind of stuff, like here's 3 Kissologies, but they're all different. They all have different SKUs. I think there's different stuff with all of them. Target exclusives, Best Buy exclusives. They were all different. So I've got 1, 2, and 3. I'm trying my best to figure out how to do these, or maybe just save them for warm-up auctions when we do Kiss Stuff Monday. Monday night, of course, is going to be the first wave of Kiss stuff, just FYI. Speaking of Kiss, these 2 are sold to Brad for $10. Those are sold. And final call on Mr. Big for $55. I've already done a final call on Ramones, so this is sold to JK on YouTube. Now, that's JK on YouTube. That's JK on YouTube, and that's $55. Thank you, JK on YouTube. That's sold to you. All right, and that's DJ. That's not DJ. Yeah. I was thinking about DJ Khaled Deed. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that one. And then this is Khalid. But I also thought there was a DJ Khaled D. Right, Tanner? Tanner don't know. I don't know either. I do know I've got a lot of text messages all of a sudden. Moose is trying to convince me to go play golf in the morning. He said, just later, they need somebody for a scramble, and they're scrambling to get somebody. I'm like, dude, you're talking to the wrong person. 6 a.m., got to be in Cookeville, which is an hour away at 6 a.m. I won't be leaving work till 5 a.m. I don't even know where my golf clubs are. Yeah, I think they're in a closet in my house. I'd basically have to leave here, shower to wake up, find my golf attire, and then probably drive straight to Cookeville, and they'd be ready to tee off, and I wouldn't have been, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, here we go, and I think the DJ is called Khaled. Maybe I've been saying it wrong my whole life. All right, Gregory, you get Mr. Big. Surprisingly, just 1 bid, $55. That's so to you. Let's go through another new arrivals bin tonight. Let's go through another new arrivals bin tonight, shall we? And let's do it. And we got plenty of great auctions still to put up tonight. Yeah, let me check on these. DVDs. I'll put them up right quick. Let's go ahead and put up this here. Let's try this and this. Looks like Gene Simmons did some great marketing on these Kissologies. And let's open up this. All right, so this first one here, it's sealed. I'll start it for $15. It is Kissology, the Ultimate Kiss. And this one is sealed, a $15 start. And this one looks like it is an exclusive, includes limited edition 5th bonus disc, 1996 concert. So there's Kissology Volume 3. This edition is sealed, a $15 start. It's now up for bid, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a auction. It's going to be Bob Marley, Natty Dread, and Bob Marley is a 75 U.S. Terre Haute. This is a 75 U.S. Terre Haute reissue with the original under sleeve, VG Plus. Bob Marley's a $25 start. That's now up for bid. New arrivals coming at you right now. My no bid pile over here is kind of crisscross, so let me go through the no bid piles. We got Paul McCartney Red Rose Speedway for $35. 3 autographed albums by Rex Allen Jr. for $10. If nobody buys those right now, I'm just going to mix them in with some other records later for an auction. Just trying to move those. We've pulled out of all Fred's autographs, but Pink Floyd Relics was a Belgium pressing. Very, very nice. It's a $35 buy now for Pink Floyd. Relics. Kiss has got a bid for $15 with Brian Connors. And then over here, I got Grease and Raiders, 2 beta tapes for $15, and Black Sabbath was $10. And then we had Santana for $25 and Paul McCartney for $35. If anybody wants to do the 2 McCartneys, Venus and Red Rose, I'll bundle those together for 50. Japanese pressings, nice, 25. Santana, 25. And then Pink Floyd, 35. And then here are the 2 beta tapes for 10 and Black Sabbath 10, okay? So DJ Khaled is Khaled and Khalid is Khalid. Wow, so Khaled and Khalid. I'll never remember that. Okay, Bob Marley, or I probably can remember it, but I won't be able to remember it, if you know what I mean. Bob Marley's at $25, and then the Kiss DVD got a bid with Brian for $15. And then the next one is Michael Rudolph says he'll take the 2 beta tapes for 10, or 2, yeah, did I say 10? We'll go ahead and sell these 2 for 10 right here. Is that what you wanted, Michael? All I have is a 10 from you. I have a 10 and then what autograph, so you'll have to let me know. Kiss 17, Debbie Winston said 30 on Pink Floyd. Let's sell that to Debbie for 30. Thank you, Debbie. That's sold to you for 30. Kiss is at 17, Kiss 18, Kiss 20, Kiss 22, Kiss 19, Kiss 22. That's what I figured on that. Okay, here is, whoa, the very best of Bowie. I've never seen this before. It's a 2017. Oh, is this, I bet this is Legacy. It has the art print. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that now. David Bowie Legacy. It has an art print with it of Bowie. So yeah, that's Bowie. Look at his different colored eyes. That always is amazing. Bowie is $39.99. Yeah, didn't expect that right off the bat, but there it is. And that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? Now, Kiss is at 25, Kiss is at 25, Kiss is at 27. Kelly got the Bowie. Bob Marley's a final call. Boy, there's a lot of bids on Kiss. It's hard to keep up with everything else. Mark Stanley's at 25 on Bob Marley. Kelly got Bowie. Chris Gardner was next, then Donna Mitchell. He wants the Black Sabbath VHS for 10. Okay, so that's sold to him for $10. That leaves the 2 beta tapes. The autographs are from Rex Allen Jr. 3 Rex Allen Jr. autographs for $10. 3 Rex Allen Jr.'s. Those are $10. Okay. Moving right along. First record sold. Next is Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Getaway. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $29.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $29.99. This looks like, dude, what? This is Divine. Divine is Prague Doom Metal. It's on dark golden marbled vinyl. $29.99. Divine. DVNE. $29.99 on that. This is Sealed Kissology Volume 3, and we have 3 different versions. 3 different versions, and this is with a bonus disc. Okay, that's the first one we're selling. Right now, it's at $30. On Discogs, this has sold as much as $72.99 on Discogs. That Kissology, some of them have sold as much as $72.99. Michael Rudolph does want the 3 Rex Allen Jr. autographs for 10. These are sold to Michael Rudolph for 10. Thank you. Next in here is Lee Ronaldo and The Dust, Last Night on Earth, 2013. He is a member of Sonic Youth. $21.99 on Lee Ronaldo. Lee Ronaldo. And over here we had Franz Ferdinand, The Human Fear. Franz Ferdinand is on white vinyl. That is $24.99. Franz Ferdinand, $24.99. Also, Together at Last, Jeff Tweedy. This is a 2017 yellow vinyl, $59.99. So right now, Kiss is at $28.29. Then I said it was at $30, then $33. And Hiram Ponte wants Divine, this one right here. And I guess Bob Marley still just had that one bid, right? And so that's sold for $25. And that is sold for $25. I feel like that's way up here to Mark Stanley. Yeah, $25. Thank you on that. Craig Ruth on FF. And that's for Franz Ferdinand. And Kristen Barnett on Frank. And Frank was for, I think you meant Franz, right? So Brian Connors has the sealed Kissology at $33. Going once, going twice. Sealed, unopened, $33 is the high bid, okay? Next thing over here is a random laser disc. And this is the GRP All-Stars live from the record plant. Do not put this on your turntable. It's a laser disc. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Also, Baroness, and this is Baroness Blue record. Baroness is on blue and white merge colored vinyl, $29.99. Kiss is still getting bids. Chris Gardner has it for $35. Next is, somebody just requested something, but I need to go ahead and run this before it gets too late. This is something we never get in. Okay, these words are something I don't mention too often. If I do, people's like, what did you just say? What did you just say? And I'm about to say it. This is an OG Soundgarden. Yes, OG Soundgarden down on the upside. A 1996 US OG. It is a limited edition pressing with the original inner sleeves, a 2LP, VG Plus, $125 start. OG Soundgarden. OG. It's a 2LP. Not bad whatsoever. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the original inner sleeves. This has Burden in My Hand. Follow me into the desert as thirsty as you are. Crack a smile and cut your mouth. That's such a great song. Soundgarden. $1.25. Get that one rolling. Laserdisc has 1 bid for $10. Final call. Baroness is sold to Mark Stanley. The Sealed Kiss DVDs are still getting bids. Now $37. Now $40. $37. Now $40. Next thing I have over here is Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. Kings of Leon is a 2010. That is $29.99. Kings of Leon. Soundgarden does have a bid, $1.25. Final call on the Laserdisc. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next auction. I'm not going to leave that up long. I have a auction going up right now. It's the Cult Love. The Cult Love is an 85 euro original. Folks, this is OG. It is an 85 euro original. It's in VG condition. It is the Cult Love. It is OG. The vinyl is VG. It is in VG condition. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's a gatefold. It does have quite a bit of cover wear. You may say damage. Actually, Laura has another note here. Damage in your gatefold. Yeah, the jacket's pretty beat up. A G plus jacket maybe. Probably have to call that one definitely less than VG minus. So it looks like it got wet at one point. Just a $15 start on the Colt. The Laserdisc is sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. And now Soundgarden's at $150. Soundgarden's at $150. Kiss is at $41. The Colt is a $15 start. Vinyl's VG, pretty beat up jacket. We're going through a great new arrival crate here from Paul. This is Florence and the Machine, right? Yes, it's called High as Hope. Florence and the Machine is $22.99. David Bowie Space Oddity, a 50th anniversary, a 2019 50th anniversary mix. That is $39.99. And Iggy Pop, Every Loser. Iggy Pop is sealed. It is a 2023. It could maybe be on colored vinyl, $29.99. Let me read this message right quick. Give me 1 second. Whoop, it went away. Let's see if I can find that again. Oh, my app closed. Let me open this back up. All right, let me move this over here. Tanner's about to hand me something. Yeah, it's my personal collection there I got to take home. Yeah. Okay, sorry. We have over here, we have Soundgarden 155, Colt 15, Kiss 42, Kelly Vlodarchek on Bowie. Kelly Vlodarchek on Bowie, Colt 15. Soundgarden is OG. Kiss is at 45. Robert Barnett got Florence and the Machine. Soundgarden 163, 175. And then we have Soundgarden 185 on the Colt 16. So Kiss is at $45 with Brian Connors. Michael, what if I bundle? I was actually about to do this. I have this one and this one. What if I put, because I think you're the only one that's bought these so far, what if I do Raiders Grease, U2, and Willie and the Poor Boys for $16? Raiders Grease, U2, and Willie and the Poor Boys. Red Rocks, Rattle Hump, now all of them for $16. What if you buy all the beta tapes there for $16? And then we have Iggy Pop, Every Loser, sealed, $29.99. It's a 2023 sealed, maybe on colored vinyl. He said he will take all the beta tapes for $16. Great. Those are all sold for $16. Now, let's talk about Soundgarden again before I get back into hot and heavy in the Paul crate. Who's hot and who's heavy? We have a 1996 OG pressing of Soundgarden down on the upside. It is OG. It's a nicer VG Plus copy. It is complete with the original under sleeves. The last bid that came in on this is $225. This is a sealed Kissology Volume 3. The last bid that came in on this was Brian Connors at $45. I haven't heard back from the other bidder. It's now a final call. And then auction number 1 back here is the Colt, which is an 85 OG. There is damage to the jacket. The vinyl's in VG. And the last bid that came in on this, was $16 of Donna Mitchell. The first bidder at $15, just so you know, you have been outbid. Now, Robert Barnett says he'll take the Iggy Pop. Not much left already in this first Paul crate. Next thing I have right here is NFR. NFR, Lana Del Rey, NFR. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Lana Del Rey, $34.99. Lana Del Rey. Chris did say he's out. He did say out. Chris Gardner's out. Hammer's up on Kiss then, about to sell it. If you were waiting for anybody else to get out, he's out. Final call. We have Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder. Pink Floyd is sealed, $39.99. And Alex Chilton, box bottom. Alex Chilton, a 1981 German import, $39.99 for Alex Chilton, box bottom, $39.99. The Colts now at 17. Kissology is sold to Brian Connors then for $45. Brian Connors has that for $45. That is sold. All right, so let's go in reverse order. Let's do let me pull one of the random volume 2s I have now. Let's do one of the random volume 2s I have. And so here's the next one. That one just sold. Here is the next one. We're going to go in reverse order. This is Kissology, The Ultimate Kiss Volume 2. And this one says Volume 2, 7 hours of Kiss on 3 DVDs. Includes limited edition 4th disc with Budokan Hall, Tokyo, Japan from '88. And this is sealed, going up for a $15 start. Looks like some of these have sold for as much as $60. It cost $35 20 years ago. So Kiss is a $15 start. That is a nice sealed copy. $15. Let's run it again. Bowie self-titled already sold. Yeah. That goes sold right away to Vladercheks. Okay? Soundgarden at $250. Brent Robley picking up the Alex Chilton. That's sold to Brent Robley. Don't get that too often. Soundgarden $255. Now the Colts at $20, and we already got 2 bids on Kiss for $15.15. Here is Satanic Panic in the Attic. Satanic Panic, that's of Montreal. Of Montreal is $19.99. We have Effed Up, Year of the Snake. The artist is called Effed Up. It's green with splatter. It includes a bonus flexi disc, $24.99. Kiss has a bid of $30 with Brian Connors. He tied Brad at $15. He says, I'll go ahead and say $30. Now, I have 2 Paul McCartney sets over here that I'm going to show. And these are amazing sets if you've never seen them. The guy we originally bought these from when Paul went and bought a collection, he had the entire set. We've sold most of them on Discogs. We still got, it looks like 2, 4, 5, 6 on Discogs. And the reason those were on Discogs is because they were sealed. And if you have sealed stuff and you want to put it on Discogs, I can list a sealed record on Discogs in like 10 seconds. If you already know what the price is. If you get to the right listing, all you got to do is say sealed, near mint. It's good to go. But I'm ready to maybe start moving some of these. I ran across them last night going through some tubs. Take a look at this. It's called the McCartney Archive Collection. And these are out of print. They're very expensive. We sold a sealed, I think, Flowers and Dirt for like $580. It was one of those really out of rare limited edition ones. Here's McCartney's first. It's called the Archive Collection, 249. They're numbered. Now, I think most people love them because of it's kind of like when you buy a box set and you get a book. This is literally an amazing collection of photographs, pictures of master tapes, pictures of the instruments he used, pictures of how they photographed the artwork. The ones that I've let go that's opened, I've tried to read through them because I'm like, man, there's no other way you really can see all this unless you buy the book. And I think that's why collectors go after them. Plus, it's got all the disc with it. So it's a 3-disc, 2 CD, DVD, bonus tracks, and then the book, and they're numbered $249.99 or best offer. Paul McCartney, and we'll start here with McCartney, $249.99 or best offer. And if you're interested in these, I'm going to show the 2 I have tonight, and then I have the rest of the series listed on Discogs. They've been on there for a while, probably since December, so I'm trying to move them now. $250 on that one or best offer. They're very tough to come by. Okay, first thing we have, and I left off by saying Kiss got a bid for $30. Kelly Vlader checked on F'd Up. And then Edwin Blom wants to know what year is Of Montreal. Of Montreal is a relatively newer band. This is probably 2010s, 2020s, I would guess. 1999. The Colt got a new bid for $20. Kiss got a bid for $35. Kiss got a bid for $45. Colt got a bid for $25. Colt is OG. Soundgarden at $275. I'm not surprised. Soundgarden's at $275. Kiss is at $50. Kiss is at $55. We have not sold David Allan Coe yet. And Colt is OG, but the cover's in poor condition. The vinyl's VG. These are by McCartney's label. So they're by McCartney's label. It's a 2-disc DVD with book. Paul McCartney Archive Collection. The SKU number is 88072 32793. And this one has a copyright date of 2011. I think it's from McCartney's label. I think it's McCartney's label on these. Yeah, I think that's through that. But at this point, I'm just, looking for fair offers. I think a lot of these, the sealed ones, demand, of course, top dollar. I think we priced them across the board for that. And I've got a mark, but if a fair offer is made, I'm going to sell these. So that's my starting price. But, if you check comps, you throw something out there, you're probably going to buy it if you make a fair offer. So that's my starting price. Okay, so Kiss is out. Brian Connors has that for $61. The Colt and Soundgarden, Gregory's out. Let's take one more look at this. OG Soundgarden, Calvin has it for $280. Final call. 1996 OG. 1996 OG. And then Kiss is at $61. So I've got one more of these. I've got 2 more Volume 3s, but they are all different. They have all different SKUs. So while they may look the same, I think they're different SKUs. Back to the crate right quick. Taj Mahal, Satisfied and Tickle 2. Taj Mahal's VG Plus $14.99. We have Herbie Hancock, Freddie Hubbard, and Stanley Turrentine in concert, Volume 2. Ron Cotter, Jack DeJohnette. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Mac DeMarco, 2 demos. Mac DeMarco is EX $27.99. Little Genius, Stevie Wonder, or Little Stevie Wonder Genius. 12-year-old Genius, Stevie Wonder. And this is a OG 1963 mono. Unfortunately, though, it is in G condition. But think about that. 63 OG mono for Stevie Wonder, $9.99. These are all new arrival sticker price. Herbie Hancock is sold to Donna Turner. Taj Mahal is sold to Mary Miles. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss DVD. That's sold to Brian Connors for $61. Soundgarden is sold for $280. And that is sold to Calvin Ward for $280. And now the Colt. The last bid on that is a final call. Once again, OG. The vinyl's VG. And the cover is low grade. Lisa said she's out. ST has it for $27. I think it's up to Andrew Hawkins. Andrew, you're out. This is at $27 with ST. VG, Low grade cover, Donna on Stevie Wonder. All right, so let's go over here. I still got lots of cool stuff to run. I got the Doors, the Yardbirds, Led Zeppelin, Living Colour, Miles Davis, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Def Leppard, Randy Travis, David Allan Coe. It was just asked about. Let's run it. David Allan Coe is a 1983 USOG. It does have a hole punch up here on the cover, but the vinyl's near mint, and DAC is a $25 start. $25 start. All right, so we've done Volume 3, Volume 1. We've on Volume 2, Volume 1. What about, Volume 3, Volume 2. What about Volume 1 here? And here's Kissology Volume 1. One more time, sealed, a $15 start. Includes limited edition bonus disc, the 1977 concert, Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland. Wow, Kiss. $15 start. That is sealed. That is sealed. That's now up for bid. Sealed, $15 start. That's up for bid. Okay, next is music by Max Steiner. He did a lot of soundtracks. VG Condition, $9.99. And we have Tool Undertow. Tool is a reissue, of course. EX Edition, $22.99. EX $22.99 on that. Next thing is System of a Down Toxicity. This is an unofficial. This is actually a bootleg. VG Plus, $19.99. And we got to sell the Cult, so that's sold to ST on YouTube. He gets that for $27, okay? $27 on that. Kiss is already at $50 of Brad Waits. Talking about the early years here, the classic years, 74 to 77. Tool was a quick claim to Craig Ruth. Thank you, Craig. That's so to you. David Allan Coe is a $25 start. No bid yet on DAC. However, I am going to go ahead and put up another auction from the high-end tab. And the next auction from the high-end tab is the following. It is Keith Whitley. Folks, the ground is shaking. Keith Whitley is the 1988 USOG. This is the one that has the tracks that are abridged that was not on the CD. Of course, the reason Keith Whitley albums are typically so hard to find, one, country vinyl from this era, the late 80s, early 90s, low production. And then the CD version that was released actually included more tracks. So this is the OG 1988 original abridged track listing. It is in Shrink with the Hype. It does have a saw mark right here. Can you believe this wasn't a cutout bin? You could have went into a store at one point and got this in a discount bin, brand new sealed, probably for like $1 or something. Keith Whitley, Don't Close Your Eyes, with Hype sticker. That is in Shrink. Vinyl's VG Plus EX. Keith is an $85 start. $85 start on Keith Whitley. And those have only been reissued once, and that's through Vinyl Me Please, and they're, of course, out of print. I can't get those. I wish I could. I would say I'll take 100. All right, there's David Allan Coe. Final call on that. And here's this and here's his. All right, and then Danny Thomason wants the System of a Down. That's so to Danny Thomason. Thank you. Moving right along in this Paul crate. This is the Contortionist Clairvariant. The Contortionist. It's a 2019 clear vinyl. It's a prog metal album. EX for $36.99. The Kiss DVD is at $56 of Brian Connors. Now Brad Waits has it for $60. Now Brad Waits has it for $60. We got Go, Go, Go Earhart. This is a 2000 experimental post-punk album. VG Plus $19.99. Keith Whitley is an $85 start. Don't Close Your Eyes. And then over here is Sequoia. It is a rare 1976 country rock album, and it's fully signed by the band. 3 signatures up here. Sequoia. That is VG Plus $39.99. Brad Waits on the Kiss at $60. Keith Whitley does have a bid for $85. And the Grassroots, their greatest hits, a quad press, VG Plus $14.99. The Grassroots, VG Plus $14.99. And Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, Operator. And guess what? It's also in quad, $14.99. David Allan Coe is a no bid, surprising, $25 buy it now on David Allan Coe. 83 OG, I'm going to put that right over there. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the next McCartney set. Here is another one, McCartney 2. Another one of those archive collections. I've got McCartney 2. Here's the only other one open I'm going to be showing tonight. $249.99. So, and I'm just looking for fair offers on these. If you want to check them, or if you want me to check them and say, Chad, what is truly your absolute best price on those? I can scan them right quick and tell you what I'd be willing to take. And then I have a bunch more that are sealed, and I think some of y'all bought some of them. I know we sold somebody the Band on the Run and maybe Tug of War or something. And then a couple of them are really expensive. I think I still have. So Keith Whitley, 85. Now another 85. Alex Butler grabbed the DAC for the $25 buy it now. Let's go ahead and get that. This is right here. That's sold to Alex Butler for 25. Danny was second. Catherine was next. And then Kiss is sold for $60. And this is sold to Brad Waits. Brian, once you say out on an auction, you can't bid again. That is sold. That is sold for $60. No redos on those. So let's go back now. Let's start back to Volume 3. Let's go back to Volume 3. Kissology, Volume 3. And let's go to this one. This one has a different SKU than the one we had earlier. This one has a different SKU. This one actually pulls up a couple different ones. This one here looks like it's more scarce for sure. This one definitely looks like it's more in demand than the others. This appears to be maybe a Target exclusive. Yeah, most of these are being sold overseas, it looks like. Interesting. Some of them have sold for as much as $68. So, sealed, Kissology Volume 3. This SKU ends in 001154. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. And then, Catherine, you are out on Keith Whitley. Tom Sullivan still has it for $85. Finishing up this crate, the Best of the Doors, also in quad. EX $22.99 in shrink. Deep Purple Machine Head, also in quad. Wow, a lot of quad pressings here all of a sudden. VG Plus $34.99. And the Georgia Satellites in the Land of Salvation and Sin. 1980 US promo label, gold stamp promo, VG Plus $19.99. So if you have a quad receiver and a quad turntable, and I guess a cartridge and everything that can play quad, it's some really amazing sounding records. Like the quad mix of Dark Side of the Moon, if you're listening to it in quad, like Money, the ching, ching, if you have 4 speakers set up around you, literally the cash register sound goes around the room in a circle. Ching, ching. It goes around in all 4 speakers. So if you have some quad mixes, like Paranoid, the Paranoid mix of quad is really incredible to listen to. They're very desirable. So we got quad Machine Head, quad Doors, quad Jim Croce, quad Grassroots. The bonus disc is 96 concert from Irvine, California with 9 additional live tracks. 4 DVDs. 4 DVDs, okay? Keith Whitley got another bid for 86, now 86, now 90. And Kiss has bids for 35 and 35. The Doors is $22.99. There's the Georgia Satellites. And then Hubert Law's, the San Francisco concept. And that's EX $12.99. Hubert Law's, EX $12.99. Our aim is satisfy Red Snapper. That is Express Package. 2000 US OG Acid Jazz Trip Hop, VG $14.99. And the Confessor, Joe Walsh on Quiex Limited Edition Vinyl, 1985 EX $17.99. Hand dancing. That was the 4 speakers. You're right here in the middle. Right here in the middle. And then here's your 4 speakers when you're listening to Dark Side of the Moon and quad. It sounds like this. Ching, ding, really cool record. Okay, and then Kiss is at 50. And then Blaine says, no, I'm asking if DRH is OG. What the heck happened? So first is Keith Whitley's at 90. Can you sell me a copy of Creatures of the Night? If I have one in stock, yes. And then Blaine says the DB. No, I'm asking if the Doors is OG. No, I'm asking if the DRS is OH. And then Laura Vanosky said Doors. Somebody already beat you to it. Blaine, before you asked that question, Laura had already asked the price. Laura Vanosky got the Doors. And then you said the DB. And then you said, no, I'm asking if the DRS is OH. So that is already gone. Laura was first on that one. Now, Tony Clem on Joe Walsh. And now Kiss is at 51, and now Keith Whitley's at 95. Let's put up another auction. This is live. And live is a 2012. This is the music on vinyl pressing. Yes, very desirable pressing of this one. The music on vinyl edition is a $55 start. Some of them have sold for as much as $100. Live is near mint with the music on vinyl insert. Throwing copper, a $55 start. Okay, check out. Yeah, I want to get. I have a. When I moved into my new house, first thing I bought was a surround sound system, and I still don't have everything like fully tweaked. But as soon as I set that up, I watched one of the new Star Wars movies, and I have listened to some music. I listened to Tool, Fear Inoculum through it the other day for the first time, and I was blown away. And I've got a pretty good surround sound system. But yeah, I think you can play those through an Xbox, and I've really been wanting to try some of that. I think if my Xbox will play them, I'll buy some of the audiophile stuff that's in quad, because it's really cool. I listen to all my vinyl here at the store, because the speakers I have are so gigantic, I don't want to move them to my house. And plus, I listen to more stuff here. If I'm at home, I'm usually listening to something digital, because I listen to all my vinyl here at the store. And so I really don't want to buy some kind of crazy system to keep at my house when I'm going to be spending most of my time here at the store. So all of my stereo equipment's here at the store. This is where I listen to all the music at night. And this is where I get caught up listening to vinyl. I have a whole stack here I've been listening to this week I'm taking home. And it's everything from the Archies to the Jetsons and Leonard Skinner and Yes and all kinds of stuff I've been listening to. I'm usually back here in the back. And I'll have to turn it up so loud where I can hear it back here. And when you walk up front, it sounds like you're live in a concert. All right, so Tony Clem got the Joe Walsh, and then Kiss is at 51, Keith Whitley 101, Kiss 52. All right, so Kiss is at $52, and that's with Brian Connors. It's sealed, and live throwing copper is the 2012 music on vinyl press. It is a final call. We're looking for a $55 start. No one's bid. Now Keith Whitley's at $102, and that means Tom Sullivan, you're out. It is an OG Keith Whitley from '88. Now it's at $112. And now we need to go through this Paul crate one more time. I've got a whole nother Paul crate that has never been gone through before. We're going to go ahead and knock it out next. Hope everybody's ready. We still got great, fantastic auctions to go up. Hope everybody's ready for those. All right. So here's what's in here. Let's do one more read-through. Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Getaway. 2 LP, $29.99. A lot of these I can't believe didn't sell. That would be the first one. How about Lee Ronaldo and the Dust? Last Ghost on Earth. That's $21.99. Lee Ronaldo. Final call to get a bid on that. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss. Kissology. And this is sold to Brian Connors for $52. Let me go ahead and take this stack of sold items into the back. It's quite the tower, so let me go ahead and take these over here, and we're going to put up next a volume 2. So we're going to knock all these out in a row until they're all sold. Let me go ahead and start a new tower with these. A lot of media being sold tonight. Lots and lots of media being sold tonight. Holy moly. This is already about 50 total VHS, DVDs, and CDs we've sold tonight. And we still got work to do. Okay? First thing we have over here is, that was another, there's one more volume 3, by the way. There's one more volume 3. Here is another volume 2. And then this is the last volume 2. This is the last volume 2. Wow, these start at $40 on Discogs. They've sold for over $70 before. This is sealed. The 1990s, the bonus disc is the 79 concert from the Dynasty's tour, Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland, from Dynasty. That is sealed, a $15 start. That's a good one. That's a good one. $15 start, Kissology, with the Dynasty bonus, Largo, Maryland. All right, and then Live has a bid for $55, That is done. Final call to Kristen Barnett. And then we have Red Hot Chili Peppers is near mint. No condition notes on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Greg asked, and then Danny. And then over here, we got Together at Last, Jeff Tweedy. That's a 2017 pressing on yellow vinyl, $59.99. Jeff Tweedy, Together at Last, $59.99. Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. Kings of Leon is a 2010 US. That's $29.99. And then Lana Del Rey, this is NFR. Lana Del Rey is $34.99. Greg Preston does take the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm going to make sure Carla Brecky didn't want to bid on live. I'm assuming she didn't because there's not a bid. I'm about to sell it. And then we're about to end Keith Whitley. Pink Floyd is sealed. Great live concert. Delicate Sound of Thunder, $39.99. And then Of Montreal, Satanic Panic in the Attic, $19.99. Blaine on third on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Kiss is at $40, going once, going twice. And then Mac DeMarco is EX $27.99. Vamp, which is on YouTube, Chuck Wilson on the Lana Del Rey, that is sold. And now Keith Whitley is sold. And Keith Whitley is sold to Tom Sullivan for $112. Thank you on that. I was about to say, we usually don't sell that album for less than $100 in any condition. And now Live is sold for $55 to Kristen Barnett. Kristen Barnett gets Live for $55, the Music on Vinyl edition. Kiss is now at $50. That's a Kissology Volume 2. Next thing I have going up right now is Willie Nelson, The Willie Way. Willie Nelson is a 1972 U.S. Indianapolis OG. It is a misprint. The back cover lists track A5 as Undo the Night, but the correct title is the one on the label, Undo the Right. It does have the inner sleeve. Willie Nelson's an OG misprint, a $35 start. The Willie Way. There's Willie, there's Kiss. Kiss Willie. And then over here we have another auction going up right now. It is Tom Petty, Long After Dark. It is an 82 U.S. OG Pickneyville on the original label, original inner sleeve, a $15 start. While we got some Kiss buyers, the first wave of some of the Kiss bootlegs and from that Kiss collection is going to be auctioned off on Monday night. I'm going to try to have one Kiss auction going. We're going to try to move the first 40 or 50 out of that collection. It's going to take us several weeks and months to sell off all that stuff, just FYI. And then the other stuff, we'll have other auctions, of course, but it'll be a fun night to be watching to see some of that stuff go up. Finishing up this crate so we can start a new one. Max Steiner, Pursued and the Searchers, that is VG $9.99. Max Steiner also did the music to Gone with the Wind. This is called The Contortionist. It's a 2019 clear vinyl prog metal, EX $36.99. Tom Petty 15-15-16. Kiss is at 55.56. Go 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 Earhart, that's VG Plus $19.99. And we have Sequoia. Sequoia is a rare 1976 country rock album. It's signed, VG Plus $39.99. And then here's the quad records. Quad pressing of the Grassroots 16 Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. Quad pressing of the Life and Times of Jim Croce, VG Plus $14.99. A quad pressing of the classic Deep Purple Machine Head, 1974, VG Plus $34.99. And then over here we have the Georgia Satellites. That's VG Plus $19.99. Hubert Laws is EX $12.99. And our aim is to satisfy Red Snapper, a 2000 USOG Acid Jazz Trip Hop, VG $14.99. Kiss is at 60 with Brian Connors. Brad says he's out. Tom Petty, Jennifer Nito, you're out. And Willie Nelson has one bid for $35. Folks, that's going once, and that's going twice. Okay? That's going once, and that's going twice. Let's start a new crate. Great, cool stuff in there. Let's do another one. Back, Jack, do it again. Now we've gone through two. Laura's working on marking some stuff as well. Very excited to see what's coming up from that. And let's go ahead and put up this next crate. Looks like a lot more cool sealed stuff coming up too. So let's see what we got in here. Willie Nelson has a new bid for $40. I think we're done on Kiss. And I'm waiting for one person on the Tom Petty before we drop the hammer. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you do say out. That will let me know you're done. That way we can expedite some stuff. Um, okay. Kiss is sold to Brian Connors for $60. Tom Petty 17, and Shane Devers wants GS and DP from the last bin. GS and DP from the last bin. All right, GS and DP from the last bin. Georgia Satellites and Deep Purple. So does Shane Devers, and so does Shane Devers. Nice. Tom Petty has a new bid for 17. All right, so that was Volume 2. So here's our last Volume 1 Kissology. Here's our last Volume 1 of Kissology. It's sealed. It's going to be going up for a $15 start. Sealed Kissology. This is a second different one than the last. And this is Bonus Concert, Madison Square Garden, 1977. Sealed Kissology Volume 1, $15 start. That's a second different one than we had earlier. Willie has a new bid for $45. Now Tom Petty's at $17. Let's go ahead and see what we have coming up in this crate. Let's find out, shall we? First thing I have here is The Who, My Generation, a 1980 UK pressing in mono, talking about my generation, $34.99. A 1980 UK mono. Now Kiss is at 50. Now Willie Nelson's at 50. And now Tom Petty, Stephen bumped it to 17. So the bids were 15 for Jennifer, 16 with Donna, 17 with Stephen. Haven't heard back from Jennifer until right now. And now, Donna, you've also been outbid. We have Nice, the Velvet Underground Loaded. It is a 2017 pressing on gold vinyl. That's $39.99. 2017 on gold vinyl, $39.99. And Last Kiss, Wednesday. Last Kiss is a 74 US pop rock, $9.99. $9.99. And Good to Be Alive, John Baldry. Good to Be Alive, John Baldry, sealed, 75 US, that's $14.99. Now Willie's at 55. Now Tom Petty's at 18. And now Kiss. Brad Waits has it, one bid, $50. Are we going to end it there? Final call. The only other one I have left is Volume 3. Going once, going twice. Tom Petty now 19. Cool crate so far here from Paul. Who do we have here? This is Slater, Troubled Paradise, SLAYYYTER. And this is on Cloudy Clear Vinyl, $19.99. Now Kiss is at 51. Now Tom Petty's at 19. Willie Nelson's at 55. 3 active bidders on that. Now Kiss has another bid. And now we have The Beautiful Liar, Ex-Ambassadors. That is a 2021 alternate rock, sealed for $14.99. Sellout, that is Co Wetzel, a country rock album, sealed, $24.99. Slater is a female rapper pop artist. Thank you, Laura. I almost said Slayer, but it's Slater. And now Willie's at 58. Now Kiss is at 55. Now Tom Petty's at 19. And now Willie Nelson's at 60. What is the Tom Petty? It's Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Long After Dark. And this is a 1982 U.S. Picnickville original with the original label. Also, we got Pat Benatar Icon. That's on blue vinyl, sealed. Icon, $29.99, sealed. Icon. And we have the Wallflowers Exit Wounds. Wallflowers is sealed, $19.99, Exit Wounds. Willie Nelson's at 60. Willie Nelson's at 65. Tom Petty is an OG copy in VG condition, Long After Dark. First label, first label. Kiss, Brian's out, Donna's out. Final call to Brad Waits for $55. $55. You all are habit forming. I'm back here for a while. Mike, welcome back. It's a good habit to be joining us every night. Brad Bolin on Pat Benatar. It's a great habit to come here and watch every night. Brad Bolin on Pat Benatar. Thank you on that. Chad's going to drink some blue juice. He almost needs a refill. Might get into my V8s. Might get into my V8s and my snacks up front a little early tonight. Next thing I have is what? Gray Flowers Bongo Band presents Strength of Spring. It's on green marble vinyl. It's produced by Ty Siegel. $19.99 on that. All right, Kiss is sold for $55, and that's sold to Brad Waits. Are we done on Willie? Shane, you're out. And Nick, you're out. Tom Moran has it for $65. Donna has Tom Petty for $20. It's really up to Stephen Parton right now. Now we have a new bidder. $21. What was the X Ambassadors? The X Ambassadors was the Beautiful Liar. 2021 sealed, $14.99. So Stephen's out, but now Joe's in. All right. The third and final Kiss, Kissology. This is sealed, a Best Buy exclusive, Volume 3. It's unopened, and guess what? It's a $15 start. Let's go ahead and run it. And this is sealed, and I think this is a good one. This is, the bonus disc is a 1994 Brazil. I've never seen that one before with that sticker, and based on what I'm seeing here on the old Discogs, that looks like it's pretty desirable. $15 start. I'm actually going to throw in a bonus item for the last one. The last one's going to include a bonus item. I found this in CDs we were going through last night. It says Kiss Dallas, June 11, 2004. It looks like a bootleg somebody made a copy of. Kiss Dallas, June 11, 2004. That was in some CDs we went through last night. Or was it? I don't know where this came from, honestly. But I'm going to include that with it. It looks like a copy of a CD copy of a show from Dallas. And it's from almost that same era. So there we go. And Kristen Barnett's on the X Ambassadors. Now Kiss 40, now Kiss 50, now Kiss 55. Let's get started right here with some more. Great stuff in here. The Marfa tapes. Jack Ingram, Miranda Lambert, and John Randall. That is sealed for $24.99. Are we done on that? Are we done on what? Are we? Could we very possibly be? Willie Nelson. The last bid is Tom Moran at $65, and Shane went out. I think that means we're done. One second, please. Okay. Kiss 55, now Kiss 60. So Willie Nelson is sold to Tom Moran. Thank you, Tom. That's sold to you for $65. Almost got this crate full here. And then Tom Petty is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $21. Joe, that you hopped on, you bid, and you got it. And I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates here while I'm in a good pausing moment, because this has filled up very quickly. And that's our fourth crate already tonight, full. And mostly due to the fact that we had a bunch of bundles, and we might even have some more later tonight. I'm really trying to focus hot and heavy over here on the other stuff. And Laura's dropped off a Laura crate. So we got this Paul crate, and then we got a Laura crate on deck. Great night to be watching in prime time, right? Here's David Allen Coe. He rides again. And David Allen Coe is a 77 US OG Santa Maria. It is in VG condition, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. It is OG. It is VG. It's going to go up for a $20 start. David Allen Coe. Kiss is at $66. And make sure I didn't miss any other claims. I haven't. Let me go ahead and get another auction going then. And the next thing I have is Van Halen. Oh boy. OU812. Here we go. It's an 88 US Allied original. This album has not been reissued except for the Van Halen box. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It is in EX minus condition. So not quite EX, but not VG plus either. It's EX minus. 35 on that. It has the original on her sleeve. It's OG embossed cover. Van Halen's a $35 start. Kiss is still getting bids, and David Allen Coe's a $20, $25 start, whatever I said. I guess I said 20. Cody has bid 20. Next is Let the Music Move Me, Steven Alexanderson. Stephen Alexanderson. And that's a 77 white vinyl. That's a gospel funk album. Gospel funk album, $14.99. Dennis is already in on Van Halen. This Kiss is between Brad and Brian. And Brad Waits has it for $69. 2 bids on Van Halen, $35.35. Now 3 bids on Van Halen. Now 3 bids on Van Halen. Next thing I have right over here is this. And this is Chloe. This is sealed. What is this? Contemporary R&B. $24.99. Chloe and Hale. Yeah, Halle. Ungodly Hour. That is sealed for $24.99. Gospel Funk, that is right here, sold to Rod Bryan. So David Allan Coe is at 20, now 21. The Van Halens are got 4 $35 bids, now 36, now 37. And Kiss is at 70. Kiss is at 70 right now. We're halfway through a Paul crate, and we have more over here from Laura on deck. And then we have, what is this? This is Miss Moonlight, Illusion of Time. Miss Moonlight's a 2003 German import. It is a trance album. Whoa, a trance album. It puts you in a trance. $14.99 on that one. These are new arrivals, sticker price from Paul. These are new arrivals, a sticker price from Paul. All righty. Next thing I have is what? I have the White Stripes under Great White Northern Lights, 2010, $24.99. David Allan Coe 23, Van Halen 40, David Allan Coe 30, and then Gregory on straight price Phantom. What did I have here? Was that something in here? Was that what this was? No, what was that? And then Wade Lucas on Miss Moon. Is that what this was? This is sold to Wade Lucas, Van Halen 40, and then David Allan Coe 2632, Van Halen Info. Okay, so let me update everything right now. We have sold, let's see, 2, 4, 6. We've sold 6 different Kissology sets. Here is the 7th and final one. 7th and final Kissology set, Volume 3, the Best Buy exclusive with the 1994 Brazil concert. And I'm putting in Dallas 04, a bootleg CD. So this is the 7th different one. We've sold 2 different Volume 2s, 2 different Volume 1s, 2 different Volume 3s. Here's the 3rd and final one I have, and it's gotten the most activity. The Kissology, the final call on this, the high bid, I should say, Brad Waits went out. Brian Connors has it for $70. Now, back in the back left is David Allan Coe. Alex Butler has it for $36. Alex Butler. It is an OG 77 Santa Maria. Now it's at $40. And then over here on the right is Van Halen, an 88 U.S. Allied original. Embossed cover, let's just call it EX. And Van Halen, the last bid on this that came in was Brad Waits at $40. That is the high bid. $40 on that. Now, I've shown 2 or 3 records kind of right there in a row. The last claim was Wade Lucas on Miss Moon, the kind of risque picture disc there. All right, so let's keep this show on the road. Next is Bobby Hutcherson, Highway 1. Bobby Hutcherson is a white label promo, gold stamp promo, $19.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Highway 1, a white label promo, $19.99. Tom Vangerdaeld, Bill Connors, and Roger Yanota. That's a 1979 ECM jazz label, $14.99. Bobby Hutcherson with William APM, that's sold. Brian Connors, You Get Kiss, which is this and that. That's sold to you for $70. David Allan Coe's at $50 with Cody Wright, and now Van Halen's at $45. Still getting some bids. Now, here's a quick auction on 2 Slaughter items. Just a $7 start. This looks like a bootleg CD of Slaughter Eternal Live and a Slaughter promo CD single for promotion use only of American Pie. 2 Slaughter items there, a $7 start. The first wave of the Kiss collection we bought is going to be sold Monday. So we bought around 1,000 albums last week or this week. I would say 800 of them are Kiss, mostly live concerts and bootlegs, over 800. It is absolutely incredible. I'd say there may be more. I don't think there's much other than Kiss. I mean, tub after tub is just Kiss, sealed concerts, bootlegs, etc., etc. It's going to take us weeks, if not months, to sell it all off. Everything will be sold here at auction. Everything's going to be sold here at auction. We'll try to do 1 or 2 nights a week where we knock out a big chunk of them. But in a good, busy night, it'll take us 4 or 5 hours to auction off 50 or 60 of them, maybe 40 or 50. So it will take quite a bit of time to do that. So y'all can look forward to a lot of Kiss coming up in the near future. We'll have a bunch here for sale. James Hicks on the white stripes, that is sold. There is done. And we have Imagine Dragons, Mercury Active 1. Imagine Dragons is sealed. That's $19.99. And Rex Orange County, this is sealed, $24.99. Rex Orange County's on colored vinyl, $24.99 for Rex Orange County. So Van Halen is moving to a final call. It is at $45 with Tim Graham. David Allen Coe is going to be moving to a final call. DAC's at $50 with Cody Wright. Cody Wright has this for $50, moving to a final call. Monday, the first Kiss auction will probably start between 6:30 and 7 Central Time. The stream will actually get started around 5:30, and it'll be 7, will be full force Kiss. And then I've asked Laura to get some other auctions prepared, so it's not just a Kiss night, because we can only keep one going at a time. I can't put Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. The comments would be insane. So it's going to be like this, kind of like when we do nights I've done a featured artist. It's like, here's one, and then over here is something else. I'll try to have Japanese in, or whatever I hadn't sold. I'll try to prepare other stuff. And, of course, we'll have miscellaneous, too. So that's how that's going to go down. We'll probably do at least one night next week. We might be able to squeeze in another night's worth of it. And then some of that other collection will probably be sold on Thursday Night Metal Night. There's Metallica bootlegs. There's Led Zeppelin bootlegs. There's Judas Priest bootlegs. Asia Alpha, an 83 QX. That's $19.99. Here is Titty Twister, a 2003 German import. Another trance record. Another risque there. That's old Titty Twister. $9.99. And Ginger Baker and Friends, 11 Sides of Baker. Ginger Baker is a 1977 original sealed, $24.99. These two Slaughter items are sold to Angela for $7. Over here we got David Allen Coe. David Allen Coe is sold to Cody Wright for $50. That's sold to Cody Wright for $50. Van Halen OU812. This is sold for $45 to Tim Graham. That is sold. Mike Conway on Asia. We got Wade Lucas on Twister, Titty Twister. Michael Rudolph was second, and the sealed Ginger Baker is sold to Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next thing I have is this. This is Neil Young Freedom. Wow, a nice OG copy. These don't come through too often. An 89 US OG specialty press, near mint, Neil Young Freedom. Keep on rocking in the free world. A $75 start, Neil Young Freedom. Neil Young Freedom, $75 start. First wave of Kiss bootlegs is Monday night. I still got to pull them. I'm going to photograph them, and when Laura comes in, she'll start working on them for Monday night. A lot of them self-explanatory, like far as the information. I think whatever's on them, but we'll have to do a little bit of price research. The problem with these is there's not a lot of probably comps if they're banned on Discogs, so we'll probably just have to guess on a bunch of them, but I'm sure they'll bring what they're supposed to. They always do. All right, next over here is this. It is called Brockhampton Iridescence. It is Brockhampton. It's sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. Neil Young, such a great album. Now up for bid, a $75 start. Over here is Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and this is a promo copy. This is an 88 US Hot Pog original with promo labels, original under sleeve. And this is a $55 start. Kevin, the other bootlegs that are metal related like Priest and Metallica, some of those may make an appearance on Thursday Night Metal Night. Some of those may make an appearance on Thursday Night Metal Night. So we got Priest bootlegs, Van Halen bootlegs, Metallica all those will start making an appearance on that kind of, if it's metal or hard rock, it'll probably be saved for Thursday night. So Kiss is an 88 OG, and it is marked a promo. It's a promotion copy, not for sale. Smashes, thrashes, and hits. It has the original under sleeve, a $55 star. Finishing up this Paul crate, we got some Laura stuff on deck. This is Soja, Beauty in the Silence. Soja is sealed, $29.99. White with splatter, $29.99. And Nathaniel Ratcliffe and the Night Sweats, The Future. That is sealed for $19.99. It's on clear vinyl, a foil cover, a Target exclusive. Kiss, what's Kiss at? It just got started. 55 and now 60. 55 and now 60. I got two interesting items here. These are 10-inch laser disc. 10-inch laser disc. Heart and White Snake. Laser disc. 10-inch, Heart, and White Snake, a $15 start. Those are now going up for bid. Does that have Sob on it, the Nathaniel Ratcliffe? No, I don't see that. S-O-B, as in son of a, or just Sob. No, I don't see any track like that unless it's under a different name. $19.99. Here is Kononia Frontline. That's a Jazz Fusion album, EX edition, $12.99. And then a quad pressing of Santana Caravanserai, a quad pressing. It's in VG condition, $12.99. And then over here is The Second Coming, and that's a 1970 US Jazz Rock Psych album, VG Plus, $19.99. Is Chickenfoot going up for bid tonight? Chickenfoot was sold last night. Chickenfoot was sold last night, unless there's another one tagged for tonight, Laura. Is there another one for tonight? I still got some great stuff over here. Doors, Yardbirds, Zeppelin, Living Color, Miles Davis, Def Leppard, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Beach Boys, Jimi Hendrix, Sonny Boy Williamson, Albert Collins. Still got some cool stuff going. Over here, we got Kiss at $100. Nobody's built on the OG Neil Young. OG Neil Young, final call for $75. And Kiss is at $100 with Angela Ledbetter. Angela has already thrown in a $100 bid on that promo marked, and then these are at $15. White Witch, going through some interesting stuff here. VG condition, White Witch is $9.99. And we have Wham, Make It Big. Wham is in EX condition, $22.99. Make It Big. Wham, EX edition, $22.99. And Paul Simon, There Goes a Ryman Simon. Another quad record. However, this one has some cover damage. The vinyl's in VG, $9.99. We've already sold Jeff Healey. Yes, Neil Young does have a bid for $75. Keep on rocking in the free world. Final call. Michael Rudolph, you get the laser disc for $15. Thank you, Michael. That's so to you. The next thing I have over here are some more VHS. And let's do this one. And I'm ready to bundle a few together here because we just got a few left. Let's do two at a time now. And this is Skid Row and Tommy Aldridge. So first is Skid Row, Oh Say Can You Scream. Now it's sealed, but it looks like it's been resealed. And I'll tell you why I think it's been resealed is because there's wear on the box underneath the shrink wrap. So that's definitely been resealed. And then Tommy Aldridge, Ruck Drum soloing and double bass workout. I saw some videos of him not too long ago pop up on YouTube. Him still just absolutely shredding on the drums. So this is a Tommy Aldridge like instructional VHS. Two VHS there, Skid Row, Oh Say Can You Scream, and Tommy Aldridge, two for a $10 start. Two for a $10 start. Next is another quad, Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99, Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. And then over here is the Jack Wild album, Oh, Jack Wild is a 1970 US VG 999. Next is Travis Woods on Wham. That's sold to Travis Woods, thank you. The Kiss is sold for $100. And that's sold to Angela Ledbetter, $100. And Neil Young is sold to Ivan R for $75. So those are sold and sold. And Chad just bid 105 on Kiss. I just sold it for 100. Sorry about that. Then Wade asked if it's sealed. No, it was near mint with promo. I thought y'all were done. Dang it. Angela had the bid for 5 minutes. Holy moly, there was more bids that were going to come in, Angela. My bad. It's already sold. Michael Rudolph wants to owe Jack Wild. Jack Wild. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. These two VHS are at 10. Let's get more auctions going. Kiss jumped up to 100, and now it's gone. Poof, it's gone. This is a really cool record here. So we had one of these the other night, and it was a 72 US reissue. Now, what this is, it's Pet Sounds in mono. Pet Sounds in mono. But they repackaged it as Carl and the Passions and Beach Boys Pet Sounds. Now, the Pet Sounds... now, Carl and the Passions is also Beach Boys related. It's pretty much like the Beach Boys. And then you got Pet Sounds over here. This is in mono. It's in mono, and it's a $55 start, and it's near mint. So you're getting a 72 reissue mono copy of Pet Sounds, a $55 start. That was a great deal. I did a final call. I'm pretty sure I did. She had it for the longest. I said it 2 or 3 times. I was like, man, what happened to everybody? I was thinking that would bring like 280 or something. All right, and now those are sold to Patty for $10. Moving stuff quickly. Patty gets those 2 for 10. Here comes 2 more. And this is Shockwave featuring 8 Monsters of Metal and Doomsday News. So Doomsday News has Halloween, Celtic Frost, Creator, Voivod, and Shockwave has Lions Pride, Crossfire, McCoy, Black Lace, Venom. 2 more VHS, a $10 start. Next in the bin, a quad Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG Plus $34.99. We have a quad Chris Christopherson, the Silver Tongue Devil and I, VG $9.99. Now, y'all can play these on your normal stereo setups, and they will sound just fine. But if you do have a quad mix, that's going to sound pretty cool. VG $9.99 on that. Here is Nielsen Schmielsen. Put the line in the coconut. EX $27.99. And we have Man, Slow Motion. Man is VG Plus $14.99. That cover is done by Rick Griffin, who did all the Grateful Dead stuff. VG Plus $14.99. And Hubert Laws, the Chicago theme. EX $12.99. So the VHS has a bid for 10. What album is on auction? And then we got ST on YouTube getting Chris Christopherson. And the VHS are going once, going twice for 10. Let me put up another auction, and then we'll show another auction. Here is Stevie Ray Vaughan, and this Stevie Ray Vaughan is known as Texas Flood. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 2010 U.S. Sundays pressing. A 2010 U.S. Sundays pressing of Texas Flood. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. This is the Beach Boys Pet Sounds and Carl and the Passions. A very desirable mix of mono mix in here of Pet Sounds. And this is a final call, no bid. It's near mint, a $55 start. Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $55 start on that. Finishing up this crate, we got Jason Lind, Ramadan. That's a 72 US Jazz, EX $12.99. And Brian Auger, Search Party. Brian Auger's VG Plus $14.99. Mike Straw's got these 2 VHS tapes for 10. Those are sold to him. Stevie's at 25. And final call on Pet Sounds. I'm telling you, if you want a mix of Pet Sounds, that's the one you should consider right there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just read through these titles one more time from this Paul crate. And then we have a lower crate over here on deck. All right. So, let's see what's going on here. Carl and the Passions. Don't come around here no more. All right. All right. Yeah, so I wanted John had tagged this in the bin, so you know, the last one of these sold on Discogs and near mint for $120. And I think John had this priced. I'll go ahead and tell you why I pulled it out. John had this priced in the bin for $99.99. And sometimes when I go through stuff that John's marked, you know, he'll straight price everything. I'll pull stuff out and have Laura basically redo it for an auction. And I've left stuff in the bin and it's sold right away. I've pulled stuff out and it sold for more, and I've pulled stuff out and it sold for a lot less. But just to give you an idea, you know, mono pet sounds are very tough to come by. Like if you had an OG, this is obviously a 72 reissue and it's a double pack. But if you had a near mint pet sounds, mono, a true OG, those are now hundreds of dollars. So a lot of people get this one. It's a mono mix, and obviously it's pretty desirable. And I think he went by this comp right here. The last one just sold for $120 of this particular version. And he had marked it $100 for a buy it now price. And so the vinyl's really clean. And the high bid on this is $55. It has one bid for $55. That's why I wanted to tell you about that. And that's why I pulled it out and put it for auction. I'm like, well, if somebody buys it for $100, that's fine. But also, if it gets bid up to like $150, I wouldn't be surprised, because it is such a nice copy. 55. So that's the story on that. Same thing with a lot of stuff. You'll hear me say, hold on, I'm flipping through a John crate, because I'll see records like that and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And especially if it's really nice. So is it really Pet Sounds or is it music? No. Pet Sounds is the name of the Beach Boys album. It's 50 years later, Pet Sounds is regarded, 50, 60 years later, it's regarded as one of the best albums of all time. It's a masterpiece. God only knows what Sloop John B., Caroline No. I mean, and especially since the recent passing of Brian Wilson, I think stuff has kind of seen, I guess that's Brian Wilson. I guess since everything's seen, he's passed, everything's kind of seen a tick upwards lately. So, yeah, Thomas bought a sealed copy, right? I wish I had that back. Sealed records have definitely took a jump up in value lately. So, yeah, give me 1 second here to get caught up. I haven't had one in a while to look up. Plus, I don't get to look up stuff anymore because they're always doing it in the back. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was near mint, but, you know, some copies have sold for over $400. That's probably like for a stunner mint copy from a reputable seller. But you're just not going to find OG Pet Sounds in near mint condition. I have rarely ever pulled out a disc of Pet Sounds and it be just mint beautiful. A mono press, which I've heard the story, the reason Beach Boys albums are desirable mono, just like a lot of Beatles stuff, that's how it was originally recorded. And I think Brian Wilson was maybe deaf or hard of hearing in one ear. And so a lot of stuff was played back in mono. That's the story I've always heard. Okay, so let's go back over here to the top. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Stephen Parton for $25. Now that you know the story on the Beach Boys, it's now up for bid. It's at a great price right now. It's at $60. If it brings twice that much, I wouldn't be surprised. So, and what they did when they reissued it, they put it with this Carl and the Passions album, which is essentially the Beach Boys under a different name. It's produced by Brian Wilson, Dennis Wilson. I don't really know the whole story on that, but they're all Beach Boys kind of written songs. I don't know, but I just know about the mix. I don't know a lot about that, but there's that. So, Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. Yeah, I think when Brian Wilson died, I got on iTunes and was listening to a lot of music. And when you pull that up, Apple has a whole section of the top 100 best albums of all time. And of course, the Pet Sounds album made that. The Pet Sounds album made that list. God Only Knows. That's such a great. Yeah, it's on top 50. Top. What do they have? Top 100 best albums of all time. Yeah. All right. Here we go. I got to do one more thing over here on YouTube before I do anything else. And we're about to put up a new crate. And sorry for the Beach Boys instructions, but there's that. Okay. Now, Sanford Williamson, your account was created 5 minutes ago. So before I allow you to bid and buy anything, I need you to go register since your YouTube account was created 5 minutes ago. I got to have your information right now. So if you want to go fill out the form, since your account is 5 minutes old, I will get you registered and we can talk from there. But until then, it's probably going to be hard for me to sell you anything. Our next auction is Living Color, Cult of Personality. It's actually called Vivid. It's an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG. It's in EX condition, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. That is an OG copy. That is an OG copy of Living Color Vivid. That is an OG copy of Living Color Vivid. Yeah, if you got a new account 6 minutes ago, I really can't sell anything. You're going to have to tell me who you are and what's going on. We got to have a lot of reasons why you have a new account. All right, and then was there any other questions on anything in here? Here we go. So I'm just going to read what's left in this crate very quickly. Spent a lot of time on this one. I'm ready to go into a new one to see what Laura's marked over here. But one more time, we got the Who My Generation in mono, $34.99. No problem, Gregory. Gregory's just helping out, but anytime there's new YouTube people or anybody new, I'm over here quietly checking everybody out. I've recently had people that aren't supposed to be buying, and well, I have found out they're under different names and addresses. They're trying everything possible still to buy from us. And what's eventually going to happen is one of them's going to slip through, but they're going to buy a bunch of stuff and not pay for it on purpose again. And so I don't know. It's a headache. But you know, I'm having people try everything now. They're using different addresses, different names, and they'll pay. Sometimes they'll even pay for a couple orders. They'll even pay for a couple orders, but then all of a sudden they'll do the same thing. They'll buy a bunch of stuff and they can't pay for it, and then we have to block that account. And they're having stuff shipped to different addresses. I'll find out eventually who it is. Crazy. Velvet Underground loaded, a 2017 Go vinyl. So the Who's in mono, there's that for $39. I'm not saying that's true with this person, but you know, we're just not going to allow that, obviously. Last Kiss Wednesday, $9.99. John Baldry, Good to Be Alive, sealed for $14.99. This was Slater. That's $19.99 on clear vinyl. The final call on the Beach Boys is 61 with ST. Nick Bargeron has bid 75. So Nick is at 75 on the Beach Boys. God only knows who is going to win that auction. God only knows. $75. And now Living Color, George Scherer on Velvet Underground. I bet he put VU and it auto-corrected to BY. It did. That's such a great album. And then in here we have Co Wetzel. That's sealed for $24.99. And then we have the Wallflowers sealed for $19.99. And we have Gray Flowers Bongo Band. Gray Flowers is $19.99. Also, the Marfa tapes. That is sealed for $24.99. The Marfa tapes. We have Cole and Hale. That is sealed for $24.99. Living Colors at $40. Living Colors at $40. Derek took the words out of my mouth. Loaded is such a classic album. It is. And then 1979 US copy of Tom Van Geldard or Tom Van Der Geld, $14.99. This is sealed for $19.99. Imagine Dragons Mercury Act. I think we got an Imagine Dragons to auction. There's Imagine Dragons. That is $14.99. Sealed. Is that what I said? Sealed $14.99. Wow. Imagine Dragons. Yeah. Sealed $19.99. $19.99. Rex Orange County is sealed $24.99. Hammers Up on Pet Sounds. It's at $75. I'm going to have to sell it pretty soon. Next is Brockhampton, sealed for $24.99. Sealed for $24.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Imagine Dragons. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And we have Soja. Soja is sealed for $29.99. And Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, The Future. And then this is sealed $19.99. Sealed, $19.99. Scott Oman, Imagine Dragons. That means you're second. Chad, you have a copy. Look up the value of your signed Pet Sounds. I have, let's see here. Pet Sounds. Let me read that again. Hold on a second. Do you have a chance to look up the value of your signed Pet Sounds? The signed Pet Sounds we have is $1,575. The autographed one we have. Now, a lot of it depends on who signed it. The one I had was signed by all living members up until Brian Wilson passed. And, of course, there's 2, 4, 5. I think mine has 4 signatures on it. $1,575. Now, if you got one Chipotle? Laura just walked by with some Chipotle. I caught that, Laura. And then we have Comenia. That's front line. That's EX $12.99. The Wallflowers is exit wounds. Yeah, it's exit wounds. It's sealed $19.99. All right, and that means Nick Bargeron does get the Beach Boys for $75. Thank you on that. Mono 72 reissue. But yeah, I think if you had one more additional signature on there, I think it jumps up pretty exponentially to have all 5 on there. Let me see if I have mine handy. It was just laying right here, and I know it sounds crazy, but I have trouble misplacing very expensive autographs. I try to keep them in one tub. By the way, we just sold a really good one on Discogs. We had a signed Gene Clark and Gene Clark and something over here we sold. I hope we have shipped that. What happened to that thing? Here it is. Mine is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Aldar Dean, and Bruce Johnston. So, yeah, I think it's missing, what's his name? It's missing somebody. Yeah. So this, if you have one really nice like this, these are, well, I'm asking $1,575, and I really don't want to sell it. It's one of the last, like, crazy signed albums I have that I'm not in too big of a hurry to sell, but it comes with 2 full letters of authenticity. Somebody needs to consider this. I mean, what a masterpiece, and it's signed. Yeah, Missing Carl. Yep. And we had something signed by, we had a copy of Wild Honey signed by Carl a few months ago. So, yeah, if it had one more additional signature, I would probably be asking, when you have something fully signed, it gets to a different level. One more additional signature would probably add another $500 or maybe $1,000. Now, if you just had a Carl by itself, it wouldn't be that much. A Carl Wilson by itself, it wouldn't be that much. But having a completely signed one. But 4 signatures on something like this, pretty wild. $1,575. Y'all need to consider that. Javi Soto on Wallflowers, Living Color 58, now 60. Let's revisit our auctions. Here is OG Stevie Ray Vaughan. We had a Sundays reissued earlier. Here's an 86 U.S. Carrollton Original. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, EX condition, a $35 start. $35 start on Live Alive, $35 start. That is OG Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then finishing up this crate, Santana VG $12.99. The Second Coming was VG plus $14.99. White Witch was VG $9.99. Paul Simon VG $9.99. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits in quad, VG plus $24.99. Jethro Tull is VG plus $34.99. Nielsen was EX $27.99, also quad. Nielsen's in quad. Jethro Tull's in quad. Sly's in quad. Paul Simon's in quad. And Santana's in quad. Those are all quad records. Man, Slow Motion, covered by Rick Griffin, VG plus $14.99. Hubert Laws is EX $12.99. Brian Auger, Search Party. Brian Auger, VG plus $14. And Jason Lind, Lindh, Ramadan, EX $12.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan has bids for $35.35 and Living Colors at $62. Folks, let's go through another new crate. And this time it's a Laura crate. So I think y'all know the drill on this, right? We got a Laura crate sticker. We got Laura crate records. And I have 2 more VHS to run. And that is Detroit Rock City. It looks like they're different versions. You could tell this Kiss collector was serious. He had different versions of everything. 2 different printings here of Detroit Rock City. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And then Living Colors at 62. Info on Second Coming. And Chris Knapp wants White Witch. All right, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and pull White Witch out. And then Second Coming I'll bring back over so we can take a look at it. But Chris Knapp, get this. Chris Knapp gets this, and then the Second Coming is a 1970 U.S. jazz rock psych album. It's on the Mercury label. It's jazz rock psych, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Where's that Laura crate? Here it is. How did I lose a Laura crate, right? Here's one of the most surprising autographs I have. I can't believe hadn't sold yet. I've only shown it that one night on our Platinum autograph night we had it. But I've got a signed, I got a Zappa autograph here, which Zappa, it requires a full letter. You know, some of them they'll just sticker, and then if they require a full letter, that means it's usually a pretty desirable. And this is, it's not just on a newspaper, it's actually really cool when you open it up. It'll look really cool framed. Zappa is $575. It's actually a newspaper clipping from a concert, and he drew an arrow, and there's the ticket stub. That looked really cool framed, maybe with a Zappa album from that era, maybe from that tour, or if you could take it and find a photo from that concert and frame all this together, flatten it out. And I'm thinking about doing that because, you know, it would make an amazing piece. So your call, $575 now, or after I get a really nice frame, have it framed with maybe a photo or an album cover, then you're looking at like $1,200. So your call, $575 right now, or you can do the rest yourself. I'm thinking about enhancing that one. I usually just sell everything raw, the way it is after we get it authenticated, but some of these I have ideas like, man, if you frame that up with, you know, that would look amazing. Because obviously somebody acquired that backstage, right? Somebody probably met him after the concert. He drew an arrow. What a cool piece. Zappa, legend. $575 with LOA from JSA. Look at this Laura crate sticker. Wow. I'm amazed how she can color in so perfectly on such a small level. There it is, Laura crate sticker, nice. All right, let's go back to the top. And so Jim Ciascio asked about the Second Coming. Jim, I'm assuming you're passing. If you are, I'm going to give it to Jim Davis, okay? Now, 78 Trans Am, William bid 10 on these, and then 78 Trans Am bid 15. So William Warner, you're out. Velvet Underground's gone, Pam. We've already sold that. Do you still have a Stevie Ray Vaughan guitar? And is it the same guitar on the album, but that's up for auction? No, we're sold out of Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's not that one there. We're sold out of the guitars, and it's not that one. By the way, the high bid on this is $45. And Living Color, that was a final call to Travis Woods for $63. I have not heard back from Corey Ross. Corey, you are outbid. Travis has that for $63. He also has Stevie Ray Vaughan for $45. Now, y'all know the rules on the Laura crate. I'm going to show 3 records. The first person to claim one gets the Laura crate sticker. Right now, we got to tag another record, and that's Jim Davis for the Second Coming. Jim Davis gets the Second Coming here. That's sold to him. That is sold to Jim Davis. Jim Ciaccio's passing. All right, here we go. First thing in here is Clutch, Psychic Warfare. Clutch is $29.99, $29.99. Here is Dr. Dog, Shame Shame. Dr. Dog is $27.99. And this is Beak. It's an experimental krautrock album on white vinyl. Beak is $29.99. And right now, we got a new bid on these at $17. 78 Trans Am, you're out. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $47. Travis Woods, you've been outbid, but he's done on Living Color, so we will go ahead and sell this to Travis Woods. Travis, that's sold to you for $63. That one always gets a lot of activity. Here is Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's at 48. Final call on those. And then over here, we got Mark Stanley on clutch. Mark Stanley's first. That means he gets the rare, highly desirable, extremely valuable, now iconic, lower crate hop sticker. That is sold to Mark Stanley. Thank you, Mark. That's sold to you. Then Susie, Stevie Ray Vaughan, 48. And then John Durden. Then Javi Soto. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 50. And the two Detroit Rock Cities are at 20. So nobody on Dr. Dog, nobody on Beak. Let's move right along here with the Ponies, laced with romance. The Ponies is a garage album, 1999. Laura walking by again with Chipotle. She had to go microwave, as she said. What? Now it's the whole aroma of the store is Chipotle. And now we have Alabama Shakes, boys and girls. Alabama Shakes is $17.99. $17.99. Detroit Rock City VHS are at 22. The next thing I have over here is another auction to run, and this is Def Leppard Hysteria. Folks, this is an 87 US Hop Hog original. It is a misprint. Side B labels are for Alphabet City by ABC. Side B plays the correct Def Leppard songs. Wow, what a crazy pressing. So Def Leppard Hysteria, look at the label. Alphabet City. Alphabet City and Def Leppard. However, it's the full Def Leppard. They just put the wrong label on this side. Wow. Check that out. So side B label is Alphabet City. There's Hysteria. This is in VG condition, a $35 start. VG condition, a $35 start. Hysteria. VG, a $35 start. It is a misprinted label. A mispressed label, I should say. $35 start on Def Leppard. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 55. Now, the most recent claim in here was Thomas Hudro on the Ponies. And then the next thing is Kristen Barnett on Alabama Shakes. Robert was second. Thank you, Barnett family. Kiss is at 25, the two Detroit Rock City movie VHS. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 55, and the Def Leppard with the incorrect label, a $35 start. Surfer Blood, 1,000 Psalms. No, this says 1,000 Palms. Surfer Blood, 1,000 Palms. It's on clear vinyl, $24.99. Mike Young, You Feelin' Me. Mike Young is an electronic record on colored vinyl, $17.99. And we have Graveyard, Innocence and Decadence. Graveyard is $24.99. Keep Shelley in Athens. Keep Shelley in Athens, Our Own Dream, a synth pop album, $14.99. Okay? Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $55 with Debbie Winstead. Has the Facebook feed got hung up? It may have. Hold on one second. I think the Facebook feed's got hung up. Okay, there it goes. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I got on here. There was comments on my feed that hadn't. Okay, we're good to go now. So, yeah, it gets hung up sometimes. We're always still live. We never miss a beat. Just Restream gets basically disconnected. Everything's in purgatory, and then it loads it all at once. So Def Leppard is a $35 start, William. 35 on Def Leppard. However, you have bid 27 on these, which is a new bid, 78 Trans Am's out. Now, JK put G for Graveyard, right, JK, on YouTube? G for Graveyard on that. And now these have a bid for 30. Now Def Leppard has another bid for $35. And then over here is Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid on that was George Scher at $58. And that means Debbie Winstead, you're out. Okay? And then Def Leppard's at $35. So now we're tied at $35. Keep going through here. We got New York Noise. Soul Jazz Records presents. The top seam does have a split. No condition notes on the vinyl. $32.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. Now Def Leppard's tied at $35. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $60 again. And also we have Detroit Rock City at $32. The Jayhawks, Back Roads and Abandoned Motels. That's on orange-looking vinyl, $19.99. Also here, we have Sufjan Stevens, Carrie and Lau. Sufjan Stevens is $24.99. And this here is Bear in Heaven, I Love You, It's Cool. Bear in Heaven is a psych synth pop album, $14.99. Rod Bryan on New York. New York Noise, that's so to Rod Bryan. ST was second. Okay, now, the last bit over here that came in on these are now $35. The Def Leppard's now at $38. And the Stevie Ray Vaughan is still at $60. Debbie, you're out. Travis Woods has it for $60. Now Debbie's bid $61. Now Travis, you're out. Chris Kirkley on Sufjan Stevens. That is sold. Tom Sullivan on GH or JH, the Jayhawks. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. Also over here we have Queens of the Stone Age Villains. Queens of the Stone Age is a 2017 USOG Deluxe Edition with book. And don't forget, Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age. 4-heart rating, a Deluxe Edition. A Deluxe Edition, $49.99. Michael Hamburger's in on Def Leppard at $43. The two Detroit Rock City VHS are at $35. Also, we got Tom Sullivan with Jayhawks, now Def Leppard at $45. This looks very familiar. Yep, it's Linkin Park from Zero. Linkin Park is $24.99 from Zero. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, a music on vinyl pressing, MOV, near mint, in the original MOV sleeve, $29.99 for that. Also, Space Orca 8818 on Linkin Park. That is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you. The Detroit Rock City cassettes are at $37. 78 Trans Am, you're out. Travis, just so you know, there is another new bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. George Scher at $65. George Scher at $65. So Debbie and Travis is out. And now Def Leppard's at $45 with Stephen Parton. Susie wants the Stevie Ray Vaughan out of the crate. And now the Stevie Ray Vaughan auctions at $66. Susie says pass. Susie, that's only a $10 million putback fee. You can wire that to us immediately. Also, we have Beirut, the Flying Club Cup. Beirut is $22.99. Now the two Detroit Rock Cities are at $40. And then what is the title of the Mike Young? Mike Young was... Mike Young, You Feeling Me? You Feeling Me? $17.99. Previously available only on cassette. Wow, previously available only on cassette, $17.99. Next thing we have is what? We got Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. Pink Floyd is sealed, $29.99 on Pink Floyd. And Mastodon, Emperor of Sand. Mastodon is $32.99. That's a gatefold 2LP. Def Leppard has a new bid for $48. These two are a final call now that Williams out for $40. And Stevie Ray Vaughan has hit $70. And folks, that is an OG alive. Now, Def Leppard's interesting if you're just hopping on. It has the wrong label on side B. The whole album's Def Leppard. The whole album is Def Leppard, but side B has another Mercury label, artist, ABC, Alphabet City. So the label says ABC Alphabet City, and it's Def Leppard, Pyromania. It is the whole album. It's in the right jacket. It's all Def Leppard. They just put the wrong label on side 2. Def Leppard 49, Def Leppard 50, Stevie Ray Vaughan 72. And then we have Debbie Winston wants Stevie Ray Vaughan in the crate. the one that Susie put back. These two VHS are sold to 78 Trans Am for $40. Thank you, those are sold to you. Here is Kelsey, Exhausting Fire. This is a stoner rock album. Hold on. A stoner rock album for $22.99. Hopefully that woke up Joshua Cross. And then, I haven't had a stoner rock album in a long time. This is Gorillaz, the Now Now. Gorillaz. Murdoch was replaced by Ace Gangrene from the Powerpuff Girls on this album. Murdoch was replaced by Ace Gangrene from the Powerpuff Girls on this album. Wow. $29.99. And then we have Def Leppard 51, Def Leppard 52. Shannon Lee on Mastodon. That's sold to Shannon Lee. Mark Stanley on K for Kelsey. That's for the stoner rock. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $75. Next thing that's in here is Nirvana Bleach. Nirvana Bleach. This is sealed, a 2011 remaster, $29.99 on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $77. Let's go ahead and add a third auction to the chaos. The next auction is going to go up right now. It's old Randy Travis, No Holding Back. And Randy is a 1989 USOG sealed copy. It does have a saw cut on the jacket. It's sealed with hop sticker, a $35 start. Def Leppard's at $54 with Stephen Parton. Stephen Parton also gets Nirvana. That's sold to him. And Michael Hamburger says DLTE. I think he said Def Leppard out. Is that right, Michael Hamburger? Def Leppard out. As soon as I stretch, Chad went down for a second. Okay, Chad's back up. Def Leppard's at 54. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 77. Man, there's been some punches thrown. Dressed up for the letdown, Richard Swift. Richard Swift is unopened, $19.99. Man, Def Leppard still getting bids. Michael's not out on Def Leppard. He bid. Okay, he put DLTE. He was probably trying to key in a bid. And now it's at 55. We started Def Leppard at 35. It's now at 56. It's been a battle. And so is Stevie Ray Vaughan. We started it, I think, at 35. It's at 77. If somebody wants to go ahead and bid 100 on each auction, that would probably go ahead and wrap it up. You can go ahead and wrap it up. Just somebody go ahead and bid 100 and 100, and we'll wrap those things up. Swift is sold to ST. That is sold to SC, Richard Swift. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 80. It's going to get to 100. Somebody just go ahead and bid 100. We'll wrap it up. Def Leppard's going to get to 100. Somebody just go ahead and bid 100. We'll wrap it up. Black Label Society's on white vinyl, $29.99. Randy Travis, a sealed OG, out of print, never reissued. One bid with Tom Sullivan. It's an 89 OG. Final call. Final call. Next thing we have over here is Japandroid Celebration Rock. It's a garage punk album, $17.99. Def Leppard 58. Stevie Ray Vaughan 81. Somebody just go ahead and bid 100. We'll wrap this thing up. Go ahead and bid 100 on them. We'll wrap this up. We have whatever this is, $17.99. This is Deerhoof, Offend Maggie. Offend Maggie, Deerhoof. What an interesting cover. $17.99. $17.99 on that. Michael Altus on Black Label Society. Michael, this is sold to you for $29.99. Now, Michael, everything in the bins are buy it nows, just for future reference. It's no big deal at all, but you don't even have to put the price. And you are a first-time buyer, I'm pretty sure. So I need you to go ahead and message our Facebook page. I need your email address and your mailing address. Go ahead and send that to us in a Facebook message right now. A Facebook message right now, please. Welcome. $8 in limited shipping. And that ends tonight. We've done 7 consecutive live streams. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, tonight, and that's 7. And tonight ends the $8 in limited shipping. John Stevens on Deerhoof. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $81. George Sherritt, it's up to you. Go ahead and bid 100. We'll wrap this thing up. Def Leppard is at 57, 58, 59, 62. Somebody go ahead and bid 100. We'll wrap this up. Unbelievably sealed Randy Travis, just one bid, $35. That's sold. Tom Sullivan. We sold a Randy Travis auction while those two were still up. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction I have here is Neon Indian. Something a little bit different here. Neon Indian is a 2011 USOG. The note from Laura says it's killer indie pop chill wave. Track A2 Polish Girl is a standout. It has the original sleeve and poster, a $50 start. $50 start. That does look a lot like me. A little bit taller. I don't wear pants either. I don't wear pants either. Next thing we have here is Zombie Flesh Eaters. This is limited edition, $39.99. Def Leppard, 66. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 86. I like this. Lots of bidding going on. Neon Indian. It helps the algorithm. Everybody keep bidding. Everybody keep bidding. Did you say that tonight ends the $8 in limited shipping? Yes, for this invoicing cycle. It cuts off tonight. I'm not saying $8 in limited shipping's over. It's over for tonight. And then we invoice on Monday. Tonight is the cutoff. Tonight's when the $8 cuts off. That means we invoice on Monday. We're obviously going to keep doing $8 in limited shipping, but tonight is the cutoff. There'll be 2 more opportunities in the group tomorrow. There'll be videos posted at 9, 12. There'll be videos posted at 9 and 12, or excuse me, at 6 and 9 and maybe 12. 6 and 9 and maybe at 12 over in the group, and those will be invoiced on Monday. And we got to make sure that first-time buyer has messages. He has. It just came through. We're good to go. Okay? Next thing we have, Def Leppard's at 66 with Michael Hamburger, final call. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 86. This is Neon Indian Era Extrana. Era Extrana. Neon Indian is a $50 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 90. We got Katy Perry Prism. Katy Perry is $17.99 Prism. How much is Japan Droids? Japan Droids is $17.99. Garage Punk White Vinyl. Next is Graveyard Hinsinjin Blues. Graveyard is $29.99 for Graveyard. And Cloud Nothing. Cloud Nothing's on is a garage album, $14.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 90. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 91. Def Leppard is a final call. Misprint label. Side B label is not Def Leppard. The B label says Alphabet City by ABC. It's an OGVG. Final call. $66. Next is Kelly Vloddercheck on Katy Perry. Robin Glenn was second. David Smith does want the Japan Droids he asked about. Final call to get a bid on Neon Indian for 50. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 91. Next thing we have is Belle and Sebastian, the Third Eye Center. This is an oversized jacket. That's why we don't have it in a sleeve. It's an oversized jacket. It's a 2013 UK OG compilation. $32.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $95. $95. And here we have this green vinyl and red vinyl pressing of who? Laura's threw me a curveball here. I think it's Delta Triangle. It's got a triangle symbol. $24.99. $24.99. $24.99. All right, first thing is Neon Indian is a no bid. It's a $50 buy it now. Neon Indian, a $50 buy it now. Def Leppard is done. And Def Leppard is sold to Michael Hamburger for $66. Michael Hamburger on that for $66. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, Travis is out. Just shy of 100. Just shy of 100. It's a final call to George Sheriff for $95. Jim B gets the Neon Indian for $50. That's a $400 album all day long. Jim B gets that. That's a $700 album all day long. Jim B got it for $50. That's a $1,200 album all day long. Jim B just got it for $50. Unbelievable. That's a $1,500 album all day long. The next auction we have going up right now is whatever this is. It is Black Kids Wizards of Oz. It's a 2018 U.S. reissue. The first physical release, MP3, came out a year prior. This is Black Kids Wizard of Oz. Like A-H-H-H-S. Not Oz like the movie, but Wizard of Oz. That's a $15 start. And yes, this is Alt J. This is Alt J. Thank you, Laura. Alt J, $24.99. And then we have Jad Fair and Daniel Johnston. It's Spooky. That is $34.99 with a 7-inch. And Taylor Swift is $27.99. Shake It Off, $19.89. Shake It Off. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to George Sheriff for $95. This is a $15 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is the following. That is Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds. A 1969 U.S. reissue. It's in VG condition. The top seam is splitting. It's really cool, though. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds. A $15 start on that. $15 start on that. No Japanese wings tonight, unfortunately. No. And then Alt J. So, that's Alt J. Is that Alt J? What's the Delta? And Tim Colino gets Alt J. This right here. This is sold to Tim Colino. Alt J. And then, can you get Taylor Swift Midnights, the 3 a.m. with the track bigger than the whole sky? I can check. Most of the Midnights are still in print. I'll check. Let's make a note for Kelly Vladarchek. Some of them get really confusing for me because they're different colors and different covers, but I'll check. I will check. Not a problem. All right, that's Laura Crate's always definitely worthy of another read-through. It sounds like she's working on some more right now because I hear a price gun. So let's read through these again. And what we're going to do is probably slip in a best offer crate. And while we slip in a best offer crate, Laura's going to be working on more stuff. So we might jump over here to like some vintage pre-owned stuff and see what's happening. I just heard Tanner stomp by. I'm about due for a V8. I'm about to run up front and get one right quick. First, I'm going to go ahead and make this record a buy it now. It is Black Kids, Wizard of Oz. It's a $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. And there it is. Whoop, I put it technically on the wrong side. Let's do that right there. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Really cool Sonny Boy Williamson, the Yardbirds there. That's a $15 start. And then over here, we have Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. This is an OG pressing from 1975. It's a round EX, specifically EX minus. So pretty close to VG++, but it's better than VG++. It's an OG Led Zeppelin, a $35 start. All right, how many's left in this crate? In here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 records left in here. And the first one is Dr. Dog, Shame, Shame. Dr. Dog is $27.99. These are new arrival sticker price. Beak is an experimental krautrock album on white vinyl for $29.99. So Dr. Dog, there's Beak. Surfer Blood, 1,000 Palms. Surfer Blood is on clear vinyl blue, $24.99. Keep Shelley in Athens, Our Own Dream. That's $14.99. And we have Bear in Heaven, I Love You, It's Cool, Psych Synth Pop, $14.99. You got something to say, Tanner? Looks like he had something to say. And then Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds is a $15 buy it now. 69 US in VG condition. That's a $15 buy it now. And then we have Queens of Stone Age Villains. This is a 2017 US original. Deluxe edition with book, $49.99. Chad, which Chad Fair was that? Donna got the Sonny Boy Williamson for $15. Which Chad Fair was that? Chad Fair? I don't think I've read Chad Fair, have I? Beirut, the Flying Club Cup. Beirut is $22.99. Mikey Young, You Feelin' Me. Electronic record, $17.99. And then we have Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. That is a sealed remaster for $29.99. This is Gorillaz, the Now Now. Gorillaz is $29.99. That is available. Led Zeppelin looking for a $35 start. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now, and it is Memphis Slim. Oh, Memphis Slim is a 74 US reissue. He's still in shrink, EX condition. Let's go ahead and start that for $15. Memphis Slim is a $15 start. And we got Zombie Flesh Eaters. This is a limited edition green vinyl, $39.99. Graveyard Hinsinjin Blues on blue vinyl for $29.99. Joe Colosi, You Just Missed Sonny Boy. Memphis Slim already has a bid for $15 though. Cloud Nothing is $14.99. Bell and Sebastian, The Third Eye Center, a 2013 UKOG, $32.99. Jad Fair and Daniel Johnston, $34.99. It's Spooky. And Taylor Swift is $27.99. Final call to get a bid. A nice Led Zeppelin here. OG Physical Graffiti with all the inserts. 2 LP. We're talking Cashmere. We're talking Custard Pie, The Rover, In the Light, Down by the Seaside. Looking for a $35 start. Memphis Slim has one bid for $15. What label is Beirut on? So what we're going to do, I'm going to give everybody a fair chance right now. Beirut is on Baba Bada Bing. Beirut is on the... Some of these labels don't have labels. Bada Bing, maybe? Yeah, Bada Bing. Manufactured and distributed by Revolver. $22.99. Now, Natasha is interested in a bundle deal on everything in here. Now, that's the only way I would ever discount a new arrivals crate like this is literally if somebody's going to buy everything that's left. Now, the last time I did this, Natasha bought them. The last time I did this, Natasha bought them. And I'm going to give everybody one chance because there's a good chance everything's about to sell. Just FYI. And Lucas says he'll take Beirut. Okay. And then Cyclone Doug wants Jad Fair. That's right here. Okay. Is that Daniel J. Kirk contains favorite and how much is it? Is that Cobain J. Kirk contains favorite? And then Henry's Choice put W.E. And W.E. was for something. So I got to clarify what Chris was going to say and what Henry is going to say. And Pink Floyd is $29.99. Lonnie Jolly's on Gorillas. Lonnie Jolly's on Gorillas. Memphis Slim is a final call for $15. Led Zeppelin $35. I got to clarify Henry and Chris. And Natasha, probably the easiest way to do this is that Daniel J., the favorite of Kurt Cobain. Daniel Johnston. Was there a Daniel Johnston in here? I know what you're talking about, but I don't think that's the album. Did we sell a Daniel Johnston? I know what you're talking about, but no, not that one. Well, I mean, I know the one I think of. It looks like it's a scribbled cover, right? The one I'm thinking about has like a scribbled cover, like a drawn with a pencil or something. Okay, so let's, Natasha, I've pulled out Taylor Swift. The easiest way for me to do this is just say 20% off. That's the easiest way for me to do. Just say everything 20% off. That would be pretty close to a bundle deal because like some of these, that would be 29. I'd probably put them in for like 25. So that'd be pretty dang close. So if you want me to add it up, I can do that. But I could just say these are all sold to Natasha at 20% off. But that's about what they would be if I did them individually. That's usually the calculation I make in my head on those. So they'll do all the calculations, but it'd be 20% off across the board. Okay? I have not found Tenacious D yet. Let's go ahead and sell this. This is sold to Donna Turner for $15. Led Zeppelin still getting bids, okay? So what we're going to do is all these are sold to Natasha, and we're just going to calculate it across the board at 20% off. Everything is sold, except Taylor Swift. Who wants to buy this, and we'll have an air horn? Taylor Swift is $27.99. It's available. 2LP, 1989, the original version. And so whoever's tagging, I'm going to put sticky notes around these. Just whatever the price is, times it by 0.8. That will calculate 20% off. Whatever the price is, times 0.8 on your calculator. I think they'll be able to figure that out. All right, so there's that. And these are all sold to Natasha. How simple was that? Very simple, right? We got to find one Taylor Swift faithful, and we'll have an air horn. And I'm going to go ahead and say this crate's full. I hear Laura's price gun. She's back there working on more. I'm going to set these right over here. We've already sold the Colt. Yes. The Colt is sold. That's also our 5th full crate of vinyl tonight. Let's start another crate with the rest of this. Okay. And this is where those end. Done. And James, I'm still looking for that. And here's Taylor Swift. So did Jeff Brindley. Led Zeppelin's a final call for $37. Chris Gardner, just so you know, you've been outbid. Edwin has that at $37. Okay? Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the business. Thank you, Natasha. That's a big thank you to Natasha. And the new air horns are up front, or did they bring them back here? Did they bring them? Hold on, they may already be back here. I think my mom brought them back here. At least this order. Yep. And I think these are the newest. I don't know. Mike Massey and Vladarchik have both ordered new air horns, okay? Are these the ones? Who ordered what? I don't know if these came from Mike Massey or the Vladarchiks. It looks like the ones we've had before. Excuse me, I think there's 3 people sending us air horns now. We still hadn't got the big boat horns yet. The big boat horn we had a while back, we still hadn't seen those. I still have not seen one of those since with the last canister we used. Zeppelin is a 75 OG. EX, I'm waiting for one person. He might have already got off. Edwin has it for 37. There's that. And I think the other horns are up front. Speaking of up front, I'm going to go see what's been delivered, and I'm also going to go grab a V8. And let me do that right now, okay? And I'll show you the no-bid pile, and we'll put up more. And then I've got to do a buy it now best offer. But first thing, I'm going to step up here and get a V8, and you should still be able to hear me. So give me 1 second right quick. I'm up here with Tanner. He's watching last night's sale. Last night's sale? He's watching last night's sale. I'm selling a Duran Duran Arena. No surprise there. I'm going to sit down right here so I get into this fridge. And I put in some more V8s. No? One mango. I'll take it. There's never any cold V8s. We got about, what, 30 cases there? There's none that's ever cold. There's none that's ever cold. Oh, here's the other air horns. They'll get a kick out of these, won't they? Yeah, I've already opened those up. They're still not the big one, though. You got anything to say before I go back here, Tanner? You know what? I think I might go ahead and grab a pack of trail mix, too. Let me go ahead and grab a pack of trail mix, too. My Chipotle earlier was terrible. Yep, Laura got Chipotle too. The one I got, I'd give it a 2 on a 10 scale. And I'm going to see what time it is. Probably already too late to order something else to eat. Would they deliver? Yeah, I'm gonna have to order some food for after the sale. Unless I go to Taco Bell. I don't know. Unless I go to Waffle House. You know. I'm gonna shut this door back, Tanner, okay? All right, door being shut. Thank you, Tanner. All right, thank you, everybody. I'm back. All right. Here's this, here's this. All right, so what has happened, everybody? This is sold Ed Riviera for $37. Okay? All right, thank you, Edwin, as always. Now, Kiss is Monday night. Kiss is Monday night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in right now. What we're about to do is we're about to knock out a half-off crate, no more, no less. I think y'all are going to like this one. It's a half-off crate, no more, no less. Laura's working on marking some more stuff right now. So let's do some half-off vintage. That's what Saturday night's all about. Great auctions, great discount crates. And we did like 3 in a row last night, and we sold everything. So here's this. Here's this. And I'm going to have to mute my mic for 1 second. I had to grab a snack. Let me do this right quick, okay? And then I'm going to have to be over here on DoorDash. I don't have a good plan for tonight after the sale as far as food. Unless I go get fast food, which I may end up doing, but not something I really want to do. I've ran out. Even though I was at Publix this morning at 7 a.m., I didn't feel like walking around shopping. I got my sub and went home and went to bed. So, but welcome, everybody. We're about to kick back into full pace. Full pace. Right now, okay? So let me grab this. Let me grab this. And give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. We're about to do a half-off crate. Everybody with me? Now, who sent these air horns? Was this Vladarchek or Massey? These are like little tiny deals. These are like for a little playhouse, a doll playhouse or something. Who sent these? Look at this. This is like a 45 horn. This is like when we sell a VHS or something. What in the world? Who sent these? I don't know who sent these, but I think my mom said there was three different like deliveries. So maybe somebody sent this as a gag. Little mini air horn deal here. I wonder what those sound like. That might have been Mike Massey. Vladarchek said he didn't send them. This is like a little you know, like a little toot. That's a little toot deal. All right, our next auction is right now. We have Miles Davis. Is volume 1 and 2 of Friday night. Miles Davis in person at the Blackhawks San Francisco. Volume 1 and 2 together. A 61 USOG, a 61 USOG, VG, VG++ EX, a $30 start. $30 start, Miles Davis in person. Miles Davis in person. That is now up for bid. Welcome, everybody. We are going to be selling Kiss stuff 7 o'clock Central Time Monday. Who's ready for a half-off crate? If you were paying attention to the overhead camera, you probably already seen the first record. I just told everybody I don't like selling Beatles records last night. And here they are. $22.50. This is supposed to go into my hoard and my stash. It's a great sounding record too. It's on the purple Capitol label. Nice, just $22.50 on the Beatles. Miles Davis is a $35 start. Next over here is this interesting deal. This is Elvis. This is Elvis Presley, folks. Where's Regina at? Elvis Presley. This is an acetate, a 2015 Record Store Day, a reproduction of the very first Elvis acetate, which I believe Jack White owns. It's probably one of the most valuable records in existence. This is a Record Store Day reissue of it, a $15 start. We're going through a half-off vintage crate, no more, no less. Next is Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Black Pink Panther, a 4-track promo, pent $10. Tom Moran first on the Beatles for $22.50. Tom Moran got the Beatles for $22.50. Elvis is a $15 start. Kingdom of the Sun, Peru's Inca Heritage, $7.50. We're doing half-off records, half-off, no more, no less. There's Graham Parker. Here is Fruit Man, Truth Bath, Pollywog, Derogatory, Sweet Potato. I don't know what all that is. It is an Iowa alternate rock bands compilation. An Iowa alternate bands compilation. $10. Miles Davis 35. Miles Davis 35. Ooh, The Doors. Just $15. VG Plus condition. Butterfly Electric label. Morrison Hotel. $15. Triangle by the Beau Brummels. The Beau Brummels is now just $5 VG condition. And Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. Dylan is a 65 press, $25, Columbia 2i, stereo. Miles Davis is at 35, 35, 35, 42. No bid on Elvis, looking for a $15 start. Jeff Brindley on Jim Morrison, Morrison Hotel. Michael Butler on Triangle, Beau Brummels. Elvis is in on, Regina's in on the Elvis at $15. The next thing I have is a Japanese pressing to put up. And this is a Japanese pressing of Wham! Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. It's a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Wham! Book. It has the Wham! Shrink wrap. It has the Wham! Obi, the Wham! Hop sticker. $35 start. Miles Davis is still getting bids. Here's old Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. VG condition, $7.50. After the Gold Rush. Gatefold, first label. Hey Jude by the Beatles. A Winchester press, $20. Apple label, clean. How could you go wrong there? Elvis is at $20, now $25. Bus Boys, minimum wage rock and roll, $5. EX condition, a check condition cover, maybe VG. Miles Davis is at $45. Tom Sullivan, Jim Davis, it goes back to y'all. We also have the Beach Boys Love You, and the Beach Boys is in VG condition for $5. And Emmylou Harris is VG Plus for $5. Doing a half-off bin. No more, no less. Next thing I have over here is what? And that is who? Well, I'll wait till one of these other ones end. Melanie Jennings on Neil Young. That is sold to Melanie Jennings. That is sold. And then we have Nancy Sinatra in London. That is now $6.50. It's in VG condition. $6.50. And Willie Nelson and Leon Russell, one for the road, VG condition, $6.50. $6.50. You know, I wasn't going to give him the attention he needed tonight, but I do have an announcement. It is Seth Hackett's birthday. I was going to try my best not to give him the attention, but folks, it is Seth Hackett's birthday. Just saying. Kevin Walker, that's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to say it is his birthday, and that's it. Kevin Walker on the Beatles. That's sold to Kevin Walker. The Elvis is now at $40 with Tom Moran. Mary Miles wants the Willie Nelson and Leon Russell. That is sold. And then Wham is at a final call for a $35 start. One second, please. We got Elvis at 42. We also have UK Danger Money. UK is EX, $6.50. And we have A&M Forget Me Nots. That's a compilation from A&M Records. EX, $9 on that. EX, $9 on that. Next thing is Wham is a buy it now for $35. Make it big. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. Wham is a $35 buy it now. We're going to put that in a new sleeve right now. A $35 buy it now. Make it big. And Elvis is at $42 of Duke Norman. And I don't think there was another bid on the Miles Davis, right? The Miles Davis, it did get a new bid for $53. It did. It did get a new bid. And Wham can be bought for $35. Beautiful Japanese pressing. John Stevens on the A&M comp. I wasn't going to give him the attention, but yes, it is Seth's birthday. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Next thing we have here is Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. That's EX $9. Tales of the Unexpected. And also we have the classic performances of 10 years after, VG Plus $750. So just so you know, anybody that was bidding, Miles Davis is now at $53. Now it's at $56 with Chris Kirkley. That is the OG gatefold, the or is it two different ones? Yeah, two different ones here. It's two different ones here. So, you know, two different jackets type deal, okay? And then over here is Wham. That's sold to Susie Breedlove for $35. And now Miles Davis is at $56. Now the Elvis is with Duke Norman at $42 over on YouTube. That means Tom Moran, you've been outbid, just FYI. Okay? And Susie got the Wham for $35. I'm assuming Seth turned 29. We are like the same age. I think he's been 20, so he should be 29 now. And I'm approximately 6 months older than him. So yeah, he should be 29 now. What's that? He's 29. He turned 29 today. So now he's almost caught me. Unfortunately, he'll never be able to. Cyclone Doug, Frank Marino. Sorry, Seth. You won't be able to catch me. Can't catch me now. You'll never be able to. Frank Marino on Cyclone Doug. Bus Boys is $5. EX condition on the vinyl, $5. Miles Davis is at $63 with Tom Sullivan. They're still bidding. We got Heart Magazine, VG for $650, Heart Magazine. I had a really cool picture of Seth to post, but I didn't want to embarrass him. I go low profile. I got so many. Oh, man, we could have had some fun in the group today. I don't know. I might send it in the group over here with him and his wife, and she'd probably say, yes, please post that. I've got some pretty embarrassing photos of Seth. He's probably got some pretty embarrassing photos of me, too, so I better be careful. We got Steppenwolf Live. It's a 2LP VG condition, $750. $750 for Steppenwolf Live. Folks, we are in a half-off crate, no more, no less. We've sold half of the titles we've shown, and just FYI, we're going to go through them again, but they are getting cleaned up. Adam Bernardi does get the Bus Boys. Melanie Jennings was second. Tom Moran bid 50 on the Elvis. The other bidder went out, so that is a final call. Nazareth, and this one's called Snaz. Nazareth is now $16.50. It's a Gatefold 2LP EX condition. EX condition. Mary Miles got Steppenwolf. That is sold to Mary Miles for $7.50, Tanner. And then over here, we got Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. $7.50. Ricky Skaggs, Don't Cheat in Our Hometown. $5 on Ricky Skaggs. And Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Rod Stewart, just $5. VG Plus condition on that. Chris is out on this. And then here is this. And this is Elvis, and it's sold to Tom Moran for $50. Thank you. That Record Store Day reissue of that rare acetate, the first Elvis recordings. That's not bad for $50, since the original probably won't be for sale for decades, and it would probably sell for like $100 grand. Greg Gallier next on Steppenwolf. Chad Davis on L for Loverboy. Chris Kirkley was second. Mike Conway third. Steve Weather fourth. Let's go ahead and sell Miles Davis, though. Miles Davis is sold to Tom Sullivan for $63. Chris Collins on Rod Stewart. That's sold to Chris Collins. And now let's throw up some more auctions. The next auction I have is The Doors. Come on, baby, light my fire. It is an OG. It is a 1967 US OG mono, an Abbey press. It's in VG condition. And yes, it's in mono, a $25 star. That's Ray Manzarek on the keyboards. All right, here's our next auction. I don't know as much about this one. Golden Smog, down by the old Mainstream. Golden Smog is a 2010 US, first time on vinyl. Has only been pressed to vinyl one time in 2018. And that pressing was limited edition. This is EX Plus, a $40 start. $40 start on that. And then over here is, this is Nancy and Lee. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. Cool record here. VG Plus, $12.50. And we have Malo, and Malo's VG Plus for $10. $10, and Jay Giles Band Freeze Frame. Jay Giles is VG Plus, $7.50. Jay Giles Freeze Frame, $7.50. Golden Smogs at $40. Golden Smogs at $40 with Charlie DeFrank. Over here, we got Scandal, Warrior featuring Patty Smythe, EX $9. And we have Catonia, Dead End Kings. Catonia is sealed, now just $20. What's that doing in there? That came out of nowhere. Catonia sealed, $20 on that. Oh, Chad went down for a second. Stretch. Okay. The Doors was a VG. No one's bid on the Doors? Hold on a minute. Test. Is this where's my mic at? Is it working? Final call for a $25 start. Golden Smog is at $40. And then we got Greg Bendinger put J. I'm assuming that's for Jay Giles. And then Robin was second. And then we got Rolling Stone Some Girls, $32.50. That's an OG original uncensored. It was $64.99. And then Simon & Garfunkel, Sounds of Silence, $7.50. Beautiful copy. It's a 70s press, $7.50. Golden Smog 41, Golden Smog 41. I have a what? Boy, I've sold all my miscellaneous stuff. You should have seen. Oh, I got 45s in here. Hold on a second. So if you want some cool, funky soul listening, a while back we went through thousands and hundreds of like various soul records like Deep Cut. It's stuff we have to check to make sure, we don't want to list it on Discogs for like $1,200. And so we compiled some stuff to price, and I sold off a lot of them, but I'm going to try to bundle some together. So some cool listening here. 1971 Funk Soul, 1974 Soul, 1970 sold, 1972 sold. And that's the Soul Children, Mantobia, Little Beaver, and Bill Coday. So a lot of 4 soul singles here. Stax, RCA, Black Cat Records, and Galaxy. A $20 start. $20 start. And, of course, we check some of these that look like they're possibly soul or funk. I have sold several for thousands. Oh, my gosh. I wish I had some of them back because they're probably worth even more now. We just found a rare rockabilly single in the back that sells for about $2,000, maybe $1,000. Some of these can have a wide variety of prices, but one of them's pretty rare we have back there. All right, so let's go back. We're doing half off crate, by the way. The Doors did get a bid for $25. Golden Smog got 2 bids for $41. Stephen Parton on Simon & Garfunkel. Now the Doors have a third $25 bid. Now Golden Smog $46. Now the Doors is at $26. Now Golden Smog is at $50. So the Doors is a 67 OG mono, VG. A 67 OG mono. Those 4 singles for a $20 start, and Golden Smog's at $50. I can't believe these two didn't sell. Catatonia for $20 and Rolling Stones for $32.50. These are half off, no more, no less. Steely Dan, the Royal Scam, $17.50. Steely Dan, the Royal Scam, $17.50. Original on her sleeve, no condition notes. Here is Jack Carney's comedy show, Animals and Pets, radio broadcast, $20. I see people like Bob Newhart. I see people like Justin Wilson. It is George Carlin. It's $20 now. It was $39.99. Jeff Brinley said he will take the Stones. That's sold to Jeff Brinley. That's sold to Jeff Brinley. Over here, we got Paul Carrick, One Good Reason. Paul Carrick is at $7.50. Chris Kirkley's at $27 on the Doors. Steve Weaver also bid $27 on the Doors. Stephen Parton's already bid $28. Now, the last bid on Smog that came in was Chris Knapp at $50. Blaine Zapnick on the Steely Dan, the Royal Scam. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you. Also, we got Priscilla Coolidge-Jones flying. Priscilla Coolidge-Jones is $6.50. Also, we got Carpenters, A Song for You. Has the flip-flap cover. That's $5. Paul Conway on Paul Carroll. I bet you meant Paul Carrick, right? Or did you mean Paul Carroll and you maybe misheard me? This is Paul Carrick. Heath Norman wants the comedy radio broadcast. The Mallow is a great debut from Carlos Santana's brother. There you have it, folks. Also, we got Mellencamp, the Lonesome Jubilee, $10. Romelu C. on the Carpenters. That is sold. Adam was second. Now the Doors is at $28. Final call on these 4 soul singles for $20. Next is Chicago, $10. Specifically Chicago 9 Greatest Hits. $10 on that. And we have James Taylor Flagg, $7.50. What album's behind Paul? Paul Carrick. There was a comedy radio broadcast that just sold. And then this is Catatonia for just $20. Unbelievably still in there. Half off of $39.99. Neil Diamond Moods is $5. Paul Conway does want the Paul Carrick. That's sold. And Golden Smog's about to sell for $50. Let's go ahead and sell these 4 here for $20 to Joe Delgado. Man, as soon as I said that, Mix bid $22. Oh my gosh. I hate ending stuff when a last second bid comes in. But Joe had those for almost 3. He had them for almost 4 minutes. I had to sell them. He got them for $22. But wait, there's more. I've got this one. That one's a little bit more pricier. Okay, some of these were priced already. We're going to do 3, and we're going to reduce the price, and I'm going to try to bundle the 3 together. So here is George Jackson, a 67 soul promo that we had marked for $35. We had the Hesitations, a Soul Fuzz promo that we had marked for $24 in VG, and then Johnny Little, a 67 soul jazz promo we had marked for $10. So we had these marked sticker $40, $60, $70. And that was from Fair Discogs Comps. And these are 3 more soul singles. George Jackson, Hesitations, and Johnny Little. And so I'm going to try them for a $35 start. $35 start on those. It looks like the George Jackson. I mean, if a VG Plus copy is $35, that tells me near mints would be close to $100. Those 3 are a $35 start. Golden Smog's at $55. Chris Knapp, you're out. Golden Smog is a 2010. It's the first time it was ever on vinyl. 2010, first time ever on vinyl. It's only been pressed one other time, and that was in 2018, and it was very limited edition. Okay? Over here, the Doors has a new bid for $32. Folks, this is an OG Abbey mono press in VG condition. That is something I get asked every single, it's kind of like the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. Is the Doors in mono? The first question asked. This is in mono. It is, and it's at $32. These 3 singles are essentially half off for a $35 start. Next thing over here is Golden at $55. Doors at $32. Next in the half off bin is Gary Puckett for $5. There was also a claim for Chicago, Robin Glenn. Robin Glenn got Chicago. Chuck Haley was second. Next is the Sons of the Pioneers, a Bear Family comp from Germany, 1982, $10. Also, Doug Kershaw is $10, alive and picking. And Rick Nelson's Greatest, a Rhino compilation. Rick Nelson is $6.50. Then Cynthia says, good evening, everyone. Chad, did you happen to see the message about the CDs from last night? No. If you're messaging Collectibles, there's not really anybody seeing those until probably Monday with Ed, or sometimes even Tuesday. Over the weekend, it could be. No, I don't see any. Now, where did you message? I don't see anything. We have Golden at 65, and then Tom Moran on Gary Puckett. Chris Collins was second. Golden Smog 70. Jennifer Nito on Catonia. That's so to Jennifer Nito. Tom Moran on Rick Nelson. Chuck third on Gary. And now the Doors is at 35. We're still bidding on the Doors, still bidding on Golden Smog. If anybody wants these 3 singles, they're a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for these 3 singles. Essentially half off of some really cool soul here. 35. These are just slightly below the cut to go on Discogs. We may end up listing them on there. They may end up on there, but, you know, we try to, stuff like this, we kind of have like a $50 threshold, usually before we put it on Discogs, unless it's something sealed. We try to sell it here, even if it's a lot less than what they're selling for. A lot of those times they have to go overseas. They ship to UK and Germany and places like that, right, Tanner? Golden Smog's at $75. The Doors is at $38. Okay. I'd messaged my internet in the bundle CD from last night. Are they still available? Now, over in the group, Cynthia, all the leftover CDs were posted in the group. So they might have already been posted and sold. I'll have to see what's been claimed from that post. We're going to have to start tagging those probably tomorrow or Monday. Right, Tanner? Yeah, so everything that was left, there's a post in the group as Chad Williams. There's 5 boxes of CDs. I posted 5 boxes of CDs, probably several hundred, and I said they're all $6.99 each. The last time I checked, it had 50 or 60 comments combined on everything. So, and some comments, people claim 10 and 12 at a time. And so what you're looking for may have already been sold because I didn't see that come through. Our next VHS auction is Primus, Cheesy Home Video. Primus is going to go up for a $10 start. Cheesy Home Video. All right, next thing we have is we're going to recap this half-off bin one more time. Tanner is here. He is. He's been up front. He walks back here every time. Every time I get a chance, I'm gonna wear him out. He's here. I need more trail mix. My lips are really chapped. I'm gonna go get my chapstick too. All right. So there's that, and there's that. Golden Smog still getting bids. Promise has a bid for $10, and the Doors is sold to Dale Sanders for $38. Thank you, Dale. That is sold to you. One auction down, another one up. Next is the Yardbirds, featuring performances by Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, and Jimmy Page. The Yardbirds is a 1970 U.S. OG Terre Haute. It's an EX edition, a $25 start. It does have a little bit of cover writing up here, somebody's initials, but that is going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Promise has 2 $10 bids. Let's go through this half-off crate one more time. Let's go through this half-off crate one more time. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Black Pink Panther, a 4-track promo, $10 on Graham Parker. We also have Kingdom of the Sun, Peru's Inca Heritage, $7.50. We got this Iowa compilation. It's an Iowa alternate rock band compilation, $10, probably local acts. Bob Dylan bringing it all back home, a 65 stereo 2i VG Plus, just $25. That was $49.99. The Yardbirds is a $25 start. The Yardbirds is a $25 start. Golden Smog has hit 100. Golden Smog has hit 100. The Beach Boys Love You, VG Condition, $5. Emmylou Harris, Pieces of the Sky. Emmylou is VG Plus, $5. Also, Nancy in London, VG, $6.50. UK, Danger Money, EX Condition, $6.50. And the classic performances of 10 Years After, VG Plus, $7.50. Heart Magazine, VG, $6.50. Naz, Snaz, Nazareth, EX, $16.50. Ricky Skaggs, Don't Cheat in Our Hometown, $5. I'm assuming William Warner did not want to bid again on Primus because it's been at 12 with Robert, and I'm about to sell it. Robert Warner has also claimed the Beach Boys, and that was right here with Love You, and that's $5 to Robert Barnett. The Golden Smog's now at 105 with Chris Knapp. We also have Nancy Sinatra, Lee Hazelwood. This is VG Plus, $12.50. Last time I played that, I greatly enjoyed listening to it. Here's Mallow, which is Santana related. Jorge Santana, VG Plus, $10 on Mallow. Scandal Warrior is still available, featuring Patti Smythe. That's EX, $9. Priscilla Coolidge Jones, Flying. That is $6.50. We have Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, $10, no condition notes. James Taylor Flag is $7.50. And then Neil Diamond Moods was $5. Sons of the Pioneers, Bear Family, $10. And Doug Kershaw, $10. Joe Salomon Scandal. Final call. I am going to offer these as a bundle. Joe Salomon got Scandal. The Yardbirds is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute with the original company inner sleeves from Epic. It's a gatefold 2 LP. Really cool artwork. The vinyl's not bad at EX. Just unfortunately, the cover has a little bit of writing right there, but it's going to go up for a $25 start. The Yardbirds, no bid yet. Golden Smog is the final call to Charlie. Primus is sold to Robert Barnett for $12. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That is sold to you. All righty. Next single. Crazy. There's some crazy stuff in here. I think we had one of these the other night, though. Let me check it right quick. See what's going on here. Still got several auctions to run. Yeah, this is a good single. Guns N' Roses Hard School. GNR is a 2022 single. Hard School, very clean in shrink. GNR is a $10 start. $10 start on that. Now, let me see. I'm going to offer what's left in here as a bundle. So let me take a quick peek right here. Let me see what's left in here. Man, that Dylan's left in there. Let me remind everybody, that's $25 while I'm calculating the rest of this bundle. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including Nazareth. And that's sold to Buddy Cordova. That's sold to him for $16.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 records there. Okay. 17 records. Mix on Peru. Now 16 records. This is sold to Mix for $7.50. Now 16 records. And then the Bob Dylan, so 17 again. So I'm at 16 records, $85. $85. And I'm kind of thinking 16 around $4 a piece at a bundle price, and then Dylan at 20, which is another discount off the half off price. So I'm at 85 on that 16-piece bundle there. 16-piece chicken McNugget. So $85, and that includes Dylan, Doug Kershaw, Sons of the Pioneers, Neil Diamond, James Taylor, John Mellencamp, Priscilla Coolidge-Jones, Malo, Nancy Lee, Ricky Skaggs, Hart, 10 Years After, UK, Nancy Sinatra, Emmylou, the Iowa compilation, and Graham Parker. $85. We'll blow the air horn and we'll go over to something else. But first, Golden Smog is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $110. The GNR, I'm looking for a $10 start. And the Yardbirds has two $25 bids. Yardbirds has a bid with Steven and now Susie. Susie, you're out. GNR is a 2012 Near Mint, Hard School, and Absurd live, looking for a $10 start. Yardbirds is tied. $85 for the bundle. If not, you'll probably see them in a vintage discount crate, and they're definitely going to sell there. They might sell for more. Some might be a little less, but if somebody wants a variety, a wide selection of some music there, now's the chance. I think we have time for one more half-off bin, and we'll probably by then, we'll have the newest arrival crate from Laura. So let's do one more half-off bin. Oh, I'm over here stretching. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Okay. And let's go ahead and say that has a bid for 10 and Yardbirds is getting new bids, okay? If not, I got a good start on possibly some flip crate stuff tomorrow. Let's find another half-off bin, okay? Here's kind of the agenda. We're going to do a half-off bin. We're going to do the lore crate when it makes its grand arrival. And probably around midnight tonight, we'll start on CDs. So I think we got another good solid hour of probably vinyl and miscellaneous and whatever else we can pop up. And I think y'all are going to like this next half-off bin. It looks like it's check condition stuff at half-off prices, which means they're going to be really good deals. And we're about to sell a lot more vinyl. I'll be here tonight till about 1:30 a.m. So that leaves us another 2.5 hours or so. 11, 12, 1. Yeah, we still got about 2.5 more hours here to go. Thanks for joining us on Saturday night. So we got at least probably another good hour or more of vinyl, at least another hour, and other different stuff. Might slip in some Buy It Now 45s in a second. Oh. John brought a lot up here to me not too long ago before he left yesterday, like 2 whole boxes over here. I'm adjusting. Okay. Here we go. So Yardbirds is at $28. Yardbirds is at $28. That is right here with Stephen Parton. Right here with Stephen Parton where my finger is. He is not on Facebook. That's why you can't see it. He is not on Facebook. Stephen Parton, you'll have to see what comes up there on Restream. And now the GNR is at $13. We got time for another new auction. We got plenty of times for new auctions. Our next auction is Albert Collins, and this is called Frostbite. Albert Collins is a 1980 USOG. The vinyl's an EX, and Albert Collins is a $15 start. It does have a little bit of writing right here. It's a $15 start on Albert Collins. $15 start on Albert Collins. Yes, actually, I am going to try to clean up the no bids right now. I am going to try to clean up the no bids right now. First one is Black Kids, Wizard of Oz, AHHS. That's a $15 buy it now. This wasn't an auction. I was just trying to still sell it. Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $1,575. Signed. I'm going to put that over here. Hard School's at $15. These, once again, are not auctions. These are just buy it nows. I'm looking for best offers. McCartney Archive Collections, they're $250 each. They're $250 each. And then the only other no bids tonight was Santana 25, McCartney 35, McCartney 35, or 50 for both McCartneys. So 25, 25, or 35, 35, or 50 for both. And then Santana's 25. So there's really only 4 no bids. Only 4 no bids so far tonight. Half off records. Everybody ready? We're going to do this one quick. The lower crate's already over here, so let's knock this out. Yes, going for the 1. Yes is in VG condition, $5. This is Arcadia. Arcadia is VG plus $9. Also, James Taylor JT. James Taylor's VG plus $5. We have Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, VG $5. Gregory has the GNR for $15. I'm about to sell it. The Steve Howe albums, VG condition, $5. Yes, that's Steve Howe of Yes. That is Steve Howe of Yes. We also have Chicago Transit Authority, EX, $9. That's Chicago's first album. Chicago Transit Authority. Also over here, we have Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, VG plus $5. GNR's at $18. Yardbirds is Soda Susie for $29. That's Soda Susie for $29. Interested in the Max, checking my collection, okay? Adam Bernardi's interested in the Paul McCartneys. He's going to check his collection right quick. Let me see what else I have over the shelf. I think that's where I put the other singles John had. I'm also trying to fix my knee, which is... Oh, okay, I think I got it out. Give me 1 second. I'm doing some chiropractoring on myself. John Dodd gave me some great physical therapy advice the other day. I wonder if he's still watching. I got to call Melanie on Monday. I'm like, Melanie, my chiropractor, I'm going to need some help. I do. I actually have my Monday is already booked essentially, and I hadn't even got done with Sunday yet. Sunday's already booked. Tanner's laughing at me. They have no idea what I'm doing, do they? I'm essentially trying to fix my knee. Yeah, you can go ahead and take those. Oh. When you hear it here in a minute, it's going to sound really bad. Okay? Oh, man. Oh. Okay, sorry. I'm having a medical problem right now live. We got GNR 13, GNR 15, GNR 18. Sid Blair first on Arcadia, medical emergency. Sid Blair on Arcadia, and then Mike Straws on SH, and that's for Steve Howe. That's so to Mike Straws. Jim Davis second on Arcadia. Lonnie Jolly got Steve Martin. Tom Sullivan second on Steve Howe. Gregory's out on Hard School. This is so to Tom Sullivan for $18. That's so to Tom Sullivan for $18. Albert Collins is a no bid. He's a buy now for $15. Albert Collins another bid. Sorry on that. I was like over here. It feels better, but it still didn't. I still didn't adjust it like I normally can. Okay, next auction is Steely Dan. This is a U.S. reissue of An Unknown Year. It's a Columbia Club copy of Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. It is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Steely Dan, and this is Bob Lugwood mastering. $15 start. Tanner needs to bring out the Bengay and give you a good rub down. That is not happening. Oh, I think it just popped. Oh man, yeah, it did. Oh, that's a relief. I still don't know what that is, but whatever it was, it just adjusted. Oh yeah, I'm much better now. Oh, I could run down to Walmart and back. No problem. Oh, that feels so much better. Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but it caught. I need to have some kind of scan done probably. It just sounded like, you know, like a knuckle popping, but it happens in my knee, and then I feel so much better. Okay. Next is probably from standing 8 hours a night here in one spot. We have a 1974 UK original, Jimi Hendrix Loose Ends. Jimi Hendrix is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Lisa Speet on James Taylor. Lisa, have you bought from us before over on YouTube? Lisa, if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. I'm sorry, your first-time experience with us. I'm having a medical emergency. Hey, that tub with the clear, are you going through that? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there I need to show again. Over there, I found all kinds of good stuff over there. Lisa, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered, okay? So, James Taylor is $5. That's so to Lisa. We need to get her registered. And then these two auctions are $15 starts. We got a Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, Bob Ludwig, and a Jimi Hendrix 74 UK, VG $15 start. And Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, is $7.50. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $7.50. Steely Dan has a bid for $15. The Albert Collins is called Frostbite. It's a 1980 USOG. There is some writing. The vinyl's an EX. Over here, we got Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson. No condition notes, $10. The Incredible, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap is now $5. And then over here is No Sound, Light Dark. No Sound, Light Dark. A white vinyl. It's a prog album. It's a 2013. It's on white vinyl. And now this is $20. Yes, I think so. I'll register. Okay, yes, just the link to register is in the description of the video. Just please click on that. Fill that form out. Welcome. We'll invoice you on Monday. We'll invoice you on Monday. Meniscus. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I think it's been damaged from golfing over the years. I was going to say what Moose said. Speaking of golfing, that reminded me. He's still begging me to come play. It's not happening. Ooh, another Kiss VHS. Nice. I think some of those people have already left the chat, but here's another one. This is Kiss Unplugged VHS, a $10 start. Kiss Unplugged, a $10 start, okay? And then over here, we got Steely Dan at 17, Tom Moran on Union, Gary Puckett in the Union Gap. That's so to Tom Moran. And this is a half-off bin, no more, no less. No more, no less. We're also going through a lower crate next. We're going through a lower crate next. Right now, we're half off, no more, no less. Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time. Donna Summer is $7.50. It's called Once Upon a Time, $7.50. Donna Turner, Once Upon a Time. And then Michael Pender, The Promise. Michael Pender, $7.50. Pete Maselli, if you don't want the Albert Collins, it looks like Von Gillespie does. I'm going to go ahead and make Jimi Hendrix a buy it now. It's a 74 UK OG. It does have some cover damage, a lot of wear. It's $15 if anybody wants that. Next thing is Kiss does have a bid for 10. We have Lonnie Jolly on Donna Summer. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. And then Jackie Reynolds second. Steely Dan has a new bid for 20. Phantom third on Donna. And then we got Nilsson Sings Newman. Oh, wow. I am popping. That was my neck. Golly. I need to go to a doctor and be like, can you give me a whole new skeletal system? I need a whole new skeletal system. Nilsson Sings Newman. This is in shrink for $10. $10 on that. Nilsson Sings Newman. And Roy Orbison, Laminar Flow. $15 on that. And we have Elvis. This record was only sold on television. Elvis is $15. And then over here, we have Kiss is at $10. Steely Dan at $20. 3 people on Donna. Lonnie Jolly was first. Lonnie, then Jackie. Pete passes on Albert Collins. So this is sold to Von Gillespie for $15. Thank you, Von Gillespie. That's sold to you for $15. And then Steely Dan is new bid for 10. And then Adam Bernardi wants both Japanese Paul McCartneys at $25.25. Thank you, those so $25.25. Vinyl on the Hendrix is VG. And then the box sets, yeah. So, Adam, these are called McCartney Archive Series. I was showing it earlier. You probably missed the full explanation. I got these basically for best offer. I'm starting at $250. which is probably top retail, and I'm just looking for offers. They're numbered. I think most people like them because of the beautiful packaging of the book. They're just really incredible sets. It has unreleased photos of the instruments he used. I mean, look at this. They've went into just great detail. Look at that. Wow. Just amazing detail here. A behind-the-scenes photo. Of course, this is the album after Paul left the Beatles. You know, he went out and he wrote everything. He recorded everything. And this is the McCartney Archive Collection. $250 each. I have this one and McCartney 2. I have this one and McCartney 2. And I do have others that are on Discogs, but they're sealed. Some of them are the same price. Some of them are more. But essentially, the media is 3 disc. It's a 2 CD and DVD. Nothing to do with vinyl. It's just 2 CD DVD. But they are extremely desirable. The McCartney Archive Collection. So that's what those are. And I have that one and McCartney 2. And they're super nice. I think I sold the Band on the Run for like $350 or something like that. But I'm entertaining offers. Kiss is at $15. So Kiss Unplugged VHS. Okay? That's what this is right here. This is Kiss Unplugged VHS. Just so everybody knows, this is with Buddy Cordova at $15. This is VHS. And Buddy Cordova has this for $15. Steely Dan's up for auctions at $23. And then we had a couple questions on some other stuff. Let me see what's going on over here first. Steely Dan. Joshua passed on Jimmy. And we're good to go. Oh, I have a great comfort pad. Yeah, the Vloddercheck sent me a anti-fatigue mat. Oh, it's helped a lot, but I don't think it's going to repair damage already done. And then Tom Moran on Elvis. He was first on that. That's so to Tom Moran. All right, back to the half-off records. A lower crate patiently awaits on deck. Bonanza TV original cast record. Bonanza's $15. Bonanza's $15. Bruce Springsteen is $10. The Wild, the Innocent, the E Street Shuffle. And then this is called Well, Well, Well and Rise. A 1988 German press. It's an alternate rock album. $10 on that. Generator is plugged up and good to go. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing. And it's a Japanese pressing of a Beach Boys album. And I have a soundtrack, The Ruthless People. First, we'll do the Beach Boys all summer long. I Get Around, Little Wanda, Wendy. This is going to go up for a $15 start. This is a $15 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the lyric insert. It has the cover and obi, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. The Beach Boys all summer long. Kiss is now at 17, new bid. Chuck Haley on Bonanza, going through a half-off crate. Y'all know the drill, no more, no less. Next is George Harrison's Extra Texture. It does have the die-cut lettering here. It's $15, George Harrison Extra Texture. Long John Blues, 12 classic performances by Long John Baldry and the Hoochie Coochie Men. That's now $10, half off crate, no more, no less. Beach Boys is at 15, Kiss is at 17, and I think we're done over here on Steely Dan. Hammers Up, Phil Ott has it for 23. The last bid before that was Joe Delgado for 21. And just Joe, so you know, you're out on Steely Dan. Here is Sims by Sinatra, Sylvia Sims. This is with Sinatra, I believe, in one way or another, or produced or something. $7.50, $7.50 on that. Are the 2 Macca box sets complete? Oh yeah, there's nothing missing. They're all pristine, near mint. Both have the disc, the flaps on the back. They're numbered. Yeah, they're both complete. The box, books. It's all there. It's all there. Here is, speaking of McCartney, press to play. That one's not as easy to get. 1986, McCartney's now only $15. And then we have Bobby Sherman getting together. Bobby Sherman is $7.50. Kiss is still getting bids. Kiss is now at $20 with Buddy Cordova. We got Rock and Roll Nielsen. Nielsen, Rock and Roll. Nielsen is $7.50. Pickwick Pressing. And here is Donna Summer. I remember yesterday. Donna Summer is $5. And we have David Essex, Adam Faith, Larry Hangman, Keith Moon, Stardust. That's a soundtrack. 40 tracks from that. $13.50. Love and Spoonful, The Monkees, The Animals, The Hollies, The Bee Gees, The Righteous Brothers, Barry McGuire, Jefferson Airplane, Aretha Franklin, Stray Cats, David Essex, lots of Stray Cats and lots of David Essex. $13.50 on that. Kiss is at $20, and then Lonnie Jolly on Donna Summer, then Jackie Reynolds, then Phantom Canuck. Now the Beach Boys is at $21. DJ Not So Good wants Nielsen Rock and Roll, and we got Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. This is sold, and this is done to Phil Lott for $23, mastered by Bob Lowig. Over here, the Beach Boys is at $21 now. Kristen Barnett on the Stardust. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. And the last bid on the Kiss VHS was $20, which means William Warner, you're out. Will you take $380 for both? I will. $190, $190. You got your two incredible Paul McCartney box sets here. Thank you on that. These are amazing. Now, a little bit later, Adam, I'll show you the ones I still have on Discogs. You may be interested. I don't have the complete set anymore. At one time, I had the complete set, but the rest of them I have are sealed. And if I pull those up on Discogs, we can check comps, and or I'll tell you what they're priced for on there, and then we can go from there. But we'll do that maybe later tonight when we're doing CDs. I'm sure you'll still be watching, or at least I hope you're still watching. But yeah, those are sold. I'm going to put those right there. That's an awesome deal, and thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and just say sold to you. Maybe we can do a deal on some more later tonight. Those have been over here in my auction boxes forever. And I wasn't never going to put them up for auction. It's just something that I never did list on Discogs, and I hadn't got around to it yet. Here's our next Japanese pressing. This is the Ruthless People soundtrack. It does have the original Japanese insert, Shrink and Obi, Jagger, Vandross, Billy Joel, Dan Hartman's on here, Cool in the Gang, Bruce Springsteen, Nicole, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Oh, we're done on the Kiss VHS. We got to be getting close. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Jimi Hendrix is $17.50. And then Steve Miller Band Anthology, $17.50. I just casually slipped by a Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits there. And then Joe DeGaldo, You're Out on the Beach Boys. Here is Johnny Rivers, It's $5, Outside Help. King Curtis Live at the Fillmore West. King Curtis is now $10. And we have the Beatles Rarities, $17.50 on that. The Beatles Rarities, $17.50. All right, I got to sell the Kiss VHS. This is sold to Buddy Cordova for $20. And now Joe DeGaldo, it's up to you on the Beach Boys, just FYI. It's up to you on that. It's at $23 with Tom Moran. Looks like our new buyer, Lisa, has messaged the page. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa. That's a Cat Stevens song. Sad Lisa, Lisa. Awesome, that is done. And we have, I'm going to walk right over here. And he's out. And we're going to sell this to Tom Moran for $23. Let's get that in a new sleeve. I do have plenty of Japanese pressings I haven't ran so far this week. And just so you know, if you're hopping on, we're about to go through the rest of this half-off crate. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. A brand new crate of Loris dust over here, and then guess what? We also have probably one more half-off crate, and then we'll do CDs. Our next Japanese auction is going to be George Harrison. This is George Harrison Dark Horse. George Harrison Dark Horse. This is a Japanese pressing. It is going to go up for just a $25 start. The cover is slightly warped. The cover has a bend to it. It probably could be flattened out. Probably have to put it underneath a mattress or some books or something. But the vinyl's fine. The vinyl is flat as a pancake. It's okay. It does have the Japanese inserts. A little bit of humidity spots on the back of the Obi. And because of the cover, I'm going to put it up for just a $15 start. So it's got a slot bend to it, but everything else is fine. Jeff Healy is sold, yes. Jeff Healy is sold. No, those are 2 autographs. Those were laying here because I was photographing them to be listed on our website. I'm slowly building up an archive of our autographs to put on our website. Marilyn Manson is $575, which I think is a great price. $575. And I've got Neil Young for $1575. Same price as the Beach Boys. But yeah, that's why some of these high-end autographs are laying around. I am building up a archive of uniform photographs so I can list stuff on our website. Something I've been working on. I was in the middle of this. Oh, I know it sold to me. Oh, I have no idea. Let me think about it. Jeff Healy. I think so, but honestly, I don't remember. But yeah, Manson. Manson comes with a full letter of authenticity, too. It's a full letter of authenticity right here. It comes with a full letter from JSA. Heaven Upside Down, matched, $575. And the reason I have 2 is because I was missing a record. And we had this one for auction one night, and Laura tagged it, and I was like, no, I need the disc. So I'm actually going to send whoever buys it, you're going to get 2 copies. You're going to get the disc too. You're going to get an empty, essentially you're going to get an extra jacket that's not signed. So I need the disc. The last time I had this, 2 people didn't want to buy it because they didn't have the record with it. And I'm like, well, let me get on Discogs I'll buy one right now for $50 and the disc would be in there, but nobody pulled the trigger. They wanted it with the disc right then. I was like, well, I mean, you can buy a disc. It's probably going to cost you about $50 on Discogs, but you can get one, probably 60. I don't know. That record's probably what, $50, $60 probably. All right, and let's finish up this half off bin. Santana Shango. Santana is $8.50. James Taylor is $12.50. Johnny Rivers is $5, not a through street. Nice. CSNY, Deja Vu, $17.50. $17.50. Johnny Rivers is $7.50. The Righteous Brothers is $7.50. Sinatra is $7.50. And the Righteous Brothers again is $7.50. So those are all available. The disc, the actual jacket or the other one, yeah, it's a 2017 OG. So yeah, it's an OG, and this is an OG cover too. So yeah, you're buying, let's just call it this. You're buying a 2017 OG signed Marilyn Manson, Heaven Upside Down, $575. So yeah, it's an OG press signed, $575. With letter from JSA, which cost, I think his cost $75. I think that letter costs $75 or maybe $125. You can get on their website and see how much letters cost. So you can look up people. Like if you look up Neil Young, I think to get a letter, it's like $75. If it don't require a sticker, if y'all know what I'm talking about. So some of these just require a sticker. It's a flat fee. It's relatively cheap. But some autographs require a letter, and they charge quite a bit for those because they got to have it notarized. They got to photograph it. They got to archive it. A lot of steps to take. And then they got to mail it. They got to mail it back to you. So, yeah. All right, let's read through these one more time quickly. Auctions are pretty much the Japanese on the left. We have Shango for $25. We have, that's the only auction that has not sold tonight. Japanese Santana Shango, $25. This is Black Kids, Wizard of Oz, $15. And Jimi Hendrix was $15. There is only one more advertised auction that has not sold tonight. let me put that up right now after I make this a buy it now for $15 and George Harrison a buy it now for $15. Wow. 2 more Japanese pressings, a $15 buy it now. 2 more no bids, 15 and 15. And those are available right now for a BIN. Ruthless People, and then George Harrison's Dark Horse. The cover has a slight bend to it, but those are only 15 and 15. Japanese on top left. Yes, that was Ruthless People. Yes. Romelu, if you want that, it's yours. He said he'll take it for 15, and then George Harrison's a buy it now for $15. So if everybody could get locked in with me, one more read-through on the half off. It's going to be quick, as y'all know. Chad, you need this Marilyn Manson. And if you check, you'll see that's very, very fair for a lettered, authenticated. Don't ever look at autographs that don't have a JSA or PSA comp with them, because you can get on there right now and buy a fake, probably signed photo for $50. There's all kinds of forgeries. You got to have a JSA, PSA, Beckett letter with it. George is so to Susie. She said both, $15. There's only one more tagged advertised auction. I still got Japanese stuff, but here's the last one. It's a white label promo of Mountain. A white label promo, a 72 US VG Plus. It does have a promo sticker. It also has a Associates, some kind of Bendo Right, whatever that is, sticker on the front. $15 start on that. $15 start. And then every once in a while, I'll bundle together some sealed stuff. These are all sealed records. Golden Classics Volume 10 with Dolly, Buck Owens, George Jones. Also got Roy Brown sealed. Hard Luck Blues. Let's first go ahead and put up Roy Brown. That is sealed on the King label. Look at that. Hard Luck Blues sealed. Don't know a lot about it other than it's a sealed record. Roy Brown, Hard Luck Blues, also a $15 start. Some of these I think I'm going to try individually. We might bundle a few more, but I got some sealed records over here. Finally, let's go ahead and do the half-off stuff here. You ready? We got Yes, going for the one. Wondrous Stories is on here. VG Condition, $5. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. Three Dog Night is VG Condition, $5. Chicago Transit Authority, their first album here. EX Condition, it is on the second label. Chicago is $9. Chicago is $9. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG, $7.50. Nielsen, son of Schmielsen. Nielsen is $10. Also, No Sound, Light Dark. A 2013 UK. It's a prog album on white vinyl. Just $20 on that. Michael Pender, The Promise. Michael Pender is $7.50, a member of the Moody Blues. Nielsen Sings Newman. This is now $10 for Nielsen. Mountain has one bid for $15. Final Call. Hard Luck Blues by Roy Brown. $15 start. No bid, final call. Gianronco Corcovocco on Chicago. That's sold to him. EX $9. That's JK over on Facebook. Thank you. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. And then over here, I have Roy Orbison Laminar Flow. $15. Roy Orbison Laminar Flow. Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, the Innocent, the E Street Shuffle. $10 on Bruce Springsteen. How about Well, Well, Well and Rise? A 1988 alternate rock, that was $10. George Harrison's Extra Texture, just $15. And then Long John Blues, Long John Baldry, that's $10. Sims by Sinatra, $7.50. Paul McCartney's still available. Press to Play, $15 on McCartney. And Bobby Sherman, just $7.50. Getting Together. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $17.50. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. And Steve Miller Band Anthology, $17.50 on Steve Miller. Johnny Rivers, $5, Outside Help. King Curtis Live, $10. The Beatles Rarities, $17.50. Santana, $8.50, Gold Stamp Promo. Mountain of Soda Joe Delgado for $15. I just want to make sure we're still connected on Facebook or YouTube. Is anybody still watching on YouTube? It's been 14 minutes since somebody's commented over there. 14 minutes since we've had a YouTube comment. Is everybody still alive over there? Are we still connected? We have James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. James Taylor is $12.50. Johnny Rivers is $5. Gold stamp promo. Also, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu, $17.50 on CSN Deja Vu. I've never went through such a half-off crate with so many good titles without them being sold. It might be the end of the week and everybody's like, Chad, we're maxed out. We're ready for the lower crate. What's going on? We got Johnny Rivers for $7.50. Golden Hits. The Righteous Brothers is $7.50. We got Sinatra for $7.50 and the Righteous Brothers for $7.50. Everybody might be saying like, Chad, we're here, but we're exhausted. All right, Roy Brown is a $15 buy it now, sealed Hard Luck Blues. $15 on that. It's a buy it now, sealed copy. Sealed copy. Okay. Blaine Zapnick, nice pickup there, $17.50. Anybody else? This actually has filled up another crate. So let me go ahead and do this. And everybody might be like, Chad, bring on the CDs, man. I mean, what are you talking about? We're here for CDs. We're here for CDs. This is the age of the 90s. All right, that was our 6 full crate of vinyl. I bet after we go through this lower crate and we maybe run through one more half off, if I can get everybody woke up, I bet we can fill up our 7th crate. And then we're going to have a blitz. Okay? We're going to have a blitz. Johnny Rivers Hit and Righteous Brothers. Those are sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you, Steve. Steve's awake all the way over there in the United Kingdom. Steve's awake all the way in the United Kingdom. Tanner's still here. I thought you left. Are you getting coins ready? Somebody asked earlier about coins. I said, Tanner's getting them ready. I'm going to have to pull an all-nighter, aren't I? Is that cash? Oh, Tanner's brushing his teeth. Okay. It looked like a big wad of $100 bills. Sinatra. Sold to Tom Moran for $7.50. Do I have any royal blood? No, I do not. I am American. We have King Curtis. King Curtis live at the Fillmore West is $10. $10 on that. And then Sinatra's already sold. Okay? A blitz. A CD blitz is when we go through about 500 CDs. Okay? And Romelu says he'll take it. And that was on King Curtis. Susie's offered $20 for the Japanese Santana over here. So to Susie. So now there's no bids on Japanese tonight. Roy Brown was sealed $15. And Christopher, somebody beat you to the Sinatra. Now, there's way too much in there probably for a bundle. So let's just go ahead and go right into that new crate. And let's introduce some new auctions. But first, here comes the lower crate. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Y'all know that song? All right. Somebody asked if I had any royal blood. I said, no, I'm from Tennessee. I'm American. We got Laura crate sticker. Holy moly, y'all know the rules. There might be some people snoozing. Y'all might have a better chance than most right now on this Laura crate sticker. Laura, sometimes we might need like you might need to put a little sticker on the back sometimes to help me identify what it is. But usually you're watching and you can tell me. I think you left one night right after you brought me a crate and then I didn't know what it was and everybody was almost arguing. But it looks like something from Hello Kitty, but I'm not for sure. I'm probably wrong. But you almost need to take one of those little small sticky notes and write like and write what it is so they can have that too. So there's that. All righty, we're here. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? I'm looking at all this stuff. I'm trying to clear all this out, but there's way too much. I don't know if we want to get into magazine lots this late. There's some cool stuff over here. I need to get some of our country buyers on because I got all these Fred Goodwin 90s country magazines. We need to get that thing sold before it gets damaged, but I got to advertise it Golly, there's so many great 45s over here. So much. Not enough time of the day. Yep, and all those. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's the high-end stuff for eBay. Okay. Here we go. Everybody ready? First auction. I'm going to bundle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sealed records together for just a $10 start. $10 start. Golden Classics with Dolly Parton, Buck Jones, George Jones, or Buck Owens, George Jones, Dolly Parton, Flatt and Scruggs. We Are the World 12-inch single. The Best of Louie Louie. The Obvious. That's the name. It's a sealed record. The Obvious Home. And 4 for the show, the Statlers. Folks, that's 5 sealed records for a $10 start, okay? Next thing I have is the first thing. You know the rules on the lower crate. Sufjan Stevens is $54.99, a 2009 USOG limited edition with book and comic book. Right off the bat, Sufjan Stevens, first person to claim a record gets the lower crate sticker. No putbacks. No putbacks. Jim James, Uniform Distortion, Uniform Clarity. Jim James is signed with signed poster and 7-inch. That's Jim James from My Morning Jacket. $44.99 with signed poster and 7-inch. The front man of My Morning Jacket. $44.99. This is Clutch Earth Rocker. Clutch is $27.99. Earth Rocker $27.99. And David Bowie Heroes 2018 $27.99. Wow. So 4. I went ahead and did 4 there. And the first person to claim something does get the Laura Crate Hop sticker, okay? First thing over here is Shakedown on JJ, and that was for the Jim James. And Jim James was with signed poster, a 7-inch. What a set. You're going to get all that and a Laura Crate Hop sticker. Holy moly, that's so too Shakedown. There you go. You get the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate sticker. Thank you on that, Shakedown. Hiram Aponte on Clutch. That was $27.99. Earth Rocker. 5 sealed records back there for a $10 start. No bid yet. No bid yet. Don't forget, I still got a few more Japanese to slip in. I have, first though, let me get all these together. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And then we got 4 and 5. We're going to try to sell these out all together right here. Let me see if I have any more. I should have 1 more here. Do I have 1 more? No. All right, so these are $15 each. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Billy Joel Japanese pressings of the nylon curtain. They're $15 each. 5 Japanese pressings. They're all beautiful Japanese pressings. Near mint minus with obi and inserts. Billy Joel for just $15 each. Just $15 each. I've got 5 of them. Let's try to sell all those right now. We have Craig second on Clutch. Kelly Vladicek first on David Bowie. So only thing left in there so far was Sufjan Stevens. And one more time, I was trying to show these fast. A 2009 USOG limited edition with book and comic book, $54.99. Let's go ahead and show a bunch more in here. Sleater Kinney, No Cities to Love. Sleater Kinney is a 2015 USOG limited edition white vinyl with book and poster. Great alternate rock. Laura loves Sleater Kinney. Laura loves Sleater Kinney. That is $29.99. $29.99. And we have Creature Comfort, 100% fun. Creature Comfort is $12.99. $12.99 on that. Let me do one thing over here right quick. All right, so I'm going to have, whoever's tagging, I'll have y'all re-sleeve these Japanese pressings so it don't take so long. But we did sell 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, they're all 5 gone. Romelu, Donna, Susie, Jeremy, and Joe Delgado. $15 each. I'll have whoever's watching re-sleeve those in new sleeves. Thank you. Those are sold. Romelu bid 10 on the sealed bundle, and that's a final call. All right, moving right along. The Jayhawks paging Mr. Proest. This is $14.99. The Jayhawks, this is $14.99. Also, we got Pearl Jam Vitology. So far, a really cool crate here. Pearl Jam Vitology is a 2011 press. That's $29.99. And Deerhoof is $17.99 on that colored vinyl. Right over here, we got Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That is sold to you. And Black Pumas Capital Cuts. Black Pumas is $17.99 on that colored vinyl. Romelu gets these 5 sealed records for $10. What a deal. 5 sealed records for $10. Wow. And then let's go back over here to the Japanese. And I've got another $15 Saturday night deal. And that's on ABBA's studio album here, Arrival. 2 Japanese for $15 each. Arrival. 2. They're beautiful with Obies. $15 each. Sherry Darnell on the Jayhawks, that's sold. Jim Davis second on Vitology. Kristen third. Tom Sullivan on JH. And Tom Sullivan, your JH was for the Jayhawks. You were second. John Stevens on Deerhoof. Joshua was second. Donna gets a Japanese ABBA for $15. There's one more here. Romelu gets the other one for $15. That is sold. And then do I have another one? Let me flip through the stuff I've already shown. I have, no, I don't. That was my only 2 arrivals. Let me look through these one more time. That's it. Okay. Oh, I do have one more Billy Joe nylon curtain. I got one more Billy Joe nylon curtain. That's it. One more. Let's try to get that last one sold. One more there. And then here is, let me get some more stuff together over here. Give me 1 second. I think y'all are going to like, we will do a Japanese blowout here before the show's over, okay? Next is, this is, and here we go. All right, so we got Mess, Destination Unknown, Pop, Punk, and Ska, $19.99. We got Portishead's first 3 albums. I'm pretty sure they're $39 and $44.99 each. Yes. This is Surfer Blood, Tarot Classics. Surfer Bloods on blue vinyl for $14.99. Lisa gets the Billy Joe for $15. Thank you, Lisa. That's OD for $15. Steve McGee next. I got more deals like that coming. Just stand by. I'm trying to get them all together so I can say I've got 5, and then we can sell 5. The Antlers burst apart. The Antlers is $17.99. And then Mest is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. That's so to you. And then the Districts, a Flourish and a Spoil. The Districts is $14.99. And then the Lemonadas, Shadow People. The Lemonadas is a Sight Garage album. It is $19.99. The top seam does have a little bit of a split going on there. A little bit of a wear mark. Laura called it $19.99. All right, so let's see what I have here. Let me flip through these and try to literally match some stuff over here. I think I have, all right, and Susie, you got a greatest hits earlier. That's what you got earlier, Susie, and that's actually what I'm about to show next. I've got 2 more copies of ABBA's greatest hits, $15 each. There's 2 more ABBA's greatest hits, $15 each on those. $15 each on those. Okay, so those are $15.15. I've only got 2. Also, we have Graveyard. Graveyard is $17.99. Jack Piñate, Everything Is New, an indie rock album, $32.99. Gold foiling on the cover. This here is Aaliyah Deanne, To Be Still, a folk art rock album, $24.99. And we have Danielson, Brother Danielson, Brother and Son. Brother Danielson is green vinyl, $14.99. ABBA for $15 is sold to Brandon Lack. Greg Herman was second. Chris Knapp third. Robin fourth. Donna was fifth. Those have already sold Donna. Joshua on Graveyard. This is sold to Joshua. Tom Moran next on ABBA. Steve Weaver next on Graveyard. Moving right along in here. New York Noise, Soul Jazz Records Volume 2. We had one of these the other night. Here's another one. We had one earlier tonight. This is $37.99. And we have Mac DeMarco, Other, Here Comes the Cowboy Demos. Purple vinyl, That is $24.99. Mac DeMarco. Boy, we're taking a big chunk out of the Japanese inventory all of a sudden. Let me see what I've got left over here. I do have a couple auctions to introduce. The first is Frank Zappa apostrophe. Frank Zappa is no condition notes. We're going to put Zappa up for a $15 start. Just a little bit of writing right up here in the top right corner. Somebody wrote A.L. Noble, I believe. It's on the discrete label. EX or better. Zappa's a $15 start. That's up for bid for Frank Zappa apostrophe. Also back here, we got The Doors, and this is Waiting for the Sun. The Doors is also going to go up for a $15 start. It's on the Butterfly Electra label. It is super clean, and The Doors is going to go up for a $15 start. That's also up for bid. In the new arrival crate, we got Constantine's Shine a Light. This is a 2003 OG for $32.99. Constantine Shine a Light. Stripes, the soundtrack to Stripes. That is on red, white, and blue vinyl. $19.99. Zappa has a bid for $15. Nice. David Bowie Low, a 2018 press. $27.99 on Bowie Low. And we have Coach Whips, Get Your Body Next to Mine. Coach Whips, Get Your Body Next to Mine. No credit. Please don't ask. Coach Whips. There it is. What a cover. That is $24.99. John Dwyer of the OCs. $24.99. So Zappa has a bid for $15, and The Doors has a bid for $15. All right, what else can I do a Saturday night blowout deal on? And usually by the time I say goodnight, I try to have our remaining Japanese auction inventory sold off. And I have two here. It's from a very popular artist. I only have two. And we're going to bundle these together. One-time price. Probably won't be doing this again. But here it is if you want them. And it's coming at you right now. And I've got two McCartney Tug of Wars. They are $15 and $15. I've got two. They're $15 and $15. Let's put those right over there. Is the Stripes and OG. This is not an OG record. I don't think this was ever originally released on vinyl. If it is, I've never seen it. 1981, maybe, but I don't think I've ever seen that on vinyl before. I'm sure it is, but I've never seen that before. $19.99. Also, I have Planetarium, Sufjan Stevens, Nico Mulley, Bryce Denzar, James McAllister with art prints. That's $29.99. McCartney. McCartney is with Romy and Donna. Those are sold for $15 and $15 to Romy and Donna. Thank you and thank you. Nat, these are all new arrivals. I know it's late, but they're all new arrivals. And Deer Hoof, breakup song. Deer Hoof is on white vinyl, $17.99 on that. And we have, what is this actually? Arcade Fire, Put Your Money on Me. Arcade Fire is on red vinyl for $17.99. And Girls, Hell Ho Rat Race. Girl is a limited edition 10-inch, $17.99. The Doors is sold to Wayne Davis for $15. The Frank Zappa is sold to Preston Rose for $15. Those are sold and sold. Great deals on those. Thank y'all. Congratulations, I should be saying. Let's try a couple more auctions. I got Zappa and I got Jimi Hendrix. This is Zappa Chic Your Booty. Zappa Chic Your Booty. It's a 2 LP. It's called Zappa Chic Your Booty. $15 start. No condition notes. Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. The original motion picture soundtrack. Gatefold. OG. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. RL and the Dead Wax. No condition notes. Just $15. Zappa and Hendrix. More $15 starts. Zappa and Hendrix. Next thing is Travis Wood says, I'll take it. He's talking about the Stripes. That's so to Travis Woods. Thank you. Ada Bernardi wants to know the Planetarium price. Planetarium is $29.99. Christopher Dean on PMTOW. Christopher, a little late on Paul McCartney, but I do have more coming up. Arcade Fire is so to Craig Ruth, and Nat Reynolds wants Coach Whips. All right, let's read through those one more time. The Lore Crate always takes a couple read through because probably some people are researching stuff, trying to figure out what it is, if they have it, if they want to listen to it, if they've already listened to it, if they want to buy it. So let's read through them again. There's two more auctions. Let's find our next Japanese deal. We're going to try to sell everything before the end of the night. What is the next one I have? What is the next one I have here? I should have at least one more copy of this. So let me see if I got two. I'm trying to do all the duplicates, and then we'll run through A big run. Nope, I've only got one of these, it looks like. I've only got one. So only one. It's a $15 buy it now. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. Billy Joel, Innocent Man. I've only got one. A $15 buy it now. I've only got one for $15 over there. Can't do 15 on Wham. It's a lot better title. But if you do want it, I'll take 25 for it. You know, a lot of these, I mean, it just kind of depends on who's looking for them at the right moment. I think most of them, just because of, you know, if you look at what they cost from Japan for one shipping cost, you know, a lot of the replacement value is due to the value of these. Just because the shipping cost is so expensive from Japan on one record. So, but Wham's a lot better title. I have sold hundreds of those from 35 to 75. Just depends on the right auction at the right time. So, but I will take 25 for it. Billy Joel with Soda Donna for 15. Romelu next, then Chris, then Craig, then Susie. These are $15 starts, final call. And then we have Sufjan Stevens, the BQE. Sufjan Stevens, a limited edition book and comic book, $54.99. Also, Sleater Kinney, No Cities to Love, is Sleater Kinney new. Sleater Kinney is a 2015 U.S. original. Limited edition white vinyl box set type deal with book and poster. That is $29.99. So Sufjan Stevens, Sleater Kinney. Creature Comfort, 100% fun. No, who is this? This is Arcade Fire. Arcade Fire Creature Comfort. I think I called it Creature Comfort earlier. It's Arcade Fire, white vinyl, $12.99, and Black Pumas is $17.99. And the one he was talking about was Wham. What happened to that? Did we sell it? We might have already sold Wham, actually. Yeah, I think I've already sold Wham. I don't see Wham anymore. Did somebody already buy it? I think somebody already bought it. It's not over here. Yep. Not over here. So let me see what else I can do for 15. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Maybe that one. Here's another Wham. I mean, here's another one, though, if anybody wants it. I don't know what happened to the other one. I think we sold it, but there's another one if anybody wants it for $25. There it is, if anybody wants it. 25 on Wham. Beautiful. Adam Bernardi on Arcade Fire. Kelly Vlodarchek second. And then I'm in the used vinyl, brand new, never played. Well, it's obviously open, so it's not sealed, but it is near mint. There's no condition notes on it. So it's not sealed, so it's not new, but there's no condition notes, so it's near mint. So it is a used item. It is a used item, yes. This is Surfer Blood, Tarot Classics. Surfer Blood, $14.99. Jeff said he will take a Wham. Great decision there. I mean, Japanese, audiophile, grade vinyl, shrink, hop sticker, Obi, inserts, $25. That's a great buy on that. I mean, new U.S. copies are $35 probably, $30, you know, and then that's an original Japanese, pristine. Zappa can be bought for $15, great price. Hendrix can be bought for $15, great price. Those are $15 each, no bids. The Antlers burst apart. The Antlers was $17.99. The Districts, a Flourish and a Spoil. The Districts is $14.99. Ada Bernardi's going to grab the Hendrix for $14.99. Susie says she got the Wham earlier. There you go. Yeah, she bought it. For even more. For even more. The only reason I'm going to do this one for $15 is because it has some humidity spots on the cover. It is Bob Seger's Against the Wind. It does have some humidity spots, but the vinyl is fine. Bob Seger, a $15 start. Against the Wind. Or excuse me, a buy it now. A buy it now. A buy it now. And then Zappa is sold to Susie for $15, and Seger is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. All right, moving right along. We got the Limonars, the Limonanas, Shadow People. The Limonanas is a Site Garage, $19.99. Lots of people on Seeger, but Adam was first. Jack Penate, Everything is New, $32.99. That's Indie Rock. We have here Alina Deanne, To Be Still, Folk Art Rock. That's $24.99. Bob Seger comment still coming in. Brother Danielson. This is on green vinyl for $14.99. And New York Noise, Soul Jazz Records, music from the New York Underground, 1977, 1984. How has nobody bought this yet? $37.99 for that. New York Noise, New York Underground. All right, let me do some more. Let's see what we have here. Do I have two of those? Nope, I just got one of those. I do have two of these. Okay, what we're going to do, when we're done with this crate, which we're pretty much almost done, we'll do a Japanese buy it now bin. I'm going to sort them between 15 and 25. I'm going to sort everything 15 and 25. But first, I have a couple more quick auctions to run. I got a Zappa, and I got another Jimi Hendrix, and these are $15 starts. I got Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion, another Zappa. It's a 2 LP. It's a $15 start. The cover right here has a little bit of edge wear. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. Frank Zappa, $15. And another Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love. Gatefold, clean, nice. Very nice, $15 on that. Finishing up this lower crate recap, we have Mac DeMarco, other Here Comes the Cowboy demos. That's purple vinyl, $24.99. Constains, Shine a Light. That's a 2003 OG, $32.99. David Bowie Low and Shrink, $27.99, a remaster. Deerhoof was $17.99, white vinyl. And then Girls was $17.99. And Planetarium was $29.99. Sufjan Stevens, Nico Mulley, Bryce Desner, James McAllister. Hendrix has a bid for $15. Zappa's a $15 start. So let me get these Japanese records crated. And that will be $25. That's definitely $25. I've already sold one of these for $35, so I'll make that one $25. I'll do that one for $15. $25, $25. That's definitely $25. Those are $15. $15. $15. Definitely $25. $25. $25. That's a reduction for $25. Another $25. I'll go ahead and do that one for $15. $15. And then that one for $25. And then $15. That one should be $25. That should be $25. We'll do that one for $15. And we'll do this one for $15. All right. And we're about to clear all the Japanese stuff out for this week, okay? Next thing is Hendrix Final Call for $15. Tracy on the Lemonanas. Lemonanas. Let me find that for Tracy. That was right here. So to Tracy Songer. The Girls, Lucas Hanoft, was $17.99. These are all new arrivals, of course, sticker price. All right. So let me crate up this over here. Oh, man. And then the agenda for tonight, after we do this, we might try to slip in a quick half-off crate, but we'll probably go ahead and just start half-off. I mean, we'll probably go ahead and get into CDs, but I'm not for sure yet. I hadn't made a final decision on what I'm ready to do yet. So, okay, Sid Blair, great decision on the Sleater Kenny. Thank you, Sid Blair. That's so to you. Hendrix is at 18. John, all these in here are sticker price. And then what year was the Constantines? The Constantines was a 2003 U.S. original, $32.99. So everything in here is priced as marked. We just marked these today, so they're essentially brand new arrivals. The only way I would discount any of these is like what Natasha did earlier. She bought everything that was left, and I did 20% off. But she bought literally everything that was left. She'd even asked the price. I just said 20% off, and she took everything. So Frank Zappa is a buy it now for $15. Tinseltown Rebellion. A little bit of chipping right here on the edge. VG Plus vinyl. Just $15 on Zappa. And Lucas says, I'll take that and Danielson. Okay, so first, though, we got this. And then Hendrix is at 20. Now, right before you was John Cornette. He technically got in a dib on Danielson right before that. So, John, if you want this, it's $14.99. If not, Lucas says he'll take it. So it's yours if you want it. I believe John might be a first-time buyer, so I want to make everything fair and square with him. Love having first-time buyers. But since you actually made an offer, even though it was sticker price, you do have dibs. It's kind of like you say, well, you're asking about it. First, let's do the $15. Let's do the $25 Japanese stuff. That I have, and I think you're all going to like these. Some of them are reduced from 35 or whatever we had earlier this week on them, and then a lot of them have never been shown before. I'm just going to load them up right here in this crate. I'm just going to load them up right here and show them. So these are first come, first serve buy it nows. Half of these or 2/3 of these would have been already shown at $35 starts. We just have not had time this week. We just have not had time. So take advantage right now. They've either been reduced or shown for the first time for $25. And John says, I'll take it. Okay, so Lucas, John does get this. If you're a first-time buyer, please message our page. I need your email address and mailing address. We do $8 in limited shipping. We have about an hour and a half left tonight before we call this wraps. So vinyl's almost done, but then we're going to be doing CDs for almost an hour and a half as soon as this crate of Japanese is done, maybe after a quick half off. Hendrix is sold to Ed and Riviera for $21. Does anybody want to make an offer on the Zappa? I was at $15. Tanner, you want to make an offer? Tanner says he's going home. Must be nice. Next thing we have is Japanese buy it nows, $25. First is Asia, of course, Astra, shrink, Obi, inserts, and stickers. And stickers. The stickers have some humidity damage. Some humidity spots are on the stickers, but Asia, $25. Sold to Adam Bernardi. All the vinyl should be very, very nice and clean. Like at worst, EX. They've all been sort of pre-checked when we get them. If you ever get one and there's some kind of mess up, of course, just let us know, okay? Now, we have metal. There's a good chance. You just never know. We're going through tub after tub, so it could be anything. Speaking of tubs, I got to dig that other one back there in that corner. Stephen Parton, you get Zappa for $12. That's so to Stephen for $12. Let's keep this on the go. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Works, Volume 1, $25. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $25. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, Back on the Chain Gang, $25. Blondie, $25. Cream, $25. Pat Benatar, $25. Vandenberg, $25. It does have a little bit of a split right here on the seam. $25 on that. Chad, I'll take the copy of Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Boom, the end cap is still hot. Oh Brother Where Art Thou sold to Tom Sullivan, $39.99. Next thing I have is 2 more quick auctions. I got John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, and I got The Who, The Kids Are All Right. The Who, The Kids Are All Right, and John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. This is a great 2 LP compilation, and this is a tougher John Lennon album to get, Sometime in New York City. It's on the original labels. No condition notes on either one, a $15 start. First, Romelu on Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $25. Thank you, Romelu. That's so to you. Ada Bernardi got the Pretenders for $25. J.K. second on ELP. Susie next on the Pretenders. Stephen Parton on Pat Benatar. Stephen Parton got Pat Benatar for $25. Debbie Winstead got Cream for $25. So far, that leaves Vandenberg and Blondie. These are $25 buy it nows. Nice, the best of the doobies. This is an amazing sounding record. You're going to be blown away, I promise. $25. That one I've already looked at. It's definitely near mint. $15 start on those 2 auctions. Craig is in on John Lennon at $15. Craig's in on John Lennon at $15. Next thing I have over here is the Beatles, Hey Jude. It is Japanese, but no Obi. Japanese, but no Obi. A collection of B-side rarities, unreleased album singles, $25. Next is Donna Turner on the Doobies. Nice pickup, Donna, $25. Todd was second, then Debbie Winstead. Japanese blowout deals. Elvis Presley, a 2 LP, Elvis Presley, Special 24, 2-track compilation, $25, $25. I've got 2 Elvis. Great comp there. There he is. $25. $25. Lonnie Jolly on the Beatles. Sold to old Lonnie Jolly. Christopher Dean next on the Beatles. Susie Breedlove on E for Elvis. Sold to Susie. $25. Final call on John Lennon for $15. Final call if you want to get a bid on The Who for $15. Michael's in on Lennon. Have y'all are familiar with this track listing? My Generation, I Can't Explain, Happy Jack, I Can See for Miles and Miles, Magic Bus, Long Live Rock, Anyway Anyhow, Young Man Blues, My Wife, Bob O'Reilly, Pinball Wizard. I mean, that's just half of them. The Who's $15. And that was originally marked for a lot more. Next is Susie on Elvis. You got one. Debbie Winstead got an Elvis. Thank you. Thank you. Both Elvis are sold. Just a couple more. I've already sold one of these tonight at auction for $35. Then I bundled another one for $25 with 2 others. So here's another Wings, Venus and Mars for $25. 24 karat deep purple, a great compilation, $25. And the Beatles, that's crazy, for $25, 62 to 66. 62 to 66. Love, love me do. You know I love you. Love me do. Whoa, love me do. McCartney coming in there on that deep vocals. Love, love me do. All right, so Elvis, John Lennon 19, all of a sudden the Who 15, Adam Bernardi on Wings. And this is sold to Adam Bernardi. What happened to that one? Right here. That's sold to Adam Bernardi, $25. Susie was next. John Lennon's at 22. Debbie next on Wings. Jim Davis strikes first on the Beatles. Jim Davis on the old Beatles there. And then Preston, then Debbie, and then JK got the deep purple. JK on deep purple. Okay, now my crate's full. Awesome. Crate is full. Love, love me do. You know I love you. I'll always be true. Please. Love me do. Next is the Who is at 17 and John Lennon's at 33. Okay, let me get a new empty crate. Oh, I got the voice of an angel. Are you kidding me? If McCartney heard me, he'd be jealous. He'd be like, oh, a chap. Hey, Chad. Lovely voice there, Chad. Great voice. Great voice. Let me offer $525 on the Manson and you accept. That's going to require me to do a couple searches right quick, okay? That's going to require me to do about 3 minutes of thinking, okay? Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Please. Dear sir or madam, do you read my book? It took me years to write. Won't you take a look? It's based on a novel by a man named Larry. I need a job, so I want a paperback writer. Paperback writer. There's, in the last 90 days, there's been 2 no signed albums from JSA, but there's been 2 signed CDs. And both of them have sold for more than that. Let's check PSA. What is that? Okay, they're asking. All right, then let me check. Let me go to Terapeak and go back further. Let me go back a couple months. Or actually, that was just the last 30 days. Let me go back 3 years. Let me go back 3 years. Yeah, that was 90 days. Let me go back 3 years. All right, let's go back to the $15 stuff now, okay? So here's where we was at. John Lennon was at 33. The Who 16, 17, 18. And there's only 2 $15 Japanese pressings, or 225. 225. Where's the balloons at? Come on. Come on, give me the balloons. There we go. All right, so we only got 2 $25 records left. Blondie for 25 and Vandenberg for 25. Vandenberg has some cover damage. And these are final calls. The Who is at 18 with Steven, and John Lennon's at 33 with Michael Butler. Now, we're about to do some $15 buy it nows. Just $15 on these. Just $15. And the first one is Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Dirty Laundry. $15. $15 on Don Henley. Peter Frampton, $15. Let me look at Marilyn Manson here. Pick guard. Pick guard. Okay, there's an album. Is that an album? Okay, there's an album. Man, Chad, $5.75 is a great price. I mean, we're talking Antichrist Superstar sold for $650. A Mechanical Animal sold for $7. A signed Children, Smells Like Children or whichever, it sold for almost $700. A CD. I'll do $555. $555. We'll blow the air horn. You're getting that at a great price. I don't want to put it on eBay. I think it's a $750 item on eBay. I'd rather sell it to you right now for $555. What a price. Let's look at it one more time. $555. And you're getting an OG record. Obviously, you're getting a 2017 OG. It's authenticated. It is authenticated by one of the best music authenticators in the country. 555. Marilyn Manson. 555. It's a great price. Fantastic price. The best price. 555. That's a great price. Debbie Winstead takes the Blondie for $25. Sold. $25 on Blondie. Susie on Don Henley for $15. Susie on Peter Frampton for $15. We got John Lennon sold to Michael Butler for $33. The Who is sold to Stephen Parton. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $18. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Still auctioning stuff tonight. What do I have left? $15 Japanese. Toto Isolation. Toto Isolation. John Fogerty, center field, Shrink at Obi. Put Me in Coach. Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. We have Jeff Beck, Jan Hammer. Billy Joel, The Bridge. Hall & Oates Ecstatic. And Hall & Oates H2O. Somebody can get dibs on both Hall & Oates. Both Hall & Oates. How much stuff have you bought this year? I'll tell you this. If you do 555, I'll tell Ed two things. I'll tell him to upgrade. I'll still charge you $8. We'll still charge you $8, but we'll upgrade you to priority mail. So it's insured. You'll get up to $500 in insurance with priority, and it will get to you faster. We'll make a note to ship your order priority mail. We'll get it upgraded to priority. I don't know how much you've bought. That's probably going to cost me a lot more, but it'll get there safer and probably faster. It'll still be $8, but I'll upgrade you to priority mail for free. Okay? So Peter Frampton, and then we have Adam Bernardi got Toto. He got Toto for $15. And then Romelu on Billy Joel. And then Jeremy Rourke on John Fogerty. And then JK on Jeff Beck. JK got Jeff Beck. That's John Ronco over on Facebook, because we got a different JK on Facebook. That's Jan Ronco on Facebook. Donna was second on Billy Joel. Craig was second on Billy Joel. Jeremy, you got dibs on both Hall & Oates, Ecstatic or H2O. Edwin next on Toto. Debbie next on Hall & Oates. Greg, I'm going to say Vandenberg for $15. And that just leaves, wow, just one. Surely somebody needs Hard Labor, Three Dog Night, $15. Three Dog Night, $15. And I'm looking right now at comps. I mean, $615. 600. These are signed album covers. $615, $700, $650. CDs, signed CDs, $600. These are sold prices. These are sold prices. I'm looking for authentications. There's not many that are JSA and PSA certified that have actually sold. Okay? Over here, Hall & Oates, Jeremy wants both. Jeremy got both, 15 and 15. And Three Dog Night is sold to Kenny Roll. And Kenny Roll was, man, I forgot your actual name again. Kenny Roll is who? I need another lower crate. Not happening. Not happening. I think Laura is already working on next week's auctions. All right, so we got an air horn, Marilyn Manson. So make sure both of these get Kenneth Russell. Yes, Kenny Roll is Kenneth Russell. Thank you. He got the Three Dog Night. So this is sold. Yeah, I think at one time I was asking a lot more on Marilyn Manson. For some reason, this one, we sold a signed Mechanical Animals on here for $9 1/4. Who bought that? We sold a signed Mechanical Animals. Of course, it was just it was missing a disc. It was a 2 LP missing a disc, and I think we sold it for like $9 1/4 or $9.75. So, I mean, the way I figured, if you sell something on eBay, take 15% off. So let's say this did bring $650 on eBay. That means I'm netting $552. That's the way I normally look at it. Take 15% off. If I'm going to sell something on eBay, I say I'm going to get 15% less after PayPal fees, eBay fees, whatever. I still got to pay Square whenever we run Chad's credit card. So I'm still losing another 3.5%. So Square is going to get 3.5% of that. But yeah, we had a signed Mechanical Animals at one point. And that, I think we sold that for $9.75. So I think this would bring $650 on eBay, but less fees. Thank goodness we don't have to pay fees here. Thank goodness we don't have to pay fees here. And so sometimes y'all can grab great deals below retail. And where's my Marilyn Manson at? I probably have a picture of it. I got a picture of it, I'm sure. Where's my photos at? Yeah. I had to search my phone with Marilyn. But yeah, there's the Marilyn. There's the signed. We had a Mechanical Animal signed. All right, folks, we got to blow the air horn. Nice purchase there. Always great. Hopefully one day I can bring out all of our autograph inventory and have another big autograph grail night. I would love to sell some stuff here. And you can buy autographs from us in confidence. I'm a collector myself. Very peculiar about selling these high-end autographs. So we go through all the steps. It cost us a lot of extra money and time, but thank you, Chad. Here comes the air horn. You might want to adjust your volume. Here it comes. Thank you, Chad. 555. 555. Hey, this air horn here is not bad. It's not bad. It's still not as loud as those others, but that's not bad. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lay this in the operations room. I just want the Hollow Notes that has man-eater on it. Okay, so you didn't want ecstatic. So we almost sold out of Japanese. Somebody was backup on this. Who was backup on Hollow Notes? The next person was Debbie Winston. Debbie, do you want this one for 15? I'm going to go ahead and lay this in here so it's nice and flat and well packaged. And just whoever's tagging, so he gets both of these. This is just the empty jacket, and then here's the disc that I kept so they could match together. I don't know. If I was you, I wouldn't put a disc back in the jacket just so it eliminates a wear. You know, I would just leave this like this. I don't know if you're going to frame it or what, but I would handle with care, right? Handle with care. So let me just go ahead and lay these in here. And let's get started. We got about an hour and 20 probably for CD Blitz. What a great night already. And folks, there's more where that came from. We have sold every Japanese pressing. I spent a lot of time last night organizing my auction bins over here so I could do this. But when I started earlier tonight, everything over here, Debbie says that's sold. Yeah, now you could take the disc and like, I see some people take the jacket and then the disc and kind of frame it like, I haven't had any of my signed albums framed yet because I don't know how I want to keep them uniform. But you know, if you'd frame it like that, it'd look really cool with the label sticking out. But well, I do have one Zeppelin autograph framed. I bought it framed though. The other ones I've gotten, I hadn't figured out how I want to do them yet. when I do them, I want them all uniform. So I want them all uniform. So I hadn't decided exactly how I want to do that yet. Yeah, and you probably want to go all out on the framing. You probably want to go all out. Here are actually 5 auctions from last week that didn't sell, if anybody wants to make offers. This one might have been from this week. This is Tom Rush, autographed and JSA authenticated. Tom Rush is $35. Ray Stevens is JSA authenticated. Ray Stevens, $35. Here's that Sanctuary album, which Sanctuary is a... I used to have the tag. It's a Prague album. It's $55. I think it's a 19... Sanctuary is a 1970, like, something Prague album. Robert Pollard from A Compound Eye. Robert Pollard is $55. It's an original 2006. $55. Marbles. Marbles was a 2006, only time ever on vinyl. $45. This was a sealed Michael Martin Murphy best of with Wildfire, of course. $10. And then here is tonight's no bids. Roy Brown sealed Hard Luck Blues on King Records. Jimi Hendrix Loose Ends, VG 15. And then this record here, which is Black Kids, The Wizard of Oz, AHHHS. $15. Okay? So that's no bids from tonight, and then what was left from this week and last week. That's it. That means every single other auction across the board has sold this week. It's all gone. I would love for somebody to make some offers on those, especially the Sanctuary Robert Pollard Marbles, sealed Mike Murphy, 2 autographs back there. Tom Rush is $35. Ray Stevens is $35. Roy Brown, $15. Hendrix, $15, $15. These are $15, $15, $15. All right, there's that. I've already got some stray CDs I found to start tonight, and that's it. The only other thing over here are my personal collection take-home records and 3 Beatles Butcher covers. 3 Beatles Butcher covers. Michael Martin Murphy is sealed, not signed. It's sealed. Sealed, $10. Ray Stevens is signed and Tom Rush is signed. And I have a great tub of CDs. We're about to get immediately started into those right now. Let's flip over this crate. Great job to Paul and Laura tonight, marking records. They put out great stuff. We've sold a lot. HHS for 10. HHS was 10. HHS was 10. Hard HHS. What was HHS? MMM5. What is HHHS? HHSS? Roy Brown is sealed, $15. Sealed Michael Martin Murphy would be $7, Brandon, Danny. A sealed copy, brand new. If they reissued, right now, if they said Michael Martin Murphy's doing a reissue of his best of greatest hits, a brand new copy would be $35. It's amazing how cheap you can get some OG records. You can buy some sealed OG records for like $5, which I think is crazy because we sell them all the time here for that. And I'm like, man, if they reissued that album, that would be $35. If an audiophile label got a hold of it, it would be $65. 7. The Black Kids. HHS. This is sold to Dustin for $10. Okay? And then $7 on this. I know Danny's going to say yes. How could he say no? Avery got Hendrix for $10. And that just leaves these back records. Roy Brown is called Hard Luck Blues, sealed for $15. Marbles was $45. Robert Pollard, $55. Sanctuary, $55. Autographed Ray Stevens, 35. Tom Rush, 35. I'm entertaining fair offers on those. If not, we'll try them again later for a lower starting bid. Okay? Let's get these last two sold here. Shirley. I'm calling both of y'all Shirley right now, Danny and Brandon. All right, let's get started. We got about a good hour or 10 minutes on a CD blitz, and we're getting right into them right now. Hope everybody's ready. These are all $6.99. Crack your knuckles, adjust your neck, whatever y'all ready to do. I hope you're ready. First is the Kinks, one for the road, $6.99. The Fix, ink. The Fix has a little bit of stuff on the jewel case, but that is $6.99. We got here Doyle, Bramble, and Smokestack Welcome, $6.99. Rick Derringer and Friends. The Tropics, Then and Now, that's $6.99. Donovan, The Classics Live. Runner Brothers Publications presents Anastasia. We have Frampton Comes Alive, 2 CD. The Game documentary, that's on a copied CD disc. SS Republic, Odyssey Marine Exploration. We have Boogie Bass. Boogie Bass. Boogie Bass is $6.99. Yes, that's my very first Yes CD I ever had. Highlights, the very best of Yes. And Tiger Lily. Wow, we've had a lot of those lately. Natalie Merchant. And then Danny says Ray Stevens and Michael Martin Murphy for $27. All right, we'll do that for Danny. Thank you, Danny. MMM and Ray Stevens, $27. So that's done and that's done. So these are sold and sold. $27 for both of those. Danny got both of those for $20. Right now we're going through $6.99 CDs. Lonnie Jolly on Game. Lonnie Jolly on Game. What was that? The Game. This thing right here, that's sold to Lonnie Jolly. And then Melanie Jennings on FR. And FR for her was Frampton. Is that right, Melanie? $6.99 for Frampton. Now we just got to get Brandon Lack bought in on Roy Brown. We're talking a sealed copy. That stack left the Kinks, the Fix, Doyle Bramble, Rick Derringer, the Tropics, Donovan, SS Republic, Anastasia, Yes, Boogie Bass, and Natalie Merchant. Roy Brown is sold to Brandon Lack for $10. The only other most random item I have over here is actually a Beatles collectible. These are, I'll do the nicer one first. Actually, I'll do it like this. I've got two options for you. One is 55 and one's 35. These are really cool items. Now my auction bins are really getting cleaned out. These have been laying over here forever. These are original Beatles items. They're TV trays. This one's $35. It's a little used. Looks like it even got some paint splatter on it. But it's still really cool. A vintage 1964 Beatles album made in Great Britain. And then here's another one. And this one's really nice, $55. I have one of these in my personal collection. This one still has the original tag on the back and the price tag. $55 on the Beatles or $35 on the Beatles. This one's been used. Somebody definitely ate their lunch off this at one point. And this one's probably used, but it's still really nice. So your pick on the Beatles trays. 35. Denise takes the 35 and Tom Moran wants the 55. Great decisions there. Those are sold. Let me set those very carefully on top of each other. I'm going to go ahead and take these to the operations room. Those are sold. Thank you on those. Really cool original Great Britain Beatles collectibles there. I got one myself in my collection. Very nice. Very cool. So those are sold. Let's go ahead and put those right here. And we're good to go, everybody. All right, let's start stacking up some CDs. We're about to sell a bunch. You never know what else I might show here. Might start showing cassettes, Brandon. You just never know about me, right? You just never know about me. Now Melanie Jennings. Now Melanie Jennings over here on Yes. Melanie Jennings on Yes. You just never know about me. Melanie Jennings on Yes. Ed Riviera second. And Sherry Darnell got the Kinks. All right, we're good to go now. And then Sherry Darnell and Natalie Merchant. All right, more like it. Here we go. Let's get right back into them. Everybody else watching? Here's a few random items. Keith Urban, Video Hits. This is a DVD. Him, Razor Blade Romance. I could not find the rest of this one, so I'm going to sell it by itself. Atlantic Rhythm and Blues Volume 4. I don't know the rest of them, where the rest of them are at. Laverne Baker, Ray Charles, The Coasters, The Drifters, and Halloween. Halloween, and this is Seven Sinners. Halloween, $6.99. Next is coming at you right now. Hope everybody's ready. More CDs. These are all $6.99. First, we got Elvis Costello, a deluxe edition of My Aim is True. Sade, the best of Sade. This looks like Santana's greatest hits. There's Kid Rock, The History of Rock. Bonnie Raitt, yep, Silver Lining. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. The Bonnie Raitt Collection. Luck of Bonnie Raitt, Luck of the Draw by Bonnie Raitt. I've got 2 of those. And Bonnie Raitt Road Tested, a 2 CD. These are all $6.99. Great CDs at a great price. $6.99 on CDs, folks. CDs. Laura, I wish I would have had some of that Kiss stuff ready for you. I know you're probably almost done, but I should have went ahead and had you start working on some of that. But we'll get it done before Monday when we go live. I know we'll have plenty of time. I think a lot of it's going to be quick because I'm probably going to sort it by what I think the starting bid should be on a lot of that. I think I know a source to use. First, Lucas Patterson on him for $6.99. Kenny Roll on Halloween. And JK was next. Jerry Roach next on Halloween. And then Ed Rivera next on Halloween. And then over here, we got Donna Turner on Sade. Donna Turner on Sade. Susie was next. Donna on Santana's Greatest Hits. And then Susie on KR. She put MR, but I bet she meant KR. And then Sid Blair on Elvis Costello. Lonnie, you were next on Sade. So here's what's next. Bonnie Raitt, Road Tested. Bonnie Raitt, Look at the Draw, 2 copies. Bonnie Raitt, The Collection. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. And Bonnie Raitt, Silver Lining. A lot of Bonnie Raitts there. And then also we had the Atlantic Rhythm and Blues. And I don't know if I read that, but some of the artists were Ray Charles, Laverne Baker, Booker T, Benny King, Carla Thomas, and a Keith Urban DVD there. Keith Urban DVD. So those are all available. Next thing I have is another handful of CDs coming at you. These are all $6.99. We're going to finish this tub over here next to me. I got Wishbone Ash. Looks like we're missing the artwork, but it's a 2 CD compilation. It's called Tracks. Actually, live tracks through the years. Wow, so 26 live tracks there. Nice. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. Sly and the Family Stone Stand. We have REO Speedwagon, Find Your Own Way Home. That is sealed. Blues Traveler 4. I've got 2 copies. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Let's make sure that's not signed. And then Elvis Costello Spike. There is a crack in the jewel case. $6.99. Agenda for tomorrow. It's really up to me the next, probably the next hour. By the time of the sale, I'm probably going to have a final decision. But Paul, we're either going to do coins or knives or do nothing at all. So it's either going to be coins or knives tomorrow or nothing at all. I really, really need and want to have a coin and knife auction. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14 brand new boxes of case knives over here that have never been opened. So I really want to start going through those. We've paid for them. We got to start selling them. It's probably like our cost is something astronomical on all these case knives. There's hundreds of new case knives, new patterns, new releases. And then I have tubs of coins and silver and coins. We got to. But the problem is between now and when I need to go live, I've got about 20 other things to do. And one of those is sleep. And I just don't know if I'm going to have time to get it ready. All right, let's go back to the top and see what's happening here. Adam Bernardi on WB for Wishbone Ash. Donna Turner on Sly. Donna, your dibs on those 2. Blues Traveler is so does Stephen Parton. Blues Traveler is so does Stephen Parton. No, they're different covers. They're different covers here. I don't know what's going on. That's weird, isn't it? Look at that. They're different. They're different covers. Adam Bernardi, I'm going to give you that one. Donna on Susie next on Sly. Lonnie on X, Y, and D. What was X, Y, and D, Lonnie? That was for Stand, so he's next. Clay Moore got REO Speedwagon. Susie also on a Blues Traveler. Lonnie next on Stand. Jim next on Sly. Edwin next on REO. Angela next on REO. Debbie next on REO. Sherry Darnell got Stevie. Sherry Darnell got Stevie Nicks. And then here is Elvis Costello Spike. That's $6.99. But also, if I do a stream tomorrow, That means that's 7 days straight, and then I'm going to have to do another 7 days straight. So I'm looking at like 21 straight days without a day off if I do a stream tomorrow. 21 straight days. That's pretty exhausting without a day off. So Adam Bernardi said, no, I didn't want Blues Traveler. I don't think you got one. Adam Bernardi, so I was doing a lot of talk. I got you down for Wishbone Ash. I've got Donna down for Sly. Okay? Donna got Sly. There's Wishbone Ash. There's Sly. I'm going to put that out of order, sort of. Stephen Parton got a Blues Traveler. Stephen Parton got a Blues Traveler. Susie, if you want Sly and the Family Stone's greatest hits, so do you. Clay Moore got REO, and then he said pass, so I got to take that out. Then Susie got a Blues Traveler. Okay. Lonnie next on Sly. And then that means REO Speedwagon is going to go to Ed and Riviera. Angela Lewis was next. Debbie Winstead was next. Sherry Darnell got Stevie Nicks, okay? Sherry Darnell on Stevie Nicks over here. And then Susie got Greatest Hits. And that means the only CD left out of that stack was Elvis Costello. Elvis Costello. All right, let's keep continuing. But I think y'all know who I am. There's a good chance I don't take tomorrow off. But see, if I am taking the day off, I'm still here working. I'm still here working. So I think consecutively, I've already worked 28 days in a row. I think, yeah. So it'd actually be some kind of crazy streak. But as far as doing live streams, if I do one tomorrow, I know I'm going to have to do one the next week. And so that would be, yeah, that'd be a wild run. Okay, back to CDs. We got a lot to go through. We got about 1 hour left. Albert King, I'll play the blues for you. The Zombies, absolutely the best. The Zombies. No artwork. This is Jam with Gary Moore. Very interesting deal here. If the walls could talk, I'm not for sure what's going on there. White Witch, no artwork. Capricorn Records, A Spiritual Greeting. Mr. The Encore Collection, Broken Wings. Hal Leonard Marching Band, 2001. Alan Parsons, The Time Machine. We got the John Entwistle Band. John Entwistle from The Who. Left for Live. There's White Witch with the artwork and insert. White Witch. Gary Moore still got the blues. And this is Timothy Leary. You Can Be Anyone This Time Around. Timothy Leary. Tune in, drop out, drop acid. Listen to psych music. That's Timothy Leary. $6.99. All right, let's go back over here. Susie on Z. Susie on Z for Zombies. That's so does Susie Breedlove. Lonnie Jolly got Albert King. Ken Roney next on the Zombies. Susie on Mr. Jim Ciascio, I'm going to give you dibs on either White Witch, Spiritual Healing, or their self-titled album. White Witch there, your dibs, Jim Ciascio. And then Tracy Songer wants Timothy Leary. Also a Moody Blues song. Timothy Leary's dead. Oh, no. It's outside. That's a Moody Blues song. All right, so we still got Gary Moore. Can't believe no one got that. John Entwistle. Never seen it before. Alan Parsons, some kind of marching band deal. Is this even, what is this? Hal Leonard March Band featuring the music of Beatles, Jackson. So it's marching band doing all kinds of classic rock. And then another Gary Moore deal there. And Jim says, I'll take both White Witch. So did Jim Ciascio. All right, moving right along. I hope you're all ready. Here comes more CDs. If you're not ready, you need to get ready. Next thing I have is this. I got Golden Earring, the continuing story of Radar Love. That is $6.99. We have what? Charlie Souza, Live Your Dream. No artwork. We have the Classic Rock All-Stars, the hits and nothing but the hits. 2 CDs. Mountain Eruption. Is that the band Mountain? 2 LP? It is. Mississippi Queen. 1 disc is live in New York City. 1 disc is live in Europe. Mountain, 2 CD live. I, Robot, the Alan Parsons Project, no artwork. Paul Rogers, Now. Paul Rogers from Bad Company. Jay Giles, Blow Your Face Out. Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Godley and Cream, Goodbye Blue Sky. Greg Raleigh, Roots, no artwork. Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana. Robert Plant. Travin Wilburys, no artwork, no case. Free, Heartbreaker. More of the Monkees, I'm a Believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. $6.99. Next over here is Michael Butler on JE. And JE for Michael Butler was the John Entwistle. That's right here for Michael Butler. Whoop. Yep, Michael Butler got John Entwistle. Lonnie Jolly's next, and he put Classic. And Classic is for the Classic Rock All-Stars. Susie Breelove on Mountain. Jeff Halsworth on Robert Plant. Jeff Halsworth got Robert Plant. Jackie was next. Claymore was next, then Melanie, and Susie Breelove wants the Monkeys. That stack left the following. Golden Earring. Did somebody put GE? I could have, yeah. Oh, I messed up. Hold on a second. I thought those were more JEs. JE for Michael Butler, John Entwistle. Then Steven got Golden Earring. Michael Butler, you were second. So my bad there. Okay, and then everything else is right. Classic, Mountain, Robert Plant. And then over here, we have Patrick Francis on Paul Rogers. All right, so here's what's left in that stack. Charlie Souza, Alan Parsons, Jay Giles, Van Morrison, Godling Cream, Greg Raleigh, and Free. Of course, that's also Paul Rogers. Great album there. Come Together in the Morning. Traven Wilbury's no case or artwork. Greg Raleigh also no artwork. And Alan Parsons, no artwork. And so I can't believe no one got Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Where is Sherry Darnell? She's probably like, I already have one. You already sold me 3, Chad. Okay, next. Let's grab these and some of these. I think I got a crate of some metal CDs too I'm going to start mixing in. Here is the very best of ELO. I can tell from the back. Yep. ELO's greatest hits. Evil Woman. Tears for Fears. Elemental. Boy, that's tough. I wish they would reissue that on vinyl. I love that album. Tears for Fears. Eric Clapton, Pilgrim. The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. The Band, live in concert. Never seen that before. Probably not available on vinyl. Lou Reed, American Poet. Eric Clapton, The Best Of, sealed. Sealed Eric Clapton. Ghost Brothers of Darkland County. John Mellencamp, Stephen King, T-Bone Burnett. Promo. Wow. Great White, Twice Shy, Great White. Check that out. Inagata DeVita with a lenticular cover. The butterfly's flapping its wings. Inagata DeVita, lenticular. Leonard Skinner, One More from the Road. This is Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck, Who Else? And Beck Bogart a piece. Beck Bogart a piece, $6.99. Very cool. CDs here, all $6.99 if you're just joining us. $6.99 CDs here. $6.99 CDs. The first one we have is Sherry Darnell. Does take the Van Morrison. Sherry Darnell from Van Morrison from that previous stack. Okay, the next thing was Patrick Francis on Free from that previous stack. Right here. What have I done with it? Right there? Yep. Patrick Francis on Free from the previous stack. Now, on the new stack, the first new claim is Jim Davis on Tears for Fears, Elemental. Tears for Fears, Elemental. So did Jim Davis. We got Susie next. Susie first on the Band, live. Michael Butler second. Kenny Roll on Clapton. Your dibs on Pilgrim or your dibs on The Best Of, sealed. Lonnie Jolly's next on Clapton. Sherry next on the Band. Angela put T.E. Angela's T.E. comment. Angela put T.E. for something. Has she corrected it? I don't see it. So we'll keep moving on. Donna next on Clapton. Jackie next on Clapton. Joe DeGaldo got ELO. Debbie Winston next on Tears for Fears. Jackie Reynolds on Great White. Jackie Reynolds on Great White. Michael Butler on Iron Butterfly in Agata DeVita. Chris Frazier was second. Todd Fisher first on Leonard Skinner. Ken Roning wants Beck Bogart a piece. That's so to Ken Roning. And then Kenny Rowe wants The Best of Clapton. And that leaves Jeff Beck, Who Else? Music by John Mellencamp. Liberto by Stephen King. And musical direction by T-Bone Burnett. And that left Lou Reed. And then if anybody else wanted Clapton Pilgrim, I was about to say, that thing feels light. There's not even a disc in it. No disc on Clapton, so never mind. No disc on Clapton. This is a weird, I think this is a weird jewel case here on Lou Reed. Okay, Moving right along. And this first stack of CDs is full. So let's go ahead and take these in the operations room. Awesome. Those are gold. Great tub we're working out of here. I think after this, I'll probably need to, yeah, I'm going to have to dig out some more after this one. So those are all sold. First tower, folks, completed. Completed. First tower completed. We got to do at least 3 more before we sign off tonight. I know that won't be a problem, especially working out of this tub. Man, look at all the CDs around here. Whew, golly. They have tubs and rack and rack and rack full of CDs. Full of CDs. All right. Here we go. Uh-oh. Might have found our first autograph. I don't know this guy, though. I'll leave it in there. We got some Mo chicken. And this is for Kathy with love. This is Super Chicken, some Mo chicken. $6.99. $6.99. The Neville Brothers. The Neville Brothers, Valent Street. Sweet Black and Hot, Billy Ray Charles. Original Blues Collection, Disc 2. Blues Selects. The Best of Blues. The Who. Endless Wire. The Best of The Who. Hotel California. Eagles Greatest Hits. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. Another one. Brian Setzer Orchestra and Old Crow Medicine Show with a wagon wheel. With a wagon wheel. Yes. It's on there, folks. It is on there. Okay? Donna, you got dibs on a bunch of blues. Best of Blues, Blues Selects, Blues Collection Disc 2. I'll leave your pick on those. Jackie Reynolds on Who. Jackie, your dibs on Best of or Endless Wire. Todd Fisher gets a Steve Miller Band. We'll also give one to Lonnie Jolly. Jackie was next. And Adam Bernardi on Brian Setzer. Okay? So we still got Old Crow Medicine Show. The Eagles Greatest Hits. The Eagles Hotel California. Sweet Black and Hot by Billy Ray Charles, the Neville Brothers, Valent Street, and some Mo Chicken. Super Chicken, okay? And Jackie Reynolds wants the Best of The Who. Nobody else was next, so Who Endless Wire, which looks like a deluxe edition. Yeah, it also includes a 2-disc live. And off, I haven't claimed a couple nights. I know you haven't bought that one. I know you haven't bought that one. This one, I don't know. It looks familiar, but it says Disc 2. It says Disc 2, so I don't think you have because it's all from the same collection. Let's maybe check Donna's invoice, but it's probably going to say, it probably says, I don't know if they would have keyed in Disc 1, Disc 2. So, I don't know. Let's just set it over here in case you do need it for another set, and we'll have them make a note maybe to check your current ticket, okay? And let's go ahead and grab another handful here. And here we go. These are all $6.99. $6.99. What's going, hold on a second. Did I miss something else too? I think somebody else asked me a question. No? Best of Who chicken. Chris Reddings, do you want the Mo chicken? Was that a claim for that one, Chris Reddings? And then, yeah, so, yeah, let me grab, let me go over here. Yes, so this one's here, so to Chris Reddings. Okay, thank you. Let me put that right back there. Now, let me go ahead and knock out this handful, though. We got Jimmy Buffett. Songs You Know by Heart. Jimmy Buffett, Life on the Flip Side. That's sealed. Jimmy Buffett, Take the Weather With You. Sealed. David Bromberg, Archive Recordings Volume 1. Little Willie John. North Mississippi All-Stars, Electric Blue Watermelon. North Mississippi All-Stars, World Boogie Is Coming. Nashville Rhythm Kings, The Voices in My Head. Nice. Stevie Ray Vaughan's Greatest Hits. The Vaughn Brothers Family Style, 2 of them. Charlie Musselwhite, Taking Care of Business, and Mick Taylor, 14 below. Mick Taylor. Now, the guy we bought these CDs from, I'm pretty sure, we got also autographed Stevie Ray Vaughan CDs. So I better check these very closely and make sure these discs aren't signed by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Because I'm pretty sure this is from that Myrtle Beach collection. Yeah. That would be that'd be about a $1,500 mistake on our part. I think they're good to go. Okay, so there's that. And let's go back over here and see what happened. The first thing is Todd Fisher on JB, and there was 3 of them. I think he wants the songs you know by heart, but we'll make sure. I'll leave those pending. Stephen Parton, you got dibs on 2 different Stevie Ray Vaughans, okay? Then Lonnie Jolly, and he says he wants hits, okay? So we'll probably have to go down the line and see if anybody wants those. Lonnie Jolly's next. Mary Miles on DB, and DB was for David Bromberg. Jim Ciascio second. Jackie next on Stevie Ray Vaughan, then Susie, then Buddy. Susie wants both, then Debbie. Patrick Francis on Mick Taylor. Greg Herman on Little Willie John. And that means there was only 1 claim for Buffett, and Todd wants songs you know by heart. So Jimmy Buffett, Take the Weather With You is still available, and Jimmy Buffett, Life on the Flip Side, still available. So those 2 are still available. And so is Charlie Musselwhite, Taking Care of Business, the Nashville Rhythm Kings, both North of Mississippi All-Stars. So what we also got to do, and those 2 Jimmy Buffetts are sealed, by the way, the Stevie Ray Vaughans can get quite complicated. Essentially, I need to know if Lonnie Jolly, Jackie Reynolds wants either one of these. I know Susie wants one, so I need to hear back from Jackie and Lonnie Jolly. If y'all say pass and pass, then we'll know at least one goes to Susie, and then we got to find out if Buddy Cordova wants one. I'm also about to chug some water right quick. Thank you. I very much needed that. I very, very much needed that. Okay? So Jackie said she'll take Stevie Ray Vaughan Brothers. That means Susie gets one as well. All right, moving right along. Stay focused with me. Here's a new handful. First on top is Blue Oyster Cult, 5 of an Unknown Origin. I'm Burning for You. The Bust of Buddy Miles, no artwork. Jack Bruce and Friends, Sitting on Top of the World. Jay Giles Band, Full House. Russell Watson, selections from Encore. Steve Winwood, 9 Lives. Stephanie Renee, Just Like Hollywood. Robert Plant, Fate of Nations. Justin Hayward, the voice of the Moody Blues, a single, Broken Dreams. There's another Elton John, Candle in the Wind. And Mark Bolan, T-Rex, Born to Boogie, the soundtrack album, a 2-disc T-Rex. Those are $6.99 each. $6.99 each on those, okay? First is Stephen Parton on BOC. Todd Fisher was second. Jackie Reynolds on Jay Giles Band. Jackie Reynolds on Robert Plant. Susie next on Robert Plant. Jackie Reynolds on Elton John. Robert Warner on T-Rex, then Michael Butler. Lonnie Jolly next on Elton John. Jackie on MB. Now, was that for the Justin Hayward, Jackie? Ken Rowland next on Mark, and Debbie next on Mark. So that stack left Buddy Miles, Jack Bruce, Russell Watson, Steve Winwood, Stephanie Renee, and Justin Hayward Broken, which I did mention the word Moody Blues on that, the voice of the Moody Blues. Next handful is coming at you right now. Hope everybody's ready. Let's grab this handful, and let's grab this handful. All right. Stones of Protest, or excuse me, Songs. Songs of Protest. Very cool. Foghat. This is called Road Cases. Foghat MB was for Mark Boland. Okay. David Bowie, Heathen, with Hop Sticker. We have Pass It On. The Secret's Out. Columbia has the hottest records. That's a sampler. Pass It On. U2, How to Dismantle Atomic Bomb. Julie Miller, Broken Things. Mary Gaither, Mercy Now. Nice. The Billy Joel double pack of greatest hits. Nice. John Fogerty, The Blue Ridge Rangers. John Fogerty Chronicle. And another Mark Bolan and T-Rex Millennium Collection. Robert Warner says he would like to pay for the T-Rex, but send it to Michael Butler. Robert says he would like to pay for this, but send it to Michael Butler. Thank you. I think they already did some gift giving this week. Nice. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Michael. First thing we have here is Stephen Parton on BJ. And BJ was for all the way down to Billy Joel. So that's so to Stephen Parton. Susie got U2, How to Dismantle Atomic Bomb. Lonnie next on Billy Joel. Debbie on David Bowie. Debbie Winston on David Bowie. Todd next on Billy Joel. Then Donna. Then Buddy Cordova. And then Melanie Jennings on T-Rex. Then Jackie Reynolds. And we still got CCR Chronicle, which is like a greatest hits. John Fogerty from CCR. John Fogerty's Blue Ridge Rangers rides again. Mary Gaither, and that is Mercy Now. Julie Miller, Broken Things. Pass It On sampler. Foghat Road Cases. I've never seen that one before. And Songs of Protest, which is going to be 60s Vietnam era stuff like the Turtles. And Donovan's on here, and the Rascals, and Dion, and Temptations. I'm sure that's a fun listen on that. All right. There's that. And here is this. We'll stack those right there. Let me see what I got over here. Nowhere near done with this tub, but want to remind everybody about a few things here. And here. And let me grab. Sorry, let me click this. Okay. See who I've got paying attention to this stack. A random stack here. I've got Slave to the Machine, Linam, Slave to the Machine, October 31, Meet Thy Maker, October 31, The Fire Awaits You, Old, Down with the Nails, Soulfly, Enslaved, Republica, and Emir, Slave to the Game. Sherry wants the 60 Songs of Protest. Thank you. All right, let me move some stacks around. What I'm going to go ahead and do is finish up this tub, and then when I go digging, I'm going to have probably new, and then Donna and some other people have promised some, hopefully other genres mixed in. But right now, the way I work out these tubs is kind of luck of the draw. I'm trying my best to keep it balanced. And this is all pretty much metal here. The Republica album, I think it's self-titled. Yeah, Republica self-titled. Okay. All right, let's go through back to the tub. And we're going to grab a handful right here. Ooh, so we got, nice. These are going to get claimed immediately. So here's back from the tub. The Beatles, Anthology 2. The Beatles, Anthology 3. The Stylistics, 5 albums in one. Whoa, I didn't realize that was like a box set. The Stylistics, 5 albums in one. Rancid, Roots, Radicals. Rancid. That's an interesting deal. Rancid. Jimi Hendrix, The Ultimate Hendrix. Reservation Blues, Hot Spell. Mardi Gras in New Orleans, Louis Armstrong, Neville Brothers, Dr. John, Fats Domino. That looks like a cool compilation. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. And Santana, Shaman, or Shaman, or Shamaine, something like that. That was a crazy good stack there. Those are all $6.99. I better just let the feed settle down for a second. Okay. So we have first Stephen Parton did want Republica for $6.99. And then Paul on Slave. And that was Slave. Now, Paul, there's an album called Linnam, Slave to the Machine, or Emir, Slave to the Game. There's 2 albums with the names Slave, Slave to the Machine, and Slave to the Game. So your dibs on those, Paul brothers. Robert Warner first on the Beatles. I'm not even going to ask. I'm going to say he's going to want Anthology 2 and 3. Right, Robert? Chris Redding's on the Stylistics. What a pickup there. Chris Redding's on that one. And then Susie next on the Beatles. Donna next on Stylistics. Adam next on Stylistics. Bert next on Beatles. John Durden next on Stylistics. Lonnie Jolly next on Stylistics. Jim B next on Stylistics. Susie next on Stylistics. Stephen Parton got the Jimi Hendrix. Jackie Reynolds next on Stylistics. John Durden on Rancid. Jim Ciascio next on Stylistics. Susie next on Jimi Hendrix. Patrick Francis next on Stylistics. John Durden on Mardi Gras. Eric Dog next on Jimi Hendrix. Jackie next on Mardi Gras. Susie Breedlove on Joe Cocker. Eric Dog on Santana. Paul Brothers next on Joe Cocker. Sherry next on Mardi Gras. And Paul Brothers gets both of these old and... What happened to it? Well, there's also an album called So Fly Enslaved. But I'm going to give you these 2 here. Slave to the Game and Slave to the Machine. There's also So Fly Enslaved as well. And the only one left out of that stack was Hot Spell Reservation Blues. That looks interesting. All right, and now we have completed another tower. So let me go ahead and take these around here because if I show another handful, I'm going to have to do it anyway. So let's do it right now. Tower number 2 complete. Tower number 2 complete. Do y'all realize we really hadn't touched the metal racks yet? Y'all remember those pictures I posted of the metal racks? Those really have not been touched. So, but I'm trying to get rid of all these boxes and other tubs because it's helping them. The shelving doesn't really have a problem, or we don't have a problem right now with shelving storage. But I'm trying to get all these tubs emptied so we have more room in the back because we just bought a comic book collection. We bought 15,000 comics here locally in Lebanon. We bought a PC game collection. Paul says there's hundreds of them, like boxed PC games, all kinds of stuff. But here's our next stack. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Bob Dylan, Down in the Groove. Nice. Paul McCartney, All the Best. Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You, Songs from the Wood. The Very Best of Todd Rundgren. The Best of Mountain. Little Feat, Let It Roll. Winwood by Steve Winwood. And Iris DeMint, Lifeline. $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Okay? First thing we have is Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, sold to Stephen Parton. Susie, you're next. No, that's Bruce. Never mind. Corey put, Stephen Parton put Bob Hits. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Susie put Bruce Springsteen. She's got dibs on both. Susie, dibs on both. Next is Todd Fisher on Paul McCartney. Sold. Melanie next. Paul Brothers next on Bob Dylan. Melanie Jennings on Best of Mountain. Patrick Francis on The Very Best of Todd. Mary Miles on Steve Winwood. And that leaves Iris DeMint, Little Feat, Jethro Tull, and Bob Dylan, Down in the Groove. Now, Paul also put Bob, I'm assuming, and Susie also put Bob, but I'm assuming y'all wanted Greatest Hits. Susie got both Bruce, but anybody else on Bob, which was technically Susie and then Paul, y'all can say sold or pass on that. Next handful. And there's couple handfuls left in here. And we're going to have me going to dig. Okay? But here is John Lee Hooker and Muddy Waters, A Portrait of the Blues, a 2-CD collection. Another one, Volume 1, B.B. King and Lightning Hopkins. Another one, Elmore James, B.B. King, John Lee Hooker. Another one. So that's a blues anthology set. A Portrait of the Blues and Blues Anthology. That's a lot of different stuff there. So I think a lot of that goes together too. So we'll see who gets what out of that. The Best of B.B. King. B.B. King, Blues on the Bayou. B.B. King with Clapton. Whoop. Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. Tommy Bolin, The Bottom Shelf, Volume 1, Tommy Bolin. Buddy Miles, Hey Jimmy, a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. The Lee Michaels Collection. Jam with Richie Blackmore. That's kind of like that Gary Moore we had earlier. I think it's some kind of instructional. And then a classic album, Van Morrison's Moondance. What a marvelous night for a moon dance. Okay? Now, Susie passed on this Bob Dylan, and so did Paul Brothers. So there's only one Bob Dylan left, Down in the Groove, if anybody wants that. Now, Donna, what I'll do on these is I'll give you dibs on the 4. It's because you put John Lee Hooker, because I think he's mentioned on every one of them, pretty much. And then that's a set. So he's not mentioned on that one, but it's a set. So let me know if you want all 4 of those. One's called Portrait of Blues, and one called Blues Anthology. So, well, because that's kind of all goes together. Donna has first dibs, and then Michael Butler. And then Lonnie Jolly first on B.B. King, and that's going to give Lonnie Jolly dibs on these 3. Best of B.B., Blues on the Bayou, or B.B. King and Eric Clapton. So Lonnie Jolly has dibs on those. Next is Greg Herman on the Buddy Miles tribute to... No, Greg Herman put JLH, okay? So that's next. And then Donna, and then Michael's next on BB. And then Michael's first on EJ. And EJ was for something. Michael, your EJ comment was... That was probably more stuff I mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, and then Patrick, and then another BB. All right, so the first next due claim is Jackie Reynolds on Tommy Bolin. Patrick Francis second. Susie on Buddy Miles. Ken Roning on Lee Michaels. Susie on Van Morrison. And then Mary on GM. Mary on GM. Mary next on Van. Donna got all 4 of the blues. Okay. And then Michael said yes, and that was for these. All right, so Lonnie Jolly, it's up to you. You got dibs on these 3 B.B. King albums. The one with Clapton, Blues on the Bayou, and the Best of. He wants the Best of the Bayou and the one with Clapton. Okay? Best of and the one with Clapton. All right. So I got to figure out who was next on that. I think it was Michael. Patrick, I didn't miss you. Patrick, you were next on B.B. King, and you're next on Elmore. You were now 4th in line on B.B. King, and you were 2nd on Elmore James. But those are all sold. They're all gone. Donna got everything. The next person on a B.B. King comment was Michael Butler. So, Michael, this one's yours if you want it. If not, we'll go to the next person. The Jam with Richie Blackmore is a professional guitar workshop. And that means the only thing left there other than Richie is Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. Okay? So he passed on that. That means the next BB claim goes to Mary Miles. That goes to Mary Miles if she wants it. So, Mary, let me know on that. Okay. Susie said BM was for Van Morrison. What did I put you down for? Buddy Miles. So, Susie did not want Buddy Miles. That means Buddy Miles didn't get claimed either. Hey Jimmy, a tribute to Hendrix. And there was nobody else on Buddy Miles to my knowledge. So that one, nope. So Buddy Miles is still available as well. All right, that was a hectic handful. A lot of BBs in there. A lot of blues in there. A lot of BBs and blues. We got it figured out, though. I'm very good at figuring it out. All right, and Mary said she'll take the BB, and Lonnie says he'll take the Buddy Miles. Nice, so those did sell. Poor Ray Charles. Here we go, new stack. We got Back Home, Eric Clapton. I've never seen that before. Back Home, Eric Clapton. Scott Miller and the Commonwealth, Citation. 1961 Billboard Top Hits. Hot and Heavy, all top hits. Molly Hatchet, Kansas, Ozzy. Suicidal Tendencies, Europe. Greetings from Memphis, Otis Redding, Wilson Pickett, Classic R&B. The Rolling Stone Collection, 25 years of essential rock, as in Rolling Stone magazine. Duran Duran, Big Thing. The second annual Mississippi Blues Marathon. Joe Walsh, Analog Man. Poisoned. Poison. I've never seen that Poison album. Poisoned? First time seeing that. Tesla. Holy moly. Spin Doctors. Pocket Full of Kryptonite. And Genesis, We Can't Dance. Boy, that's a hot stack. Iron Maiden, CD artwork, Bush Audio Razor Blade suitcase. I don't know what that means. Some kind of note that was in the tub. Holy moly, folks. All right, let's figure all this out. Let's figure all this out, okay? So let's go to the top. And the first thing I left off was Jackie said sold Richie. Jackie said sold Richie. Sold, oh, Richie Blackmore. Jackie Reynolds on the Richie Blackmore, okay? Lonnie Jolly on RM, BM. He put RM, BM. RM, BM. RM, BM. The first one's already threw me a curveball. The first two comments are RM from Lonnie. Mary put BB, and then Lonnie put BM. RM, BM. That might have been actually from the last stack. I bet that was. That's from the last stack. Okay. Sorry. That was from the last stack. That was. Okay, yes. All right, so Donna got Eric Clapton. Donna got R&B right here. I always try to remember where I left off. I screwed that one up. So Donna got Eric Clapton R&B. Melanie Jennings on 1961. Susie wants the compilation that has Ozzy. Lonnie Jolly on the 69 to 70. That's the two best years ever in music, in my opinion. Jeff Halsworth on DD, Duran Duran. That's so to Jeff Halsworth. Lonnie Jolly got Tesla. Corey next on T. That's got to be for Tesla. Angela Lewis got Poisoned. Sorry, Angela, you got Poisoned. And then Angela next on Tesla. Mary Miles on Joe Walsh. Burt Jordan on Mississippi. No, Burt Jordan put Memphis. Memphis is already sold. And Donna didn't want the Memphis, but the Billboard R&B. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it said, didn't it? Hold on a second. Clapton. Yeah, classic R&B is Memphis. Unless you're talking about the Billboard. Oh, she wants Billboard R&B. Okay. So, Melanie, you're actually second on this one. Melanie Jennings, you're second. Donna was first then. So, Donna was first on that. Donna does get that. So, that was R&B charts. Okay. That means, Bert, you do get Memphis. And that means the only thing left there is Genesis, We Can't Dance. That's Phil Collins. The Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Mississippi is sold to Mary Miles. And Scott Miller and the Commonwealth Citation. There's only 4 CDs left in this tub. and I'm about to show them right now. We got No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. We got The Offspring, Conspiracy of One. Greg Alexander, Smoking in Bed. And Bramhall, Jelly Cream. Bramhall, Jerry, that's, who is that? I'm not for sure. $6.99, but those are available. Okay? And I did pull out a tub a moment ago right over here of metal. We did one handful, and I'm going to do another handful and see who's paying attention. And then we're going to have to go dig in the back for some more. We have blew through these. Actually, I have a box over here that we never did finish from a while back, but I'm liking the variety of these tubs if I can find another one. So let's go ahead and do these. Jane's Addiction, Ritual Delo Habitual, Ruin, Ghost of the Past, In Solitude, The World, the Flesh, the Devil, Die Monster Die, Withdrawal Method, Confrontation, Triumph of the Keel, Albuck, Aeon, Usurper, Thresholder of the Usurper, God Dethroned, Under the Sign of the Iron Cross, In Solitude, and Interpol Antics. Interpol Antics. There's a big stock of metal for you. Big stock of metal for you there. All right. So there's those. I'll let y'all think on those. And then we got Susie Wants Genesis. We Can't Dance. Stephen Parton got The Offspring and No Doubt. Paul Brothers next on Genesis. Stephen Parton also got the Spin Doctors. Patrick Francis on Brimehall. That left Dole Alexander. And Jane's Addiction is sold to Paul Brothers. Jane's Addiction is sold to Paul Brothers. All right, so what I'm going to do is, well, let's see how well this handful goes from this box here. And then I'll go ahead and see if I want to finish going through these or if we need to go dig out another tub. Here is Rock Set, Look Sharp. Rock Set, Look Sharp. Rooney. Gary Puckett, The Union Gap, Greatest Hits. All-time Greatest Hits of Roy Orbison. Our Lady Peace, Gravity. Tristan Pretty Man, 23. Heather Nova, South. Ike Riley, Salesman and Racist. Wilson Phillips, Shadows and Light. And Pink, Try This. Pink. Those are all $6.99. Greg Herman wants Usurper. This one right here, that's sold to Greg Herman. Usurper. No disc. I was going to say, Greg, it feels light. I do a little bit of a weight test every time. Every time I pull these out, I do a little bit of a weight test. That one felt light. No disc. Sorry, Greg. Better than finding out later when they're tagging it. Rock Set is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen. Paul Brothers next. All right, so y'all bear with me. Chat about something. Maybe let me know where you're watching from. We have emptied a tub. You can hear me kicking across the floor here. Hear me kicking across the floor. That's the sound of an empty tub. We sold almost everything in there. Amazing. Now I'm going to have to go dig out more. So it's going to take me 2 or 3 minutes maybe, but I wouldn't go anywhere because whenever I come back, we're going to find more. I wish we had everything already dug out, but we're going to have to work these out. There should be one more back here, I hope. If not, then we're in trouble. Then I've got to find the next thing to try to sell you. We might have to start pulling off the racks. I'm not for sure. Or, you know, I do have a whole thing over here of digipacks. For some reason, they're all separate from this collection. They're all digipacks. Is that a box of CDs? Let's see what this is. This box can be thrown in the trash. I'm so tired of looking at this. We got a whole box of American flags. I don't know what's up with that. Nothing wrong with having that, but I don't know why they're back here. Are those cassettes or CDs? Those are CDs, but I can't get to them. Here's from the jazz radio station. What's in this tub here? A speaker. I don't know what that is. There's paperwork. Let's just grab this and go through it, eh? I see dish. I see the house, the damned. Looks like an interesting batch here. AC/DC. Clapton is in that box. What is this? That's just a bunch of loose discs. There is a bunch of stuff back here I probably could throw away so we have more room. But here we go. So I've got some. I don't know if it's going to be what I was hoping, but I think the other tub I was about to go hunt, it looks like we've already gone through it. I was maybe mistaken. We might have already gone through it. So here's this. Let's grab a handful and let me check them and kind of make sure they're good to go. And looks like some good titles, though. I mean, stuff you'd want to see on CD. You know, I'm always looking for stuff that sells really well on vinyl, but actually we would want sometimes almost the opposite with CDs. You want stuff that you never see on vinyl, because that's why a lot of people, I think, would want it on CD. Yeah, that metal's a little deep there. I'm probably gonna have to like show that truly on Metal Night or post it in the group or something. And let's get some of this restacked. Whew, Chad's gotten really sleepy all of a sudden. I'm trying to keep the energy level up, but I don't know why it's dropped off all of a sudden. I think by this time of the week, my brain is shutting down. Yeah, I think you're going to like these, so let's get going. The Divine Comedy, A Secret History. The Divine Comedy, A Secret History. The Divine Comedy, Ancient Friends. Here is D-Head, Blue Skies. D-E-H-D. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. Here's The Damned, The Light at the End of the Tunnel, a box set, a double pack. That's probably a great buy. The Dam Builders, in Cinder, promo. The Dam Builders, Greek Lust. A House, No More Apologies. The Divine Comedy, Liberation. The Divine Comedy, Promenade. And this is Annie DeFranco, Living in Clip. Annie DeFranco, Living in Clip. Yeah, and the digipacks over here, they're actually pretty good. Let me show you the first handful, because I know these top two will be an instant seller. It looks like somebody just sorted them because they weren't in jewel cases. Maybe a store, or I don't know what happened, but I mean, they're pretty dang good titles. And then there's some stuff I don't know what it is, and there's some stuff that I don't think is too good. But I never know what's good or what's bad with these CDs, because it's a lot of stuff I've never seen before. Lonnie Jolly on Dire Straits. Money for Nothing, which is essentially greatest hits. Jim B on The Damned, of course. I knew that was coming. And we got the Divine Comedy, Blue Skies by D-A-H-D, Dam Builders, A House, Divine Comedy, and then Annie DeFranco, Living in Clip. So those are all $6.99. Here's some of those that's like in digipacks. This is what I call a digipack. I think that's what they call them. These like little cardboard deals. There's Jacob Dylan, Women in Country. That's Bob Dylan's son. Mozart, Musical Masterpieces. This is a really cool deal. It's got a book with it too. Mozart. Sting, Why Should I Cry for You? It's sealed. Sting is sealed. The Journey to the Wild Divine, the original soundtrack. Isn't that a game? Yeah, that's a game soundtrack. The Journey to the Wild Divine. Alternative Distribution Alliance monthly sampler. Testament, Juggling Suns, Saw Doctors, Supersonic, Megadeth, The System Has Failed. Megadeth, The System Has Failed. Metallica, Saint Anger. No disc. No disc. Somebody locked it a little bit too much. No disc on Metallica. Driver 2. Man, I spent a lot of time playing that. That's a PlayStation game. That's a PlayStation game. Driver 2. Greg Caring, Come to Me. Greg Gehring. We won't worry about those right now. John Fogerty, The Long Road. No disc. Xavier Rudd and Instabata. Sully and Enya, Avalon. Toller Tucci Band, Doc's Hideaway. All right, we'll worry about all those later. We might have cases coming up. Okay, so the first newest claim was from the last stack, and that was Annie DeFranco. And that's so did Jim Davis, okay? Now that makes my stack really full, so let me go ahead and take these around the corner. I think we got about 12 minutes left or so. So we got time to do at least one more stack because this is our third stack. So that's amazing. And we should be able to knock this out. Okay? So here comes the next stack. Here comes the judge. And that should be out of here. And Todd Fisher was first on Mozart. Paul was next. Lonnie Jolly on Sting. And Sting was sealed. So did Lonnie Jolly. Susie was next on Sting. Unfortunately, no disc in Saint Anger, Stephen. But Kenny Roll was first on Megadeth. Buddy Cordova next on Megadeth. Then Mike Ospaw. And did Megadeth have the wrong disc? That is an Iron Maiden disc. You're right. Nice catch. That is the wrong disc. Let's see if they still want it. I don't know what... That looks like Virtual 11. I think that's Virtual 11. We'll see if he still wants it. I doubt it, but we'll see. Kenny Roll. And then Paul Brothers on Driver 2. PlayStation game. Then Eric Dog. Sully is Godsmack's vocalist. And, okay. So the only thing that didn't get claimed there is Jacob Dylan, the Journey to the Wild Divine. Greg Gehring, Xavier Rudd. Toller Tucci Band. Sally and Enya. And Sully Erna is Godsmack's vocalist. That's him. I was about to say, he looks familiar. And then Journey to the Vine, a video game soundtrack. Okay. Let's go back through this box, the tub that I brought up here. I think it has some, but that's a sample of some of the, that is a sample of some of the digipacks. So it's a wide variety of stuff like that. They're all in cardboard packs. Okay, and here is the next handful. What do we got here? We got Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians, Element of Light. Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians. Delight World Class. Delight World Click, excuse me. Delight World Click. John Haidt Anthology, 2 disc. John Haidt Bring the Family. John Haidt Slow Turning. Gorillas. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen a Gorillas CD. It's promo, too. Promo Gorillas. Henry Gorky, Symphony No. 3. Life's Hard and Then You Die. It's Immaterial. Chris Isaac, Heart-Shaped World. Paul Heaton and Jakari Abbott, Crooked Calypso. Grant Lee, Buffalo, Fuzzy. Gorillas again, Demon Days. When did they come out? 2005? I guess I just wasn't paying any attention back then. I guess they've been out for a while. Golly. They've been out for a while. And then Granddaddy Someday. Granddaddy Someday. All right, so let's go back to the top. Stephen Parton first on Gorillas. So let's see. I'll go ahead and give him benefit of getting both. Okay. And then Leslie got Delight. Let's check this. This case looks like it got, the disc is fine. Let's maybe see if we can, Susie or Leslie, I'm trying to figure out what happened to your case. The art book has got something spilt on it, just FYI. The art book's a little damaged. Everything else is okay. We'll make sure she still wants that. Lonnie next on Gorillas, then Shakedown. That's only if he doesn't want both. I have a feeling he's going to take both. Mary Miles, you got dibs on a bunch of John Heights. Anthology, Bring the Family, and Slow Turning. So Mary's dibs on those. Greg next on Gorillas. Mike Ospaw is going to take the Sully. And then Laura next on the Gorillas. Steven says he wants both. I've never seen those before. One of them's a promo too. And then next on Hyde is Jim. Lonnie Jolly on DD. And DD for Lonnie Jolly was something. Lonnie, not for sure. Probably for Demon Days. Sid Blair wants It's Immaterial. Susie next on Gorillas. And then we got David Hoy on Paul Heaton. This is so to David Hoy. And Mary wants all three John Heights. Okay, so that left the following. Robin Hitchcock, Gorgecki, Chris Isaac, Grant Lee Buffalo, and Granddaddy. Okay, and then I need to probably move this out of the frame. The Megadeth has an Iron Maiden CD. What's tucked down in here? Oh, the book. Make sure it's not autographed by Mustaine. No, that's unfortunate. Okay, let's grab another handful. The next handful is coming at you right now. How much time do we have? We got time. All right, here's more. The High Llamas, Hawaii. The High Llamas, Hawaii. Cold and Bouncy, the High Llamas. And yes, he did pass on Megadeth, so I'm assuming nobody wants, it's Iron Maiden in Megadeth case. I'm assuming nobody wants that. Or if somebody wants to make an offer for the Iron Maiden disc, essentially. Deftones, White Pony. The Jams, Greatest Hits. That's cool. Joe Jackson's Greatest Hits. Imperial Teen, Seasick. This has got a really bad cracked jewel case. Oh my gosh. That's Terrence Trent D'Arby with a pretty bad cracked jewel case. Holiday, Ready, Steady, Go. Robin Hitchcock, I. Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians, Respect. And Robin Hitchcock, Black Snake, Diamond Roll. All right, first is Leslie says that it's good to go, Leslie. And then we have 5 minutes left. Okay, so just so everybody knows, if the Facebook feed expires, the show's pretty much coming to an end. We have a crazy amount of CDs sold tonight, and there's more coming. Tag this to Patrick Francis for $3. And then let's give this to Donna. Let's pick out a jewel case to swap them with. Let's swap out, oh, that one's broken too. Let's swap it out with this one, okay? So whoever's watching, pop out the artwork and swap it out in that, okay? So we'll do that, and then here's this and here's this. Or one I threw out of the trash. That's a better idea. That's a better idea. We'll swap it out with Eric Clapton's Pilgrim. Okay. You got to pop them open like this. I won't worry about it now. It's actually not that easy to do. There's a little maneuvering without me damaging anything any further. You got to work on those. Jewel cases, man. Have you any of y'all bought any new ones lately? CDs and cassettes it's like putting records in sleeves. They look so nice after you get them in new sleeves. They look so nice. All right, we probably have time for one more handful. Last handful of the night and the week. The best of the doobies. The Doors Essential Rarities. Wow, how cool is that? The Doors Essential Rarities. Definition of Sound Experience. Denim. Denim on Ice. Iris DeMent, My Life. Indigo Girls, Strange Fire. Wow. And the Donna, Spend the Night. And then Deftones. I did not pull Deftones. Deftones for Stephen Parton. White Pony, right? This is sold to Stephen Parton. Deftones, White Pony. Yes. All right. And then we got Susie Breelove on the Doors. Then Leslie. Then Patrick Francis. Patrick Francis, third on the Doors. Leslie on Indigo Girls. Jim Davis on the Donnas. Jim B on Denim. And Susie next on Indigo Girls. Heck, we might have time for even one more. Heck, we might have time for even one more handful. Here's another handful. We're almost done with our fourth tower. We're almost done. Jack, Prisoner Soundtracks. Fats Domino, The Very Best Of. Jack Frost. Paul Heaton and Jacui Abbott, What Have We Become? Two of them. Different cases. Another Denim. Back in Denim. Denim, Back in Denim. Babe Rainbow, The House of Love. The House of Love, She Paints Words in Red. The House of Love. $6.99 each on all those. Heck, we might even have time for one more handful. I bet Facebook is expired, though. I bet Facebook is expired. MC Hammer. Please, Hammer, don't hurt them. Eric Matthews, It's Heavy in Here. Mike Ireland and The Holler, Learning to Live. Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation. And Terrence Trent D'Arby, The Hardline. Jim B on Another Denim. Jim B on Another Denim. David Hoy on Paul Heaton. David, do you want the jewel case or the digipack? I bet you'll want the jewel case. I don't know what the difference is. They have different SKUs. Okay? And then Lonnie Jolly on Hammer. MC Hammer sold to Lolly Jolly. Lonnie Jolly on Terrence Trent D'Arby. Donna on Lauryn Hill. David Hoy on HOL, House of Love. You got dibs on 3 House of Love, David. Eric Dogg on LH, that's Lauryn Hill, you were next. Jackie wants the Doobie Brothers. Jackie got the Doobie Brothers. Sid Blair on Paul H. Paul H, I think, has already been claimed, hasn't it? Maybe? No? Paul H. Mike Ireland. I don't see a Paul H. But David has dibs on House of Love. 3 different ones. Donna, you got Lauryn Hill. Was David Hoy on Facebook? Okay, David Hoy's on Facebook too. We'll probably wait and see which one he wants. Now, Sid, where was that? Okay, no more new CDs then, since we're officially done. No more new CDs. We'll just top some loose ends here. Let me find Paul H for... I can't believe no one got the Jam greatest hits or Joe Jackson's greatest hits. I don't see a Paul H, though. Paul Heaton. Okay, David Hoy beat you to that one. Yeah, David Hoy got that one. And then, Angela, you were next on TTD. So, David wants all House of Love, so he gets all 3 of those. And he wants the Digipack here, okay? He got this one here. Make sure it's good to go. So the jewel case of Paul Heaton, Sid, I'll give you that one. All right, so I'll give you this one. I'll give you the one in the jewel case, okay? That's sold to Paul Heaton. Excuse me. Sid, you do get this one, okay? And then Joe Jackson's greatest hits and the Jam's greatest hits right here. This is sold to Joe Jackson. Sid, no, he got jewel case too. Sorry, I was thinking about that other one he got. What was that other one he got earlier? What was that other thing he claimed? Okay, yeah, he bought a Paul Heaton earlier. So, sorry. He got a Paul Heaton earlier, and then that was Paul Heaton again. Okay. So, yeah, y'all both got one each. Anybody else? If not, here's the agenda. Tomorrow, I don't know really what's going to be going on come 5 or 7 o'clock. I know this. If I'm doing a live stream for coins, it's probably not going to be at 5 o'clock. Unless I do go home much, much earlier and go to bed much, much earlier than I normally do. If not, then Paul's not going to be doing a sale. I'll be here doing coins and knives, which I really need to. This concludes the week's invoices, unless you buy something from the flip videos in the morning. So usually, right now, I'm going to make a new vinyl flip, which will be some older crates from this week. And then I'll make a discount bin. Those will be posted. And if you buy something out of those videos, they'll be invoiced on Monday. But right now, the next time you may hear me, if you're only buying music and records and CDs, will be Monday at 5:30 to essentially start a new week. And so thanks everybody for tuning in. Steve and I will check on that. I want to thank everybody for watching. This CD blitz has been crazy, not only tonight, but every night. And I'm pretty hungry. I got a fresh jar of peanut butter, some fresh apples, and some fresh peaches. And I'm about to go eat peaches, apples, and peanut butter. Or I might go to Whataburger. I might go to Whataburger for a double cheeseburger, fries. I probably don't need any of that. And y'all have been amazing. Partial weekend. Yeah, not much of a weekend here. I work throughout the weekend. I probably, about the time I got to start a stream tomorrow, I'll probably order a pizza. I hope Waffle House isn't too busy. If Waffle House isn't too busy, I'll go there. But unfortunately, this is the time a lot of drunks come out. They leave the bar up here, whatever it's called. I probably have some friends up there right now. They're probably making bad life decisions instead of at home and in bed, probably where they should be. So I bet if I walked in right now, I bet I could pick out 15, 20 people that I know. So what is it called? It used to be called Silverados. No, that was in Cookeville. I forgot what it's called. It's just right up the road. You if you pulled out of our store, went up the road, Short Street, and then made a right down the road on the left, just right over the railroad tracks, there's a bar. There's probably 200 people in there right now. Music and dancing, and I've went like 4 or 5 times, and the last time I went, I played pool for like 3 hours. I did not want to be there. I was like, okay, can we go now? So that shows you how long ago that was. That was before I was doing a live stream every night. I think I've been there 5 times, and it sucked all 5 times. Do not like places like that. Cahoots. There you go, Laura. Cahoots. Laura says she drives past it occasionally, which is another word for she frequents there often. Cahoots. I knew it was something country sounding. Cahoots. Yeah, I had a friend that used to call it cahoots. Maybe 3 times. I don't know. I don't like places like that. It's like, what are we doing? Like, why are we here? I don't like places like that. I'd rather be like doing something else. All right, that's it. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'm in the feed. The show is over. See y'all